How we doing? How is everybody doing today? Let's see. All right, question right away is how does the audio sound? How's the visual look? Can you guys see and hear me okay? Making sure, yep, looks like my mic is picking it up. Let me know if you need more volume, less volume, kind of which way to go. I can't hear myself, so I can't get feedback on that. But yeah, how is everybody doing today? It's DaVinci Resolve update day. All right, everything is good? Sweet. All right, I do have a few questions for everybody to get started. So obviously the first one was how does it sound, all of that. Second one is where are you guys watching from, what country are you at? Or if you're in the States, which state are you at? And then third question, final one is which version do you think it'll be, 19.5 or 20? I think it's gonna be 19.5, but I've done a few polls and it seems to be pretty split between people. So I want to see what people think it's gonna be. All right. Tyler says, get yourself one of those mixers. I use Bluetooth headphones, so I have one of those mixers, but there's always a delay. So like in OBS, I could set it to monitor and output so I can hear it, but then it's like a second off, and yeah, it's confusing. So anyways, I did my best to get like the compressor right, so if it's bad, blame it on the Bluetooth headphones. All right, let's see. I'm going to move my chat over here for right now. Cool. Let's see. Actually, I think I can pop this out. Ah, perfect. Sweet. I have it. The issue is my main monitor's right in front of me here, and then my stream info and chat's off on the side. So, like, to look at the camera, look at the chat. So I'm going to try and pop it out for right now. All right, let's see. We got some 19.5, 19.5, 20 from Brazil. Tyler says he suspects 19.5, but hopes for 20. Yeah, I saw you voted 20 in that poll in the Discord server. All right. Speaking of, I did not put any links that I was supposed to in the description. I should start pulling some of that up. If you guys are not a part of the Discord server, make sure to join that. I'm going to link that in the description. Community server. I'll do that, and then I will post that as well. So make sure to join that. A lot of cool stuff. We're going to have a beta discussions channel to talk about all the new updates. That's going to be pretty cool. All right, Germany. Let's see. You're watching from Turkey. Just bought the RTX 5090, and it doesn't support the 50 series. Yeah, I'm expecting support for that in this version. Yep. That's pretty cool. I want to get my hands on one of those. The music was far too loud compared to my audio. Okay, yeah. I was rocking out to it. I had my headphones cranked. I was listening to the music. Yeah. Life of Science asks, how am I doing? Doing pretty good. How about you? Expecting big updates with 20, and I don't think this is going to be 20. Yeah. Hope they will update SVG. Yeah, SVG import is on my list. I really hope that's there. X Session, welcome to the chat. How's it going? Yeah, so we're about 20 minutes away from the actual event, and I need to get some Spotify music going on in the background here. We're doing some stream beats. Let's see, I'm going to drop my desktop audio, and we'll find a playlist that looks good. kind of like ambient. It's a groovy album. We'll do that. Let me know if that music is too loud, too quiet. See, I'm gonna leave that up. I'm gonna turn it down here. Yeah, let me know if that's good. You don't expect much from this update. Hopefully we'll get some cool stuff. Usually, like, when they did the 18.5 release, they had a lot of cool stuff. Like, for a 0.5 release. So, that's pretty cool. William, how's it going? You want a puppet tool? Ah, that's a good one. Yeah, you can kind of use the grid warp for that right now, but it's a little annoying. They do have the warper tool, which is technically an open effects tool that can do some of the similar stuff, but it's not as close or not as powerful as the one in After Effects. Yeah, some alignment tools. That's one of those big like feature requests that I get all the time. Much better with music. Yes, I meant to get that started right away once the countdown was done, but I totally forgot. Oh yeah. All right, so what we're gonna do too, just to have some fun, we're gonna make a list of the top 5 or 10 features that we expect to see, or we can add in a few that we just want to see. All right. So we got like alignment. I think you know, like autocorrect, some sort of text correction is a huge one, which William Justice actually has a tool for. If you haven't seen that, the Spark Effects tools, he has a really nice timeline spell check tool that goes through and checks everything and lets you edit it. Really nice tool. So if they don't add it in this version, check out his tool. It'll save you a lot of time. But yeah, let me know some of your feature requests that you want to see in this update that you think that they'll put out. We'll make a list and then we'll check that at the end and see, you know, how many that we got right. The best tool for white balance? Yeah, I mean, DaVinci Resolve has every color correction tool that you could want. It's pretty crazy. All right. Yeah, so some other stuff on my list. I have a lot of things that I want to see inside of the shape system inside of Fusion. So stuff like importing SVG directly to the shape system, but then also having gradients in the shape system. I want to see gradients as well as soft edge, and we don't have that right now. I've talked a lot about that pretty much since which update? Right before 19. So hopefully they've heard me, they've heard the community. We need some more stuff in the shape system. Full keyframe and spline editor revamp. Yeah, they could definitely do some improvements to that. I think the spline editor is really powerful. It can just be a little clunky at times. Or user-friendly keyframe panel. Yeah, one of the biggest things that I think that they could do to the keyframe panel, and I guess kind of the spline editor, but just change it to like the diamond that we would have in like After Effects instead of the, you know, vertical white line. Camera Tim, welcome. It is a big day today. It's Resolve Update Day. Best day of the year. Have this live open as you edit in DaVinci. Awesome. How's my course coming? It's kind of switched back and forth. So originally I was going to do a full Fusion course, Fusion Mastery. I've since kind of slimmed it down because it's such a big undertaking. So we'll talk soon about that. That'll be coming. Then we're gonna expand the course in the future, but we're gonna start small and build onto it. So hopefully in a few months here. Pixel Pug, we can make a bingo card. We could absolutely. Yeah, something Grant will do. What's Grant gonna do? Something crazy. I hope it's like last time where he just comes out and announces a new camera in the first 5 seconds of the live stream. That's something I always like about Blackmagic. But yeah, so shape system's gonna be huge. I want to see some big improvements to the macro editor. Just easier to do that, to add in like custom drop-down menus, you know, hide tools, all of that stuff. There's a few like third-party tools that are really good. Like Asher Roland has a, I think it's called the Macro Creator, and that's really nice. Like it's using, you know, like it's built into Fusion, but hopefully we see one that's just native, you know. And maybe they can add in some more features that we can do to customize macros in the process. That'd be nice. Right now it is 9:42 a.m. I'm in the Midwest in United States. Spectral frequency display in Fairlight is what I want. Yeah, Camera Tim, I've never used that, so I've seen that request a bunch though, so hopefully we get that. Yeah, macro editor and edit controls. Yes, that's the one I forgot to put on my list. Yes, edit controls would be nice. It'd be cool if they could somehow combine those two a little bit. Yeah, and just make it so you can like actually drag stuff around and move it. Bring it to this century of a UI. USD support for videos and USD image planes. Yeah, the USD system, I'm sure we're going to get some updates for in this version, because we've kind of seen that as one of the big things that they're working on in Fusion. How to quickly explain Premiere user that DaVinci might be better for them. It really comes down to like your personal workflow. Like if you do color correction, it's a no-brainer. If you're more of a hobbyist, it's free. Like that's a huge plus. Sometimes in the professional world, you're stuck using Premiere because that's what you have to do for your job, or like it needs to integrate with After Effects, you know, Photoshop, Illustrator, that kind of stuff. Yeah, so I mean, it just comes down to preference. At the end of the day, it's a tool. One of the tools sucks, one's really awesome, but if I totally use Fusion to create certain effects instead of After Effects. I'm about to learn Advanced Fusion, so sometimes check your course landing page. Oh yeah. Like I've started to try and make some tutorials about those more advanced effects that were done in After Effects but in Fusion. Like that raindrops effect, that's the old video co-pilot. Good old Andrew Kramer there. But yeah, hopefully I can do some more of that stuff in the future. Yeah, Asher's got the tool. It's the macro creator is I think what that's called. What's my AI checklist? What are they going to do? I think that Blackmagic is going to mostly stick with utility AI controls, if I can call them that, instead of generative AI controls or tools. So, for example, the stuff that we've seen in DaVinci are like AI to make subtitles, to rotoscope, what am I forgetting? Audio stuff to, you know, noise reduction, relight, that kind of stuff. We haven't seen anything that creates new information. And I don't think that we're going to see that from Blackmagic. I mean, there's a bunch of reasons for that, but I just don't see him doing that in this update. And I really hope that they don't do that. That generative AI stuff, a lot of it's just, you know, quickly thrown together to make something to appease, you know, the business people that want to see AI and everything. And I don't think Blackmagic's going to do that, because if you want to do that, there's plenty of tools for it. DaVinci Resolve, they'd have to move to some sort of subscription if they did that. And again, that just kind of goes against what they do. So maybe they'll do it, maybe not. But I'd expect we see some more AI tools, like when it comes to subtitles, improvements to that. We might see, what am I trying to think of here? Yeah. I don't think we're gonna see any generative AI. Oh, like speed warp. Like if we see like a speed warp AI tool, something like that. Better keyframe handling. Yeah, I don't use too much keyframes in Fairlight, but keyframes is like a big thing that people want updated all the way around. Like the edit page keyframes suck. It's so bad. 6 p.m. in the EU. That shouldn't get too late for you then. Nebraska. Seems early to jump to V20. Yeah, so the biggest reason that I don't think that they're going to go to V20 is because they just redid all of their training material. They just launched all that for 19. I just got recertified as a 19 trainer. So, I mean, it took them a year to put together the training materials, and they're really awesome, but I don't see them just, you know, throwing all that aside and having to update it right away again. If they knew 20 was coming, they would have just done training for 20. Who are you calling a nerd, Tyler? Color tool support for the new RGBW sensor. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to have some nice color correction tools. I'm not too familiar with all the new like sensor features on those new cameras. We'll see what new cameras they have too. I've seen some stuff about that new Pixus camera, that it might be a 12K sensor, which is insane. Fairlight improvements, yep. When is the time? We have about 13 minutes here. Yeah, catching up on the chat here, but Tyler says generative AI is nasty. Utility is great. Exactly. I need to get the Elgato prompter for live streaming. I actually have it. There's a few things that I don't like about it. Like, it doesn't have YouTube chat integrated. It has Twitch chat that I can, you know, go in and like have it go up on the screen. And then when I just like put a window on it, I don't know. I just don't care for it as much. I use it for like my videos and scripts and whatnot, but. MKH says he loves my plugin. That's awesome. Which one? Editor Collection or Editor Titles? You guys should go check those out, by the way. whiptemplates.com. And then I got to make sure that those still work in the new version of DaVinci. So that's on our list of stuff to test once we get it downloaded. Need to fix transcription. Yeah, like if you go through and transcribe your video, you know how you can like select sections and then delete it, and you know it's supposed to delete that. It does a really bad job of timing it up. Like it could delete like half of the next sentence, or you know leave part of the sentence. So they got to make some change to that for that to be useful. Otherwise, you can't use it for editing. It's just nice to go through and look at, you know, where you're at in your video, or what for looking for a section. It's nice for that. And then obviously subtitles, but add scripting UI feature in free version, that'll help many users. Yeah, that's something they removed in 19.1, and I do not see them adding that back, which is kind of unfortunate. But edit page keyframes are really bad. Yeah. Your delay's crazy. I'm trying to stay caught up with chat here. Whip templates are the best. Yeah, editor collection. Yeah, I'm so glad that they help. All of these tools were originally built as something to help me and save me time, and then shared them for everybody else, and yeah, they tend to help a lot of people, so that's good. This is your first NAB. Yeah, I'm sure we're going to get Blackwell support. That's probably one of the big things that they're going to talk about, or if they don't talk about it, it'll be in there. We got to get some 5090s available though first. Like, nobody has them. Clinton Mann said something, but I don't know what it was. It just says message retracted. Camera Timmy not too happy with Elgato. We'll add customizable UI panels. Yeah, that's never been something that's super important to me either. So I don't know. I could go either way. The nice thing about it is everybody has about the same layout, so especially when we're training new people, like it's easy to follow along, it's hard to break something. What do I think about Filmora? I used to use that. I think that was the first editor I paid for. It's nice as a beginner, but if you want to take it professionally, like, I would never buy it now that DaVinci Resolve is where it's at, because just get the free version of DaVinci and you have everything that Filmora has. Well, it's a bit more professional and polished, which is also a plus. But yeah, nodes are greater than layers. This is a shirt from Chadwick over at Creative Video Tips. So go check that out. Everyone should buy a shirt, support him, and you get to make a statement. It's probably my favorite shirt that I own now. Elgato products are nice. Got the Steam Deck Plus and XLR. Oh yeah, yeah. I have one of the Stream Decks. Did I say Steam Deck? I meant to say Stream Deck. It's not the XLR one, but it's I think it's a Plus something. It has like the knobs on it. It's super nice for like my teleprompter and whatnot. Color conversion from Blender to Rec 709. Do they not have something for that already? Or if you just like export Blender in linear and then convert it in DaVinci, you can do that too. You're happy with continuous improvements all around? Yep. You just switched dual monitors from stack to horizontal. Yeah, I could never do stack monitors. I have both mine horizontal. Same with the vertical monitor. I guess maybe if I did more streaming, but I couldn't just normally work with that. I like having two of the same monitor next to each other. It's symmetrical. And also working with like a 4K monitor and a 1080p monitor, it's so annoying like to get your mouse to move over because, you know, it's like half of the 4K window that you can move it through. If anyone else has dealt with that, drives me nuts. Wish you could take chapter markers from a text file and better integrating with AMD. Oh yeah. Yeah, with the AMD GPUs and stuff, they just don't have quite the same power that NVIDIA does when it comes to like creative applications. And the same support. NVIDIA gets a lot of support. You don't hate Elgato, you just have a passionate dislike for them that burns like 1,000 suns. I like them, they're pretty good. I only have the teleprompter and the Stream Deck from them, but they make some cool stuff. Seems to be pretty affordable too. Can you tell us what the best Reactor plugins that I use? I really don't use that many Reactor plugins. I try and do as much as I can natively in the software, so it's been a while since I played with it. Ones that come to mind, there's like a nice glow plugin. I think it's like X-Glow or something. That one's pretty nice. There's like an audio waveform one if you want to do that kind of effects. But yeah, usually I try and just stick with stuff built into DaVinci. So, do I have any experience with MacBook Max in Fusion? You want to switch from PC to MacBook? I do not. I just bought a Mac Mini M4, actually, the $600 one. And that's been kind of nice. Like for simple projects, it chews through Fusion. Works pretty well. I would recommend getting that one. Like if you're actually gonna professionally use it, get a higher end one. But this is just for me to test like my plugins and stuff like that. Just keep making more nodes in Fusion. Have GPU support or ability to scale to unlimited CPU cores. Yeah, optimization is a huge one for me. Like that with motion blur especially, I want to see some nice improvements to that. Retime audio using AI to keep the beat of mix. Yeah, I think that'd actually be a cool use of AI, like as long as it doesn't, you know, like regenerate, like come up with a new part of the song, like it just takes old parts and blends them together. I think that'd be kind of cool. We might see that. What about Resolve Coin? Yeah, maybe we'll see that today. Maybe I called it. If anyone hasn't checked out the April Fool's video, check that one out. That was fun. Filmora added AI features. Yep. Yeah, they tend to have a lot of those, like more for like gaming or like short form edits, like that type of stuff. For Fusion, default or left flow? I use default, but if I chose one of the other ones, it'd be mid flow, vertical. Have the viewers vertical and then the nodes in the middle, not left flow. Can I turn up the volume? I think I have, my mic's coming to 0 dB here. I think, oh maybe not. I don't know, does anyone else want the volume up? I don't want to blow everybody else's ears out without at least a little bit of warning. Creator Reality, how's it going? Yeah, I got a few minutes here, 4 minutes left. And I'm sure there'll be like a countdown or something, so we probably have a little more time. Love to see AI search for footage. That would be awesome. I think Premiere just did that. Yeah, that'd be cool. All of this stuff would have to run locally. I don't want them to do anything that, you know, needs an internet connection and subscription. I want everything to happen on the PC. Will I make a video about how to make audio better in DaVinci? Probably not, but Jason will. Let me send a link to his channel. He's got a lot of really good audio stuff. Yeah, he's even got a audio course, so check him out, subscribe. Got some cool stuff. All right. Do I think the next version of Resolve will have optimizations for the 50 series GPU? Yes. I believe it'll support that. Major editing, let's see. Music lengthener, we've talked about that a few times here. Searchable fonts, also be cool. Compound clips in power bins. I believe you can do that. Can you not? Can you not add? I closed DaVinci. Alright, I thought you could do that. And then copy and paste attributes to text. Oh yeah, like the font size. That would be cool. That'd be cool. Jason and Jay are the audio guys. Yeah, Jay Lippman as well. Whatever they do should be offline unless monthly subscription is inevitable. I really like Blackmagic Cloud. Like, that is the perfect use of a subscription. You don't need it. Everything works without it. And then if you pay for it, you're basically just paying for server cost. And when you're done paying for it, you can just download your projects and you don't lose anything. So that's the best way to implement like a subscription. I pay for that in just the $5 a month here. See, I don't want to miss it when they start here. All right, I have to send a message in our Discord server here, just letting people know about some stuff about the update, so I'm going to do that before I forget. Again, if you haven't joined the Discord server, linked in the description, it is an amazing resource for anyone using DaVinci. All right, I think everything in that is correct. If there is an issue or error, Tyler can send a update message and announcements, but I'm not going to focus on that right now. Cool. Thanks, Tyler. All right. Yeah, the J's are the best. Better splines on the edit page? Yeah. Yeah, that I just tried using that again a little while ago, and it's so annoying. Like if you want to do any easing or anything. All right, we're gonna check out. So I did animations in OBS. Pretty happy with this. Let's see if they work. Oh no, shoot! I set it to be fade. All right, there we go. Animations in OBS. We're good. Can add power bins to, or compound clips to power bins. Okay, yeah, that'd be cool. I guess it's because it has to reference the original clip, so you'd have to make it so it also bring that other clip into the power bin. Does anyone else have problems with transitions and other effects start glitching when you copy them to different timelines and aspect ratios? Do they work if you just take it from the effects tab or effects library and then drag it down? Or is it like only when you copy it between them? They need to make the 5090 not melt down. Yeah, that's an NVIDIA problem. Yeah, $5 a month, that's really good. Intel QuickSync worth it? I'm not sure. I use AMD chips. From what I've heard, it can be pretty good. But I'm not entirely sure on that. Yeah, all the GPU effects, like, yeah, all of the AI stuff should work offline. I agree. I don't like when it has to send to a different server. Recently bought yourself a first proper microphone. I'm not sure, I'm not familiar with that brand. But yeah, getting a nice microphone goes a long way. I just switched to using a shotgun microphone in my videos, and I've liked that so far. Gives me more freedom to move around, and the audio still stays the same. And then it's not in the shot either. Well, I don't think it is. Yeah. Sometimes I tilt it down a little too much. All right, we should be starting any minute here. Refresh and make sure it's not. Oh, it is good. Turn off Spotify. Bring this down. You guys will have to let me know how the volume is for coming from YouTube here. Because again, I can't hear what you guys are hearing. That might be a little too quiet. Put it right there. Here we go.
I'm Grant from Blackmagic Design, and I wanted to give you a quick update on what we've got for NAB this year. We've got quite a few new products today. We've got some new cameras and some new switches, plus some new SMPTE 2110 IP video products, and some really nice live streaming solutions as well. Plus, we'll be introducing DaVinci Resolve 20, which is a really big update this year. So we've got quite a lot to talk about, so let's get started. Now, first I wanted to talk about backing up media. Now, we're all generating a lot of media files, so we need a good backup solution and something that syncs to Blackmagic Cloud. So we've done that. It's called Blackmagic Cloud Backup 8. Now, it's similar to our Blackmagic Cloud dock, but it uses low-cost 3.5-inch hard disks. So let me bring it out and show you. Here it is here.
Look at that.
You can see it's a rack mount design. Now, it's got 8 hard disk bays along the front, and each bay has a nice illuminated LED border. And you can just insert up to 8 hard disks in the slots.
Yeah, final bets.
It's really easy to use.
19.5 or 20.
Let me check out. I'll show you the back. I'll turn it around. So you can get a close-up of that there. So you can see it's got the 410G Ethernet connectors, so everyone on your network can access the backup media and back things up. Plus, it syncs to Blackmagic Cloud, which means you can do your own local backup of Blackmagic Cloud storage, which is always a really nice thing. Now it has that status display HDMI output as well, and it has USB for the utility, but also the USB looks like Ethernet to the computer.
Yeah, someday I'd like to build a rack
mount. You can connect people with a simple USB cable, and you can
fun.
access the media just with a USB cable. Let's go back to the front.
Oh, you said Resolve 20? I missed it. Oh, okay.
There. So I can plug in some power.
That's exciting.
And I've got a hard disk that I can plug in and show you.
Did you say 20?
There's a disk here.
I totally missed that.
Now we've actually developed a case for hard disks. So it looks a bit like an old videotape. You can store them on the shelf, and it's sort of, a bit like
someone go back and check.
So, and we'll manufacture those hard disk cases, so they'll be on our website, and there'll be a price on our website. So if I insert the disk here, there you go there. So you can see the lead ring.
DR20.
Should light
wow.
up.
So maybe we
and
will
the
get
lead
some
ring
of these,
is red when
crazy
it's writing files and green
features.
when you read files.
That's surprising.
And some of these hard disks are actually so fast you can use them for editing. But the main thing is they're really cheap. That's over like 20 terabytes. And that's what really matters. Now, when you're finished, you can back up onto the disk and
now I'm
remove
really
it
excited.
and put in a fresh disk.
Good.
So you can have an update of them at one time. So I think it's a really good way of backing up a lot of media really fast. So the Blackmagic Cloud Backup 8 will be priced at $1,495. Now, the prices can change, obviously, depending on government duties and taxes. It's just started production, so it should be available in the next week or so. So the Blackmagic Cloud Store 1.7 will add support for the new Blackmagic Cloud Backup 8, and it should be posted on our website the next day or so. Okay, so now I wanted to talk about SDI routers. Now, we've got a new type of video hub today. It's called Blackmagic Video Hub Mini 4x2 12G.
So maybe it's not 20?
It's rack mount, but it's very tiny, and it's been designed when you need a small router and you don't have a lot of space. So let me show you. I'll bring one out.
I don't know. We'll see when he announces Resolve.
Here it is here, so you can see. It's only a third rack width. It's a 1/3 rack width design. It has a built-in control panel on the front, and it's got those nice, it's like a nice direct cut bus style routing, but you can custom label the buttons, of course. Now it's got 4 input buttons, and it's got 2 output buttons.
I'm
so to use it,
refreshing
you
the
just select one of the outputs,
wait for the
and then you
download to
select
show
the
up.
input that you want to route to that output. So it's really simple and super fast to use. Let me show you the back.
The number doesn't matter, but if it's 20,
So
it's probably going to have a lot more
close-up of that.
features than a 19.5
So it's got
release.
4 12G SDI inputs, but it's also got 4 12G SDI
So we'll
loop
get more
outputs.
stuff if it's 20.
So you can loop it out to other gear. And it's also got 2 12G SDI router outputs. Now it supports all SD, HD, and Ultra HD video standards, and any combination of Ultra HD, SD, and HD. I didn't do that order very well, but you can do all those different formats on the same router at the same time. Now it's got 1G Ethernet for remote switching, so you can actually use the Video Hub software with it. And it also supports the Video Hub protocol, so you can use like for broadcast automation and things like that. Now it's got an AC power input, and it's also got a 12-volt DC power input for redundancy. And the 12-volt DC has the locking connector, so plus some new SMPTE 2110 IP video products. Blackmagic Design, and I wanted to give you a quick update on what we've got for NAB this year. We've got quite a few new products today. We've got some new cameras and some new switches, plus some new SMPTE 2110 IP video products, and some really nice live streaming solutions as well. Plus, we'll be introducing DaVinci Resolve 20, which is a really big update this year.
Yeah, you said it.
So we've got quite a lot to talk about. You
Yeah,
plug video
DaVinci
into
Resolve
that
20.
input, it actually overrides input 4 on the back.
All right,
I
back
think
to the
input
video
4
hub.
would probably be the lowest priority input. I reckon you'd probably have the highest priority items on
That's
input
gonna be
1 and 2 and 3. So this is really great when you're in small, like small portable racks, but you don't have any space for patch panels, and even larger routers. You only have space for something tiny. So if you need to connect video urgently, just plug it in the front right there. You can also see there's a USB-C connector on the front there, and that's a HD webcam output. So you can connect a computer to get video. The computer actually thinks that USB is a webcam, but it's video. And that's output number 2's video. So if you switch a source into output 2, then it'll change that webcam output. So it's pretty cool. Now, it actually has a clean switch function in here as well. And the clean switch locks input 1, but it's quite different to traditional routers. Traditional routers have some clean
nice
switches on the input. The clean switch
That's what I'm hoping for.
It's on the output, not the input. So you could have like a streaming encoder off one of the outputs with the clean switch on that output, but then a recorder on another output that doesn't have the clean switch. So the recorder would get a direct feed from the input video without any resync processing. But the streaming processor would have the clean switch. So I think that's really quite cool, because then your live stream wouldn't have any glitches when you're routing,
Resolve for the very
but you wouldn't
end.
be inserting frames on the recorder.
Probably what he's going to do.
Now you can set the output clean switch functionality in the utility software, and each output has like a checkbox where you can enable and disable the clean switch. Plus also the software is localized into multiple languages, plus the labels can be Unicode, so that's pretty nice as well.
Motion blur shouldn't
So as
blow
you
up
can see,
my
it's
PC.
a very powerful little router, and you can even use it on the desk. It's so cute. So the Blackmagic Video Hub Mini 4x2 12G will be priced at $595. It's just started production, so it should be available by the end of April. I think it'll be really helpful in small portable racks and broadcast trucks. Now we also have a larger model. It's called Blackmagic Video Hub Mini 6x2 12G. It's a little larger.
It's still got
half
the
a rack
long
width,
names going on.
and with
here.
that extra size, we can fit 2 more inputs. So I'll bring that one out. There it is there. So you can get a close-up of that. Now you can see the extra buttons on the input buttons on the front. Let's have a look
Resolve
at the
may
back.
come before new cameras. It depends, because they might talk about new
see
features
there,
in the
you get a
cameras and then
close-up.
how that works in DaVinci.
So you can see
at
it's got the
end.
extra inputs there. So it's got 6 12G SDI inputs, plus each
Yeah, I
input
think they
has
always
the
do
loop
it at
out.
the end.
And also this model has a dedicated reference input, which is nice. So the clean switch can lock to the blackburst or tri-sync reference. And if there's no reference, it'll still lock to input 1. But let's go back to the front panel.
Yeah, align tool. Maybe we'll get it.
Because there's another difference.
Should get a lot of features today.
Now, like the smaller model, it's got the front panel 12G SDI input, but there's actually an extra connector on it. So let me show you that, because we've got a bit more space. There you go there, if you can get a close-up of that. So you can see it's actually got two 12G SDI connectors. So we've added in 12G SDI output.
Blackmagic just kind of owns
and that's
the
the same video
broadcast
output as
world.
output
They got
2.
so much good stuff
So on this
for it.
larger model, the SDI input overrides input 6 when it's connected. So these front panel patch connections can be really handy. They can get you out of trouble if you need to patch in some gear during a live job. So I think it's pretty cool. So otherwise, the features of this model are exactly the same as the smaller one. But I think this one's a really nice model. Now, the Blackmagic Video Hub Mini 6x2 12G will be priced at $795. It's also just started production, so it'll be available soon. But we also have a third model, and this is the largest one. Now, it's got the exact same features as the 6x2 model, but it's a larger 8x4 size, which means it's got 8 inputs and 4 outputs. Now, it's called Blackmagic Video Hub Mini 8x4 12G. Let me show you that one. Actually, I'll just make a little bit of space here. Let's move that over. I'll bring it out. There you go there. Now, it's 2/3 rack width, this one. And it
So
has a
how many
larger
of these are
control
we
panel
going
because
to get?
it's
You're
got
just
8
going to make a
inputs
big
and 4
pyramid
outputs
of
now.
all these
Now, it's got the
switchers
same
for video
12G
hubs.
SDI front panel connectors, which I can remove the rubber on this one and show you. There. Now, the front panel input overrides input 8, and the output is the same as the output 4 on the back. Now, it's also got the USB-C webcam as well. I'll show you the back. See there? Now, it's got the same rear panel as the other Video Hub Micro models, mini model, sorry. But now it's got 8 12G SDI inputs with loop outputs on all those, plus the 4 12G SDI outputs.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the new
so let me
Pixus
bring it back
announcement.
around.
See if all those rumors are true. It looked like it was a
there.
photo of a.
So this model, I think, is a really good
big
balance
banner
between the
they were
number of
hanging up, so
connections and still being pretty small,
think
which
it's
is really what
legit.
you want for these. The idea is they're small. Now, when you're rack mounted into a universal rack shelf, you still actually have a bay free. So you can put a streaming encoder or a HyperDeck Studio Mini there. It's pretty nice. Now, the Blackmagic Video Hub Mini 8x4 12G will be priced at $995. Now, like the other 2 models, it's just started production. I think these routers are really nice, and I think they should solve a lot of problems in, particularly in portable racks. So now I want to talk about standards conversion. So we have a new up-down cross converter today. Now we have a HD model, but we really wanted an Ultra HD version of it. But we went a little bit further than that because we also wanted to make it rack mount. Plus, we actually also wanted to add SMPTE 2110 IP video support as well. We wanted some really high quality conversions between all SD, HD, and Ultra HD video formats, or standards, I should say, which means this model actually has better image processing than simple converters because it's got a larger processor that's just dedicated to standards conversion. So the image quality is really great. Now it's called Blackmagic 2110 IP up down cross 12G. Let me bring it out. It's a bit of a mouthful. Here it is here. Actually, let me, I'll just make myself some space here. So there it is there. So you can see it's 1/3 rack width. It's got a new cooling design, so it's really quiet, but it's still quite small, so you can kind of use it as a converter. You can put it on the desk or you can rack mount it. Now it has the LCD on the front with video display and audio meters, and has buttons and a knob for the menus, which is where you set the standard. So it's very easy to use. You really just set the desired video standard on the menu on the front. Then any video coming in will be converted to that standard. And for monitoring, it's also got a built-in speaker on the front. So you can push the button to hear the sound. If you double press it, it'll lock the speaker on. And if you adjust the knob while holding the button, it'll actually adjust the speaker volume. There's also a headphone socket. And in fact, if you plug the headphones in, the knob will then adjust the headphone volume. Now it's got a USB-C on the front, which is also a HD webcam. So you can connect to the computer and the computer thinks it's a webcam video source, but it's actually SDI video. But let me show you the back. There it is there. So you can see it's got a 12G SDI input, and it's got a 12G SDI loop out. And it's also got the two 12G SDI standards converter outputs. So the two outputs there are the main standards converter outputs. It's also got a HDMI input that does 4K. And it'll auto switch between SDI or HDMI in, whatever's plugged in first. It'll switch also if one input's unplugged. But you can actually set that in the menu. There's a bunch of menu settings for that. So you can set whether you want 2110, 12G SDI, or the HDMI input on the menus. There's a HDMI output that does 4K as well. And also the 10G SDI there, the 10G Ethernet for the SMPTE 2110 Ethernet video. And you can also route the 2110 sources in the menus as well, which is cool because it's kind of like, you could put this on a single Ethernet cable and just feed video through it when you want to convert things. So it's pretty nice. Now it's got a single BNC reference input that locks to internal sync. And there's also a BNC reference output for the internal sync generator. Now it's got a built-in sync generator, and the output will still work even if there's no reference input connected, because the sync generator will just output. But the sync generator can also lock to a 2110.
I like how they have the original pocket
We've also got an AC power input on the back, and also there's 12-volt DC backup power
back
with
when
a
it
locking
was
style
actually a
connector.
pocket
So that's
size
really
camera.
nice too. Means you can add a second power supply when you need redundancy, which is, if it's in a critical path, that's really important. So I think it's really nice. I'll swing it back around again. There it is there. So it's got a lot of processing power. I won't demo it because we don't have enough time and there's a bunch of things to show, but it's really easy to use. You just pretty much turn it on and then set the desired video standard on the LCD, and that's it. It's a really powerful standards converter. So the Blackmagic 2110 IP up down cross 12G will be priced at $545, and it'll take care of all your HD, SD, Ultra HD conversions. It's got a D interlacer built in, so it can even handle 1080i and NTSC and PAL video standards. It's got quite high quality processing. And it'll also actually convert between 12G SDI, HDMI, and SMPTE 2110 IP video connections. So that's pretty cool. Converters like this are so useful to include with all your live production gear. It protects you from strange sources, video sources you have to deal with, like weird cameras in venues that operate in strange video standards. And it'll convert whatever comes in to whatever standard you want to work in. Now it'll be available in May or June once it's finished testing. So that'll be cool. Now we actually have another converter as well. It's a bit simpler this time. And the next problem we need to solve is we need to use these OLED TVs for high-end color grading. Everybody wants to use them because they're so good, and so we need a converter for that.
Yeah,
and
all this
also,
stuff is
we can use those
for
TVs
live
for on-set
event
monitoring.
productions.
They have such good color imagery now. They make really good grading monitors. So we needed a converter with more powerful features. And so actually our ATEM Mini SDI to HDMI converters, which we have kind of do the job, but they're not actually good enough. We need better audio outputs for monitoring, and we need some audio delay so we can compensate for the processing delay in these TVs and projectors. And then the output, that audio output can be sent to powered speakers. So the new converter is called Blackmagic 2110 IP SDI to HDMI 12G. It's a bit of a mouthful, but as the name says, it's got SMPTE 2110 IP video on it as well. So
they put all the specs in
we're
the
just
name.
sort of adding 2110 into all these things. But it's also got a 12G SDI input. So let me show you that.
That was the nice thing about the Pixus, is that it's
there. If you can get a shot
small
of that.
name for once.
Now you can see it's a 1/3 rack width. It's actually got the same kind of front panel as the up-down cross converter. So it's got the LCD display with the menus, the speaker, the headphone connection. It's got all that. And there's also a menu for setting up the audio meter ballistics, because you can change those between VU and PPM. It also supports the HDMI instant lock. So when you're switching video to a different like reference timing, it'll continue to provide HDMI out and resynchronize it so that you don't get those big long dropouts on TVs. You know, like these TVs, when you switch the video input, they'll drop out to black and take a while before they come back again, because televisions were never really designed for broadcast monitoring. That fixes it. HDMI instant lock will keep the output going out to the TV and then take care of it so you get it coming back straight away as soon as you switch to a new source, even if the timing shifted. It's got to be the same video standard, of course. Now, the front panel also has the USB-C HD webcam output, and it also includes a 3D lookup table, so you can accurately calibrate a monitor,
Yeah, all
which
this
is really
stuff's
critical,
cool,
obviously, for
we're here
calibrating.
for
Let's
Resolve.
check out the connections on the back. So you can see there. So it's got the AC power input and a 12-volt DC backup power with a lock-in connector. It's got the 10G Ethernet for 2110 Ethernet IP video. It's got the 12G SDI input, and you can select the input in the menu, which input you want to use. And you can also route the 2110 IP sources in the LCD menu as well. Unlike the up-down cross converter, the front panel is basically a router panel. That's the great thing about the LCD. Now, it's got a 12G SDI loop output, so you can loop out to other gear. And you can actually, this is unique, you can loop out from 2110 IP sources or 12G SDI input sources. So depending on what input you're running is what will come on the loop out. So it's not just an SDI loop, it's a loop of whatever the active video source is, depending on which one's selected. There's the main HDMI output, which is 4K, and plus it's got the 2 XLR analog audio outputs, and these are the ones that are adjustable and level. They de-embed from channels 1 and 2, but you can select the audio channels in the menus that you want to de-embed, and you can also adjust the XLR audio levels so you can drive powered speakers. Now, you can use the knob on the front to adjust the audio level, and you can also select and mute the XLR outputs when you use the speaker. So there's actually some settings in there, and you can also mute the XLR outputs when you connect headphones. So it's got a bunch of really nice options. And there's also an audio delay for adjusting the audio to get perfect AV sync with projectors and televisions. But also, you might have noticed this remote connector on the back. Now, what that's for is it's for remote control of the audio output levels using a potentiometer. So you can create like a remote volume knob in your desk and then plug it into that socket. And it's really nice if the converter's not close to you, if it's off somewhere and you want a nice volume control there. So it's really cool. Now, again, I won't show it working because we don't really have the time, but it's a very powerful little converter. So the Blackmagic 2110 IP SDI to HDMI 12G will be priced at $495, and I think it's the perfect monitoring solution for HDMI displays. It's a nice replacement for the Teranex Mini SDI to HDMI model, and it makes these new OLED TVs into fantastic grading monitors. Now, it should be available in sort of May or June, and it's a really nice monitoring solution. But what happens if you need surround sound monitoring? And that's very common in grading suites now, so we actually have a bigger one to handle that. It's got 10 channels of XLR audio monitoring out. Otherwise, it's exactly the same as the 2-channel model. Every other feature is exactly the same. So let me show you. I'll bring that one out. Here we are here. I'll move this out of the way. There it is there. So you can see that. So you can see it's a full rack width. That's to fit the extra audio connectors. But the front panel has basically the same features. It's just wider.
Are these the
let me check out the back.
SDI to HDMI converter improvements you wanted to see?
There it is there. So you can see you got the 10 audio connectors along the back.
Just all audio
so you can map those XLR outputs to the different embedded audio sources. And we've labeled them with surround sound channels, but they can really be anything. And when you adjust the level control with the knob on the front or the remote knob, they're all adjusted up and down at the same time. So you get like a full surround sound setup, and then the knob will adjust all the speakers at once. So it's pretty cool. Let me bring it around. Oops. Try not to destroy it. There it is there. Now, this model is called Blackmagic 2110 IP SDI to HDMI 12G-10. So the names are getting a little bit complicated, but there's so many features. Now, it'll be priced at $795. It'll also be available in June. So I think this is going to be a fantastic monitoring solution. It makes it so easy to get color-accurate monitoring for your editing and color grading. Or video walls and LED screens and projectors. You know, there's so many different display devices now. And you can adjust the AV delay for perfect AV sync, even when there's processing delay on the display. And of course, it's got the 3D lookup table for accurate color calibration. So, you know, it's great. Okay, so next I wanted to talk about capture cards. Now, last year we launched a couple of Decklink cards that had SMPTE 2110 IP video connections on them. They had 10G Ethernet for really low-cost connectivity, which means they can do a single channel of Ultra HD IP video. And they'd actually also do multiple channels of HD. but we wanted to do something a little bit more extreme, I guess, a little bit more high end. So we've designed
It's
a new
funny how
capture card.
he's
It's called
calling it out every
DeckLink
time. It's like, wow, that's a
IP100G.
mouthful.
Let me show you. I'll bring it out. Actually, I'll just create some space here to let me bring things out. Otherwise, I'll run out of bench and the curve of the earth will be a problem because it'll get too long. So let me bring this out. Here it is here.
That's funny.
Now it plugs into a PCI Express slot.
Look
It's a
at that.
PCI Gen 4 card with 8 lanes.
That looks
I'll just
nice.
put it there, which is extremely high performance. It's got built-in cooling. It works in HD and Ultra HD video standards, and it supports multiple video channels at the same time. So let me show you the side there. You can see there, it's got, you can see, I'll just put it there. You can see it's got 200G Ethernet connections on the back. And that gives you up to 8 Ultra HD video connections all at the same time. Plus you can capture and play back 8 channels all at the same time.
That's crazy.
And we actually think it can do more channels in HD. We haven't done that yet because we think the card should be able to handle 32 channels of HD. We designed it to do that, but we actually don't know if that'll work in practice. At the moment, we've been focused on 8 channels of capture and playback. So we need to do a few more tests to see how many more channels computers can handle. It's really up to the computers you're plugging into.
Yeah.
So that'll be really cool. But it is 8 channels of Ultra HD and HD initially. Now you can see we've got 200G Ethernet connections on the back, and that's for redundancy. So you could run 2 separate 100G Ethernet switches and have redundancy, which is really important at the high end. So you get 2 redundant SMPTE 2110 IP video connections, and a lot of high-end systems support that. Now it also supports the GPU Direct RDMA, and it also allows it allows the direct memory transfer between the DeckLink card and GPUs, and that reduces the PCI bandwidth when you're doing video processing on GPUs. So you get a lot of huge reductions in the latency. So it's really nice. I think it'll be a really exciting card. I'll just put it down there. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what software can do with this card. Just uses the standard DeckLink driver. With all this new AI processing, it's going to be it's kind of an exciting world right now. There's a whole new generation of CPUs and GPUs and everything going on. And so I think it's going to be exciting.
Have a case around it.
I think this card will make it really easy to process a lot of video channels at the same time. And I can't wait to see what developers do with it in particular. Now, the DeckLink IP 100G will be priced at $1,795. So it should be available in June after we've done some private beta testing with developers. I think it's going to be really exciting for developers and broadcasters.
It's funny.
Okay, so next I want to talk about the ATEM Constellation. So we've got a lot of people doing really big jobs with those. And so we needed actually a bigger switcher. And so we've got, now the ATEM 4ME Constellation 4K is already a very big switcher. It's got 40 12G SDI inputs, and it's got 24 12G SDI outputs. But for some people, that's still not enough. So we've got an even bigger model, and it's called the ATEM 4ME Constellation 4K Plus. Probably will help if I bring it out and show you because it'll explain a lot. I'll move the DeckLink IP over there. So here it is here. It's a big monster. So there you go there.
Oh, man.
So you can see it's got the same front panel features as the ATEM 4ME Constellation. It's got the same features as the ATEM 4ME Constellation 4K.
We don't know when Resolve is going to get announced. Probably towards the end of this broadcast.
It's got a few other extra features, but the main thing is this Constellation has twice as many inputs.
Looks like a gun safe, yeah.
Let me show you the back so you can see. It's a bit of a monster. There it is there.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that. So
that's crazy.
It's 4 rack units high. So now you can see the difference. It's quite easy to see. So it's got the 80 12G SDI inputs, and there's a full standards converter on every single one of those inputs. That's 80 standards converters built in. So every input can be completely different video standard. It's also got 48 independent switcher outputs, 12G SDI switcher outputs.
Man.
Now all the outputs have RP188 timecode embedded on them. They've all got the camera control, the tally, the talkback.
All things considered,
embedded all 48 outputs.
That's a pretty small unit.
It's a lot of outputs. And this is really good if you want to connect off to a bunch of ISO recorders. So you can have a dedicated output to each ISO recorder, and then you can route the source into those individual outputs. And those sources that you can route into each output, which is all completely customizable.
Oh, man.
So each output can be set between program video, the preview, any specific input.
Too much, need to go wireless.
Internal sources, clean feeds, which are
all the quality.
Downstream cares. And also now you can get 4 multi-viewers. The 4 multi-views built in can also be routed out the main video outputs before, as well. Like before, the multi-views were actually on dedicated outputs, which they still are, but you can also route them now through to any video output, which is really cool. And each of these outputs, like I was saying, was completely independent. Now, because we've got more inputs, it means we've actually also added, we need more MADI outputs. So we've doubled the number of MADI outputs to 4. And 4 MADI outputs lets us send all the switcher audio.
What is it?
Off to
video
external
switcher?
mixers,
I forgot what it's called.
Which is why we need more when we've got more inputs.
Let's connect all the cameras in for a live broadcast.
Yeah, the switcher gets all the sources, so that's kind of important. So it gets all the audio because it's getting all the sources. Now the video inputs are then mapped essentially to 256 individual MADI output channels across all those, and you can pass it all off to someone for
Budget
mixing.
gear for new Twitch
We've
streamers.
also added we've got two MADI inputs now for an additional 128 channels of extra audio input. And they all those inputs
This will
go
be
into
like
the audio
for the
mixer, so
Mr.
they're like
Beast events
additional
when he needs to
audio
run
inputs into the audio
1,000
mixer.
cameras.
And
He'll
each
have
one
10
of those
these
channels
things.
has all the audio processing. So each one of those MADI channels has 6-band parametric EQ, a compressor, a limiter, an expander, and more. Now we've also, one other thing you'll notice on the back there, if you can get a shot down the side, we've added additional Ethernet connections. So we've got 2 Ethernet connections now for redundancy. Now Ethernet's where you connect the control panels and the ATEM software. But now we have, apart from that, we have all the other ATEM Mini Constellation
Mr. Beast had some nice
connections on
behind
there.
the
So we've
scenes
got the
stuff on
4
their Beast
12
games, and
GSDI
you can see the
dedicated
Blackmagic
Ultra
equipment in the
HD multi-view
background.
outputs.
They're using that for
Each
all the
multi-view
video
can have up to
switchers.
16 views. And of course, you can have custom colors, labels, borders, meters. There's also an RJ45
Guessing
style
13
talkback
grand for the
connector.
price.
And it has
Yeah,
the
I'm not familiar
RS422
with
serial control input,
what other
which
ones
is also
cost.
good for switcher automation or PTZ
It
control.
could be that much.
It's got a BNC reference input. And also the USB port supports like a HD webcam out. So it does that on the back as well. So you could connect that to a computer and stream directly from here. It's got 2 AC power inputs for redundancy. And it's got 2 internal redundant power sources. So each power input goes to 2 completely separate.
I want to see what the
supplies.
inside of that looks like.
So I'll show you. We'll go back to the
Is there
front.
any like empty space in there? It seems really impressive to manage all of those
as far as
video
features
inputs.
go, it's got the 4 internal media players. It's got the 4 ATEM advanced upstream chroma keys per row. So it's got 4 rows, which is 16 ATEM advanced chroma keys in total. It's got 4 DVEs, plus it's got 2 super source processors, which each have 4 DVEs each.
Yeah, maybe 15 to 20K.
So what you've got is you've got 12 built-in DVEs in here.
Ant-Man would have a
Now it
terrible
works
time
in
walking around in
720p,
there.
1080i, 1080p, and 2160p Ultra HD television standards. So it's a bit of a monster. It can do everything. Now, I don't have a lot of time to demo it here, but I do have one on the rack down the end here. And I wanted to show you quickly the inputs. So if I quickly show you the ATEM software control on the computer down here, you can see all the inputs. So let's go down here. So you can see I've got the preferences
There's
here.
DaVinci
I
Resolve.
can go along here to sources, and I can see all my inputs, and I can tab across, and you can see how many inputs I have, which is a lot. And then I can go to the outputs, and you can see I've got all the outputs. And this is where you can do custom names. Obviously, that's what you normally do. But it gives you a good idea of how many outputs I've got. Plus, I've got all the internal sources and things as well. But there you go. I've got 48 outputs and the 80 inputs. So it's pretty cool. So the ATEM Mini Constellation 4K Plus will be priced at $12,995. So I think it'll be popular for really large jobs like concerts where you've got a lot of ISO recorders.
Yeah,
You know, I
Grant
remember
knows
when I
that.
switched
That
to
was a
10
big
inputs
question
and
we're
they're a lot
asking.
bigger now, so it's pretty cool. So this is in testing now, and it should be ready in June, so that'll be cool.
Yeah, saying 20
So
just build
next, we've
built
been
up the
working on another
suspense like
software
crazy.
update for ATEM switches. Now this one is essentially adding some advanced features to the ATEM 4ME models and the 2ME models. Now we'll be adding support for shadow buses. This is where 2MEs can be linked together, so one follows the other. And so you can get basically separate feeds. So one bus, well, the main bus is the primary one. It's the one you do the switching on, and then a follower bus, which is a separate ME, will follow along it's controlled by the primary, but it's a separate bus. So you get 2 MEs doing the same thing. But where it gets really cool is you can do source substitution. So this is where some of the sources on the follower are actually overridden by alternatives. So it follows most of the time, but not always, because
Do
you
they
can
have
override
something
very
bigger than
specific
this in the
sources on
switcher
that follower
category?
bus and
They
map
tend
them
to
into
start
a
with
new,
the small
into a
one
new source.
and then work up.
So there's a new mapping window to settle this up. One other thing we've also done is we've added force tally as well. Currently, tally only works on ME1, but you can now enable it on the other MEs as well. So if you're using a source on those MEs, the camera operators will see it. So these new features will be added to the ATEM 4ME Constellation switches and the ATEM 2ME Constellation models as well. So let me show you how the shadow bus feature works. So we can go across here to the utility, and I bring up the preference window again. It's down here, and you can see there it is there. So I can do, you can see how really powerful this can be. I can basically just go across and add one, and there it is there. That's the shadow bus, and it'll follow. So you can
Did
see from
anyone
this
see my
window, it can
photo
have
of
up to 3 followers at the same time.
with the
So I
switch
could
node?
have, you know,
When I did the alt
ME2,
click to see all the
ME3,
inputs, it took up the full screen.
ME4, all
That's what this
following, and
reminds
they
me
would
of.
all follow. But there's something even more exciting, which you saw of a hint of it. Any output can also be a shadow bus. And this switch has 48 outputs with the ME,
Yeah, I
the
love how Graham's the one that
Constellation
does all
4ME
this.
Plus here.
And he knows
So any one of
everything
those can be a
about
shadow bus.
each
Now,
product.
it's a simple cuts only bus, but it works. So I'll show you. So I could take this one here. Instead of it being ME4, it could be any of these. Oh, there's so many. Look at that. So we could make output 10 a shadow bus. Now this output only does cuts because it's, you know, it's a simple output, but it'll follow the primary and do cuts only. And then what you can do is select any of the sources down here to be substitutes. So I could come along here, for example, and say, okay, I want that one to be a different source, and it could be this one. So there it is there. So you can map as many combinations as you like. Now, when the primary bus goes to camera 6, this bus will go to camera, 56. So you can do it whatever you like. Now, you could use that for streaming in multiple languages. You know, one ME could be in one language, like the character generator could be coming in one input in one language, and another ME could have a different character generator, a different language coming in. So they will follow each other perfectly. But when you switch to the titles, each ME would have the different character generator source. And, you could, you can do multiple languages that way with different title generators. Or you could use them for like streaming concerts.
Like
One ME could be
multiple
doing like the lead
languages,
screen
maybe
in the
they're
venue,
gonna
which is always
have some more
close-ups.
support for that
The other ME
Resolve
could be
as well.
doing the streaming output to the public. Because you want the lead screen in the venue to be close-ups. Whenever you switch a wide shot on the stream, you could replace it with a close-up version of one of the cameras for the lead screen. It essentially allows one person to do 2 different shows at the same time. You know, it's kind of cool. They can be doing the lead screen internal venue work as well as a live stream. Now, the tele override feature is also really helpful. Now, let me show you that. It's up in here. There it is there, and you can see the settings. So then I talked about the downstream key override before. Let me show you that setting. There it is there on the bottom. So that's where you'd set the override when the downstream key is completely covered over. All the upstream tallies can be turned off. So it's really cool. So I think this will be a nice update for high-end productions because it's a high-end feature. Advanced live production really needs these features. It's going to be ATEM 10.0, and this update will be free to download when it's released, and it'll work on the ATEM 4ME Constellation and the switches and the 2ME Constellation switches, both the HD and the 4K models and the 4K Plus, obviously, which we're showing it on. Okay, so coming back down here, next up, I wanted to talk about HyperDeck recorders. We have a new HyperDeck Shuttle model today. It's called HyperDeck Shuttle 4K Pro. Let me show you. Actually, I probably need to make some space here. Let me move some things around. I'll get this out of the way.
Look at that thing. That looks cool.
Pile up some of the gear. There it is there. Now, we already have a model called HyperDeck Shuttle HD.
I better clear
and
some
that's a
space
desktop
counter.
design with a really nice search style.
Probably like
jog,
5
shuttle, and
times
scroll.
now.
But this is a way more
This looks
powerful
nice,
model.
though.
It has the large built-in 7-inch screen. Over there, if you can get a close-up of that. Now, the LCD supports HDR color space. It's Ultra HD, includes the speaker in the front, and there's also a speaker button. It has the nice large search dial and the transport control buttons here. Now, it records and plays ProRes, DNX, and H.264, but this one now adds H.265 as well. And it has the teleprompter feature where it plays an RTF file as a character generator, like a prompter. So you can do teleprompter, which is really nice, actually.
I'm going to replace my
It also has the
stream
H.264 proxy
deck
recording
with that thing.
feature. So it'll record a proxy while you're recording Ultra HD files. And now it'll record to an internal SD card or a UHS-2 card or a USB disk, but it can also record to network storage because it's got 10G Ethernet on it. But
I'm
also
this is
underneath,
sub
I
1,000.
can show you there, it also has support for an internal M.2 storage card. So you can put that in the bottom and then you can have internal storage. So it's like having network storage built in. It also has a lot more connections. All these features means it can be used for so many different tasks. It's a lot more. It's probably the most powerful HyperDeck. You can use it as a media player for playing clips into live production switches. It can be used as a master recorder or a field recorder. It's very powerful. So let's check out the connections on the back.
The ATEM.
So show the back there so we can get a shot of that. So you can see it's got quite a lot of connections. So I'll start on from one side. It's got a 6.5mm headphone socket, so you can plug in a set of headphones. There's also the speaker on the top panel, of course, for audio monitoring. It's got the 12G SDI input, plus there's a 12G SDI loop out. Now it's 12G SDI, which means it works in
Yeah, you didn't give a
SD,
price.
HD, and Ultra HD video standards, like all of them. Even SD, because people are capturing from archive still, so we still need to support SD on HyperDecks.
We'll have to check it on the website.
It's got the two 12G SDI outputs with fill and key.
DaVinci's coming.
Fill and key, so I can play clips with an alpha channel. The alpha channel gets converted into a key signal coming out in real time, so you can play clips into a keyer in a switcher. And it gives you playback with transparency if you've got alpha channel in the clips, which is really good for stingers. And we've also got HDMI support, which is great for our ATEM Mini switches. So it's got HDMI out, which is 4K actually, and it's got HDMI in, which is 4K as well. It's also got separate built-in monitoring
cable on there.
So it's got 3G SDI monitoring output there.
I think that's what
and it's got a HDMI monitor out. It's also got 422 deck control in, which is great for broadcast automation. There's also a USB-C connection for external disks. There's a BNC input for reference for connecting the broadcast systems. And there's also a reference output, which a lot of our HyperDeck studios have. And that's an output from the internal sync generator. So it outputs a reference even if there's no reference input connected. It's got 10G Ethernet. Fast Ethernet is really important on this model because it's got network storage built
Maybe
in.
It's more than 1,000.
But it can also record to external network storage. So in many ways, this is probably like a network-based HyperDeck in a lot of ways. But it does have the one SD card slot there, which works with the fast EHS2 cards. And that gives you compatibility with the HyperDeck Shuttle HD model and also the HyperDeck Studio models because they have SD cards. Now it's got a 12-volt power connection. Yeah, it's got a lot of connections.
Yeah, I'm thinking the 1,200-1,300 prices closer.
So let me show you how it works. It's quite simple. And actually, to save time, I've got one that I've already wired up and connected so I don't have to spend a whole lot of time plugging things in. So let me move this aside. I'll bring out the one that's got connections on it. Here we are here. So you can see that there. So the other thing I'll do is we'll add a monitor. So we've got a monitor here. I'll move it off to the side a little bit so I can control the HyperDeck. So now it's powered. You can see the LCD. It runs Blackmagic OS, so it powers on really fast. And I've also got the video output connected to the switcher in the rack over there. That's what the fill and key output there.
There's no ice in Australia.
Now, if you look at the front, you can see the really large LCD, 7-inch LCD. The user interface is actually quite similar to HyperDeck Extreme, and also it has 3D LUTs, so you can load those. It's a HDR quality screen, and it shows playback and record of the video. There's also overlays on top of the screen, so it shows things like the codec, video standard timecode, record media status, all those things. And you can swipe on and off the overlays. So you just swipe down so you can get that shot there. And you can swipe them back on to bring them back so you can get a clean feed. You can also enter clip metadata, and that's done using a digital slate. And you swipe sideways to show that. So if I swipe sideways, you can see it brings up the digital slate.
It's basically
metadata here.
just like
it's really
your
good
camera
if you're
screen
recording
on like
from
one of the
cameras to
pocket
use
cameras
that.
or something.
Now the LCD also has built-in scopes.
All
So
the
close that.
same controls there.
You can access them from the scopes icon here, which is just here. And you can see the
That's
scopes
new.
menu on the bottom of the screen. So I can select any scope I want. So I can go through, there's a waveform monitor, and there's a parade display. I got a vector and a histogram. I can also add a small picture-in-picture, which I can do here. So I can still see the video feed.
Yeah, they're
let's go back
Blackmagic's
to
UIs put all the other camera
Video,
brands to shame.
And then we'll close the
It's the thing I hate
menu.
most about my
So
FX3.
now let's play with the controls.
menu.
So you have some really nice transport control buttons here, plus the search dial. So let's jog around. So if I go to jog, there's jog, and I can jog up and down. It's nice.
We got all the DaVinci effects here.
Now you can also scroll on the LCD.
Circle
So
transition
there's a
and the
timeline where you
replay
can see all your
effect.
clips, and you can scroll with your finger. So I can do that there. Scrolling up and down all the clips. So it's pretty nice. It makes it really easy to find the clip you want. You can even jog on the LCD.
Don't
If
get
you
you
go up
started
higher,
on Sony's UI.
You
Yeah.
can accurately jog, which is really nice when you've got a
that's
lot of
cool.
clips. And
I wonder
then
if
the scroll will be much more
Blackmagic
severe
cameras
because
can
you've
do
got
that.
just more content. So the jog is actually a really nice way of finding a playback point.
I hope they
But
can.
also
That's
you can
nice.
use the transport controls, obviously, to
If
play.
anyone knows, let me know.
So let's play. So you can see we've got some stuff playing there. Now you can see it on the monitoring output, and you can see there's a graphic overlays of all the status and things like that. But let me show you how to use it as a media player. Now to play a specific clip, you can use the clip button. So first you find the clip. So let's do that. So we'll jog and we'll go to one of these stingers here. So that looks pretty good. And then what you do is you press the clip button, which is the one here, and now it'll just play the one clip. But first I need to go to the start of the clip. So I use the previous clip button to do that. And now I'm at the start of the clip and I'm ready. But this clip has an alpha channel. So let's use the ATEM downstream key over here to layer it over the live video. And I can do that on the Mac over here on the control panel.
That's pretty cool.
So I've got the downstream key already set up here. So I can just have to go on here. And now it'll be overlaid. So if we can cut to the multi-view on the switcher, now the downstream key 1's on. Now when we play the clip, it'll layer over the live video in the downstream keyer. And the alpha channel in the clip will be output as a key signal, and then the ATEM key will use that key channel to blend the clips. Let's do that, and you'll see it happen. There it is. Cool. Now the animation's playing. It'll also stop at the end of the clip. And I can play it again. You can play it as many times as you like. It does the same clip again and again while the clip button's on. But even with the clip on, you can still scroll to other clips. So I can still like jog to a different one there, and I can then you can play the new clip just by jogging to it. So I can go to the previous clip again, then I can play that one. Now I've got a different animation. It's a bit slower, that one. So that's really cool. Now, when we played the clips, it was using the internal storage. There's a 2 terabyte memory card installed in this HyperDeck Shuttle. So it's a HyperDeck, but it's also network storage. And this is really great for portable use because all the media is internal. And other users can access it over the network. So let me show you that.
It's going to cost
So I'll do a
lot.
recording first. Go to the input, and then we'll do a record. Actually, I'll turn off the keyer first, because we don't want to do that. And now we'll do a short recording. So you can see now it's all lit up and recording. You can see the time remaining. You can see it on the monitoring output. It's really cool. In fact, one thing you can do is you can actually even still use the scopes when you're recording. There's your picture-in-picture, which is pretty nice.
I wonder what the use of
anyway,
scopes
let's
is
close
on
that.
this tool.
And we'll go.
It doesn't seem super
Stop
important.
recording. There it is there. And now we can mount the HyperDeck storage over on the computer.
But I don't
over here.
need
Now
this
it's 10G
type of work,
Ethernet,
so I could be missing
so it's really
something.
fast. Let me go over here and do that. So I can go here, open it up. There it is there. And there's my stingers, but there's the clip I recorded. There it is there. You know, it's 10G Ethernet, so the network speed's really fast. So it's great. Now everyone on the network can access these recordings. And of course, you can also record to external network storage disks as well if you've got one available. So it is network storage, but it can also record to network storage.
Yeah, for grading
Now
stuff.
it syncs to Blackmagic Cloud, so I can log into Blackmagic Cloud and sync the media directly off the unit up into Blackmagic Cloud, which is great if an editor is working from another location, because then Blackmagic Cloud will distribute the media to all the other editors. So it's pretty cool. So this is an extremely powerful HyperDeck model. It's really ergonomic as a media player for live production. All the controls at your fingertips. The LCD makes it really powerful. I think it's actually the most powerful HyperDeck we have. Now, the HyperDeck Shuttle 4K Pro will be priced at $1,495.
15. Someone called
And
it.
we also have a model that comes with a 2 terabyte storage built in. It's easy to add the storage, but we thought it'd be just nice to have a model that's got it pre-installed. And that model is called HyperDeck Shuttle 4K Pro 2TB, which stands for 2 terabytes. And this model will be priced at $1,895. It's about to start production, so it'll be available soon. And I think it'll be really great for live production. It's an incredibly powerful media player, and it integrates so well with the ATEM switches. You know, imagine setting one up next to your switcher with its own dedicated monitoring. You know, finding clips and playing them is really easy, so it's going to be really nice. Okay, next I wanted to talk about control panels. Last year we released a low-cost ATEM control panel, and it was called ATEM Micro Panel, and it connects to the ATEM software control. So you get a really low-cost hardware control panel, and it's got the same nice buttons that are larger, really big advanced panels, but it connects using Bluetooth or USB to the software, and it even has a battery in it. And that's been working really well, and people love it
for 2 terabytes
because you get
storage.
physical hardware controls. But now we're going to do the same thing with camera controls. So let me show you. I'll
300 bucks
I'll come over here. Actually, I'll
nice 2 terabyte drive.
I'm going to do a camera device. I'll just set the switcher to
bit of a markup, but it's not awful.
a local camera. Now let's come down here, and I'll bring it out because I've got a controller
Camera guy's
camera.
trying to keep
so I
up
should
with
switch the switcher to a camera.
With Grant here.
Okay, so you can see it's the same controller as the large panel we have. It's a really beautiful design. Let me turn it on, actually.
It is beautiful.
There it is there.
That looks nice.
It's got a battery in it. Now, it uses the same mechanical parts. but it's obviously just a single channel, but it's got the
I
same
think we're getting close to
quality.
DaVinci here. Got some
And it
cameras
looks,
and
I
then
love
that.
these white LEDs, and it feels very smooth. You know, it's really nice. So if we can cut to the camera, this knob here adjusts the iris. So you can see I can adjust. I've just got a micro studio camera up above the set over there with just a photography lens on it. And then turning the knob adjusts the pedestal. And then pushing the knob actually can adjust, it can set an aux output to let you follow which camera you're controlling. So it lets you color grade multiple cameras really fast. There's controls for RGB balance. So it's really nice. Let me show you a color change. So you can see it there. And then the blacks. I can probably do a bit more radical color change, really. There you go there. So there's color correctors in the cameras. So it's really beautiful. Let's make our camera look nice. Put a little bit of contrast in it. Looks cool. So you can set gain and shutter angle and ND filters and everything in here. It's really cool. Now the buttons on the side switch between the cameras, but they do so much more than that. They also show the camera that's currently on air, plus the camera that's on preview. Now the LED display just here shows you the active camera. That's the one you're actually controlling. And the buttons do that. But the buttons light up red when they're on air, and they also light up green when they're on the preview row. So let me show you that. So you can see if I switch, I'm on camera 1, so that's why it's eliminated. So as I switch down between the cameras, you see there, you can see which camera we're controlling. So we can get a close up of that. In fact, when you go to the camera that's on here, the number comes up red. So it's very cool. Now, if I cut on the switcher, you can actually see that move around. So I'll just pop down and I'll cut it down. And if you can get a close up of this,
I think of so many of those small details.
So I get down here and
it's
then
really nice.
Switch between the cameras. You can see that changing. So sorry, I'm running up and down. So that's very helpful because it stops you from adjusting the camera that's on air, because the buttons will show you what's on air before you try and adjust the camera.
Yeah, that's nice.
So I think the combination of the LEDs and the buttons are really good. Now these buttons are really high quality. Again, they're the same buttons off the advanced panels we use. And you can even take the keycaps off and custom label them as well. Now let me just show you the back, because it does have a few connections. Now it's got the USB-C connection to connect computers. That also charges it.
It's funny, you turn around one of their products, it either has a USB port, port,
and it just
or
connects
like
to
90
the ATEM software
SDI
control.
connections.
So it's just like the other ATEM micro panel. It's got an internal battery, which it's using now. And it, like I was saying, it charges through the USB. And there's a power switch on the back that actually disconnects the battery. Make sure you don't run the battery down when you're not using it, because you might have it sitting there for a couple of weeks. You don't want the battery running down. Although you do need to turn, obviously, the battery back on again to charge it, because it literally does disconnect the battery. So it's a very simple control panel to use, and a really, really elegant design. It's got really nice controls and very smooth. It's basically just like the high-end CCU controllers. So it's got very familiar controls for like a broadcast user. They'll find it very familiar to use. I think it's a really nice controller, and it's perfect for ATEM Mini, which is just awesome, for that. It gives ATEM Mini customers something this beautiful to use. And it's portable. It's incredibly portable, so you can put one in. And you could even stack multiple side by side if you wanted to create a multi-channel controller. Plus, it's got a lip around the outside edge, so you could actually cut a hole in the desk and insert it in a desk. So it's really cool. So the new ATEM micro camera panel will be priced at $595. It's just about to start production, so it should be available in a few weeks. I think people really enjoy using it. It unlocks the power of the color correctors built into our cameras. Even the Blackmagic Pocket Cinema Camera 4K has a color corrector built into it, and it costs less than $1,000, so I think it's really nice. Now, the ATEM micro camera panel plus a camera is really an incredible combination, because you get the full CCU and live production experience.
For
It's
a
really
new
great.
ATEM Mini line?
Okay, so we have some new software for our HyperDecks.
This will
be an
4K
update
to
for
that
HyperDeck Extreme and the Blackmagic Video Assist. And it'll support syncing the Blackmagic Cloud. So this means that HyperDecks and Video Assist can sync the remote DaVinci systems, which will be really
Tyler's
nice.
on now.
And that update should also be available in a few
Don't make
weeks,
him
so keep
mad.
an eye out for that. I thought I'd just mention that when we're talking about the HyperDecks. Okay, now let's talk about ATEM Mini. A lot of people have been building some really high-end studios with our ATEM Mini Extreme, and that's great. But the current ATEM Mini Extreme is really an ATEM Mini Pro with more inputs. So we felt like we could do a higher-end model. We've done that. It's called ATEM Mini Extreme ISO G2. It's basically the second generation. Still a HDMI switcher, but it's a lot more powerful. So let me bring one out and show it to you. Here it is here. Actually, I'll move this over here.
Oh, it's got the new buttons. That looks nice.
So it's a wider design. It's got a much better layout. The audio mixer controls are the same as the ATEM TV Studio,
And it's
so
got
that's quite
the
different.
fader on there.
The input buttons are also much nicer. They're the same buttons we use on our ATEM advanced panels. Um, and most high-end people wanted better buttons. It was one of the biggest requests we had. The switcher has 8 HDMI inputs, but it's actually got 10 input buttons because you can now assign them. So it's great. And also the cut and the auto buttons also are the same type. They're really nice high-quality buttons. Now we have audio mixer controls with 10 knobs and solo and select buttons. We also now have a manual transition fader here. It's the same as a T-bar, but it's a low-profile fader type one instead, so it's more portable, so you don't have things sticking up. It's got the 6 macro buttons along the top here, labeled macro 1 to 6, so you can trigger macros right from the panel. There's also a new feature where there's like a preview button. Now this changes the input buttons to the preview button. So when you press it, the input buttons turn green, and then you can select the preview source, and then you can trigger that with the cut and the auto button. So you can do direct cut bus switching, but you can actually then sort of use a preview bus to do a transition. So it's really cool. You can do those transitions with the buttons, or you can do them manually.
We're having a
with the
good
fader.
event so far.
Now, down the middle, there's all the buttons for the audio mixer controls here. And there's also 4 upstream ATEM advanced chroma keys and 2 downstream keys, which we have here and here. See, this switch has more keys than we had before. And you also have the buttons for recording up here, and there's also buttons to start the live streaming. There's some activity lights here for discs. Plus, there's some video output buttons over here that allow us to switch the outputs. This switcher has 3 HDMI outputs, and these buttons give you control over output 1 and output 2. And then, of course, we have the
Now if it's
the black
4K,
button on the
it's
back
just
there.
game over.
So that's pretty cool. Now, just in general, this works in all the HD television standards. It has standards converters on all the HDMI inputs. It's got also 2 media players built in. The media player handles 20 stills and 200 frames of animation. It does ISO recording of all the HDMI inputs. Plus, it's got 2 independent DVEs, and it also has a super source, which is a multi-layer processor, like almost an independent multi-layer processor that's got its own 4 dedicated DVEs, which is really good for interviews. So in total, you actually get 6 DVEs in this, which is amazing. The multi-view supports up to 16 views, and you can customize it. So let's check out the back, and you'll see the connections, which is where a lot of the changes have happened in the back there. So a lot more connections. So starting from the end, we have a 6.5mm headphone socket for headphones. It was another really big request people had. We've got 2 XLR analog audio inputs that use the combo connectors. Another huge request that people wanted.
Or is that
so you can plug
SD?
XLR or jack cables into those. And also the analog inputs also have fan and power. Now we've also added a MADI input for an additional 32 channels of audio into the switcher, which is great for connecting to like ATEM microphone converters. All those MADI inputs have dedicated audio channels. So
That's all you wanted?
this means you can really break out tons of
looks
microphones, depending on what you're doing. If you're doing interviews and things like that, you can have a lot of, you can record bands, you can have a lot of sound
we do
coming
not
in.
know
really
exactly when,
you got the 8
but
HDMI
DaVinci
inputs on the back,
20
and
is
each
going to be
input has got a
announced
standards
at
converter.
some point, probably in the next half
and
hour.
also it supports camera control back through the HDMI back into the cameras, which is really good, because then you get tally and camera control through that, which means it works with the Pocket Cinema cameras or the Blackmagic Studio cameras.
Yeah, what's
and you
the
get tally
cost
and
of
talkback
the old
camera
one?
control. Sorry, not talkback, camera, tally and control. So you can also
Is this an
route
ISO
the
model?
sources of the outputs. There's 3 HDMI outputs, and you can route the sources for those. So they're
Yeah, the
not
old
just
one is 1300.
dedicated program outs. They're actually quite flexible.
15, but on sale.
You can put the
right
program
now.
output of one of them, or you can select any of the input feeds or the multi-view to go out of those outputs. So you can actually connect up to 3 monitors behind your switcher. Now, all the HDMI outputs support timecode and plus a record trigger. Then there's also a Thunderbolt connection built in. It's extremely powerful. The single Thunderbolt connection gives you playback of 2 channels of video into the switcher, which is fill and key. Plus, you can get live video back from the switcher to the computer. And that feeds like a 4th switcher output that can also be routed. So this switcher's like got 4 outputs because you can capture the video source on the computer from that destination, which is actually a 4th source. The Thunderbolt port also has network access to the memory card on the back or a USB disk. So that appears on your computer as a network connection as shared storage. And you can also edit the ISO files while the switch is recording. Also, actually, one other thing, it does the Thunderbolt actually trickle charges the computer as well. So if you've got a computer plugged in, it'll actually keep the computer charged.
That's awesome.
So what this means is you can use the computer
It
as a
does
media
just do
player,
everything.
or you can use DaVinci Resolve for replay. It's got everything you need. It's also got 2 USB connections, if you can get a close-up of those, which have got the webcam support, or they can record to external discs by plugging them in. That webcam video out is really nice. It means you can run the program out into a computer. You can also connect a computer into the USB and get ATEM software control running. If you don't want to do network stuff, you can just plug the USB in, it'll recognize that and work. It's got a CF Express card built in. So the storage is built in now. It's not like a disk hanging off. You can actually put it in the switcher and take it with you. It's really good when you need portable access. Now you notice we've got two Ethernet ports. One is a 10G Ethernet port for fast access into the memory card. So all your editors can actually access the media over the network while you're actually doing production, which is amazing because you're recording ISOs. So someone else could be doing edits while you're recording. It becomes the center of an entire production workflow. There's also a 1G Ethernet on there, and that's for like control panels and connecting to the internet, things like that. Now we've also got a 12-volt DC connector with a locking screw thread on it. So I thought it'd be good to show you some of the features that the switcher can do, particularly the basic features.
This one's not dual 10G.
Now to save time, I've actually got a switcher plugged in and connected already. So let's bring that out if I don't make a hash of it. So what I'll do is I'll move this across a little so I can get some space. We'll borrow this monitor. I'll move this over. Here it is here. Make sure I don't step on any of the cables. So there's the switcher there all plugged in. And I'll bring another monitor out. I'll leave a little bit of a gap between the monitors so I can reach in.
More space.
Operate the switcher. There it is there. And actually, that's the other thing I need to do.
Every year, they just need to add like 5 feet to this test.
Here. And plug it into the switcher. So I've got 2 outputs. There we go. So I've done that. So there's 3 HDMI outputs, but I'll just use the 2 because I've got 2 monitors. I mean, 3 would be too many.
Conveyor belt. That'd be awesome.
There's 3 buttons on the panel that let me change the display on each one. So, for example, I've got 2 monitors. They should be showing the program at the moment. But I could select like between multi-view, an audio display, or video. So it's really nice when you've got a single monitor because those buttons on the front there you can use for rapidly switching the display. So it's really good. So the video output button is interesting. There's a video output button
between the multi-view and the program view.
What that does, you can do quite a lot with this. You can use it to switch the sources to other sources. So basically, there's only space on the panel for 3 buttons. So we've made one of the buttons use the other buttons on the panel to then do other outputs. So if you hold that video output button down, you can select other sources. So if you pressed and held the video output button, then press one of the input buttons, you'll get the input routed directly out. It's the same thing as when you go to one of the menus in the software control and just select an input to go out of one of the outputs. If you press and hold the video output button and push the preview button, then you get a preview video going out that output. And if you press and hold the video output button and push the cut or the auto buttons, you'll get program video out. So let me show you how that works. So what I'll do is I'll change the video output to the different outputs. So that's one there. So I can go switch different sources coming out, which is pretty cool. That's now setting one of the inputs to come out. Or I can do the video out to program by pushing that. Now that's the program view, which is pretty cool. Now let's set this other monitor here to the multi-view because then we can see what's going on. And there's a direct button for that, so I can just pretty much push the multi-view there, and there's my multi-view. And so you can also, of course, change those outputs in the software control because there's that output menu that lets you do that. So let me show you how this whole control panel works. So you can cut between sources directly. It's all pretty simple. So you can see here, especially if you look at the multi-view output, I've got the program view coming out as well. You can see I can just cut between sources. So it's all very easy to use. But if you press the preview button, you get the preview bus. So let me show you that. See? Now I can press the preview source, and now I've got a preview source. And you can see it changed green. So we've selected a preview source now. Now we can do cut and auto between those 2 sources. Or you can do it manually. And that's really the big reason why we needed the preview bus, because we've now got a manual fader control. So you can see it there. It's really nice. You've got great control. Now, if you look at the top view, actually, I've just realized I haven't got it lined up properly. Let me just move. I've got an overhead view here that
I wonder if that can be set so it just like locks the preview mode on. So you can press like 3, you fade it, then you press 4, then you fade it, do something like that instead of having to do preview and select that every time.
Top view, this is where the You can start and stop streaming here, and it can also start recording here as well. Now I've got ISO recording turned on, so it'll record all the input video to separate files off every input. So let's start recording. There you go there. Now that's recording to the internal memory card. Okay, so now let's check out the audio mixer. Now first I have another video output source. It's actually a Fairlight audio status, which I didn't show you before, but it's the third button over here. So let's set video output 1 to the audio source. There it is there. So it's really nice. It's a Fairlight audio status display. It's really nice to have. It actually provides so much power. So if you look at that, if you can cut to that status display, what you're seeing along the top there is all the audio inputs that are coming into the switches. You can see all the video inputs there. You can see all the MADI input channels. We've got a MADI connected with just simulating audio coming in.
That's pretty
Got
cool.
loudness and monitoring audio on the right-hand side. Now, across what you've got is all these different audio channels. And then along the very bottom, you've got
They
the
teach
same
live
menus that are on
broadcasting in some
TV
schools.
Studio.
I don't know
The bottom
live
menus are actually really
broadcasting.
important. They're the same
But
menus
yeah,
as
certain
ATEM TV
schools will teach
Studio.
it.
And they
There's
use
a lot
all
of
the
online
buttons
stuff that you can watch nowadays.
across here and the knobs to control them. So what
But
that
yeah,
means
I
is
don't
if
know
we
how to do it.
select levels, which we're actually already in, I can now adjust a level control. And you can see I'm winding down the level on input 1 there. I can adjust
Yeah,
it up and down.
both.
So that's really cool. But if I
That's
want
the
to do
best way to answer
processing
that
such as
question.
EQ, then it uses all the knobs together. So, but I have to select which audio channel, which video input is going to be using all the knobs. To do that, I can use the select buttons along the bottom there. So I can select, like say camera 2, for example. You can see now it's highlighted camera 2. So now when I press EQ over here, the knobs will all work together on that channel. So if I press EQ, you can see now, and you can see the status display, the EQ controls will come up along the bottom. The status display has changed quite
It's
radically because now it's
crazy
inside
dense
the channel. So
user
now I can
interface
adjust
here.
the EQ controls, and all these knobs are the same as the parameters along the bottom of the status screen. So if I start adjusting things, you can see I'm adjusting a position, and I can now adjust the gain of this channel. And this is channel,
We
2,
called it
because it's not
Fairlight,
selected.
and this whole
Move
UI
things
looks a little
around.
bit
It's really
different
cool.
than Fairlight.
So you can see the channel.
So I
So
wonder
this is
if we're
actually,
going
I
to get
probably
some
should
changes in
pause
Resolve
for a moment and
20,
explain exactly what's going on here.
or if it's
Now
just
I'm in the
a
channel. What you're seeing
difference
is
between the
a visual
ATEM and the
representation of the entire
Resolve
processing
version.
pipeline for that channel. And I'm
That
adjusting the
EQ
EQ
is
part
quite
of
a bit
that.
different.
And in the bottom section, I've got all the controls, all the parameters laid out as all just individual controls. So you can see what the status of everything is. And then along the bottom, I've got the EQ
And I think
controls.
the font's
So it's
different.
pretty cool. And
I
you can
don't
see
know.
the status screen. Now, pushing the select button is a great way to change between channels. And I can keep doing that. If you see, I can move across, and you can see that the selection is changing there. But what we can also do is we can use the preview bus, because the selection will follow the preview bus. So if I go into the preview bus here, and then I can select the channels, you can see it switching the selection, particularly if I move between 1 and 2,
There
because
is
the
2.
2 is where I
Yeah.
adjusted the EQ, and you can see that happening there. And as you select the preview sources, it'll just follow along, which is pretty much what you're doing. You're generally selecting the preview channel input before you then run it on air. So you can select preview and do your audio adjustments, and it's keeping up with you. So I have other controls in here. You can see I've got the EQs on. I've got expander, compressor. These controls are currently turned off. Limiter, gate. But I've also got camera control. So I can bring that up as well, and I can do a whole bunch of camera control on the knobs here. So there's a lot of stuff in here. It's really cool. Now I want to talk about another new feature. It's the Thunderbolt connection. Now we have a Thunderbolt cable from this switcher over here to this iMac over there. Now the single Thunderbolt connection has both the video and the networking. It's got video in and out, but the video output has fill and key. So it's actually kind of like a 2-channel output. And you can use DaVinci Resolve as a media player. So let's play a media file with an alpha channel, and you can see how it works. But first we'll have to set up a downstream keyer. So we'll go to DSK1, which is downstream keyer 1, and we'll select the Thunderbolt input, and you can actually see how this works. So if you come over, you can see in the user interface here, I've got the downstream keyer, and I can just select the Thunderbolt fill and the Thunderbolt key. Whoops, wrong one. There it is. Then I can turn on the keyer. So I already have a DaVinci Resolve project here with some stingers in it. So let's play
Ooh,
one.
he's going to open it.
So we'll open it up, and we'll
DaVinci
some
20.
stinger files, and we can play them.
Not a crazy UI redesign.
There it is there. Now they have an alpha channel
I
in
didn't
them, and
see
the alpha
anything
channel
new.
becomes a key input into the switcher. And this
What?
Thunderbolt
It was 20.
connection is
It also
two
didn't say
sources, fill
beta.
and key. So that's how it works. Now we don't actually want the key to come through when
That
you're
could just
editing.
be a presentation
So we can
thing.
actually
I
mute
feel
the
like
video
they've
output
done
when
that
it's
in the
not playing
past.
to air. DaVinci will blank the video output
That their
inside the switcher
presentation doesn't say
when it's not
public
playing
beta.
to air, which is really great when you're doing replays, because DaVinci knows when it's playing to air, because there's a run button on the user interface, and it'll actually run it, which means it'll unmute. So there's buttons on the panel for that, which I'll just point out here, over here. These are the replay controls. There's dump, run, and queue, run, and dump. So let's open the replay panel, and we'll turn on the mute feature. Oh, there it is. It was already open. So we can go into here, and that'll shut the video off when we're not playing to air.
Yeah, VFX study. He might have had
and
the
also,
data. I think he has in the
we'll
past.
turn on the auto stinger as well, because we'll do a replay. So
They have not
let's
done
turn on the
anything
auto
for
stinger
Resolve
feature.
yet. We're just seeing it talking about the
Now I've got these
replay
stingers here,
editor,
and they'll load in.
or the
It'll use these stingers when we
ATEM
run.
Extreme.
So now
The
we're ready
keyframe panel.
basically
Oh,
to
did I
do a
miss
replay.
that? Do we have a
And that's
keyframe
the other
panel?
big thing that you can really use this for is replay.
This is the
So
cut page.
let me show you how the media works first, because what we've got to do is get the media from the switcher.
He's gonna
We're
hop
actually
back
still
into
recording, so we'll get the
Resolve
media
here.
across. So ATEM Mini has a CF Express card that actually works as network storage.
I don't think it'll be
and
available
we get access to
until
that
the
through
end.
the Thunderbolt
I've
connection.
been keeping an eye
The
on it.
computer thinks the Thunderbolt connection is actually an Ethernet adapter. You know, one of those Ethernet adapters you plug in. So the computer's connected
Spit
to the
on the
network
cut
via
page.
the
Yeah,
switcher.
I never use it.
And you can use the you can access the CF Express media on the desktop, but that's how we then bring it in DaVinci. So let me show you how that works.
Where's keyframes?
I'll
Oh, yeah,
minimize
look at that.
DaVinci,
Interesting.
and I'll bring up the Finder. There it is there. And there's our demo media. There it is there. So that's what it's recording, the project and the
That's
ISO
awesome.
files. You can see them all there.
Yeah.
And I can actually
everything
open
that you need.
one of those. There it is there.
This whole like live
And that
replay
media
stuff
file is being
from
recorded
files is awesome.
There's the program. So it's pretty cool. So now we've got that mounted. What we'll do is we can do a replay. So let me show
They'll
you how
have
we
the
do a
beta
replay.
out today.
So first I got to load the media into the project.
launch
So let me do
DaVinci.
that.
That'd be upsetting if they
So I can
don't.
just go along here. And we'll find our media. Oops, wrong device. That was a HyperDeck. There they are there. Now we've got our media files. Now I can press the source tape and scroll through the media. The source tape acts like an automatic timeline, like DaVinci basically creates it. It strings all your media together end to end. So you can visually browse and just scroll up and down. And it even flattens the bin. Let me show you. So if I go into the source tape, now you can see all my cameras end to end. And I can just scroll up and down that and play.
Yeah,
we don't really want to see our sources end to end, because what's the use of that? We really want to see them in a multi-view, all synced up in time.
And stuff, I just like
it's essentially in parallel. So to do that, we actually have a setting for the source tape, which is called multi-source, and it lines up all the matching time codes, all the shots by time code in a multi-view. So if I turn that on, here we are. Now we've got all our shots. You can see it's now a single direction, but we've got all our shots in the one multi-view. So you can see all our cameras. So it's really cool. So it's recording 8 video input streams,
have the keyframes
while it's now playing back 8 video output streams. And so you can see if I go to the end of the viewer, you can see those streams coming in. You can see the playback point moving back as the additional media is coming in. And you can also see it clocking up over here. So it's pretty cool. Now, we've already turned on the auto stinger, so our replays will play the stinger. So now we can do a replay. Now, a great way to do that, so you can see it, is to connect the output. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the status display to the program out so you can actually see what it is, as we'll link that out. So let's change output 1 to program. There it is there. And now when we switch the viewer on the input view,
all this stuff is really cool, but we're just too distracted by DaVinci.
So if I go back over here,
at least
I can select the input view, which is here.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
There it is. So what I'm doing is I'm watching a multi-view from the ATEM. Now, the ATEM Mini has 4 video outputs, like I think I was saying before, and 3 of those outputs are obviously dedicated outputs.
Oh, yeah.
But the 4th output is a Thunderbolt video input to here. So you can route the source into that. So I just routed the multi-view from inside the switcher to that 4th output, which is what's coming through here. And that's why I can see that in the viewer here. So then the viewer now is basically watching a live input. And I can switch to the input using this button over here. There it is there. Now there's also a button on the replay panel. So I'll bring a replay panel out now, which is here it is there. So this obviously makes everything so much easier to use the replay panel. So I'll use the replay panel. It's got an input button on it, so I can just select that. So now what we do is we watch for something interesting to happen. And when something interesting happens, we set a POI or a point of interest. Now, there's a button for that as well
For
on the
the
panel.
micro color panel,
And a POI tells
they
DaVinci
add
where
the
to
ability to use
restart
the
shots when
user
we play
loop
different camera
or the
angles.
user
Because
buttons,
once you're
like the
playing one camera angle, you need to
customizable one.
re-cue back before the next camera angle.
They don't
It'll
have that
do it
ability
before
yet,
the
so
POI.
maybe
Now, the
they'll
POI
add that.
time basically comes in from the timecode input from the live input view. So when we set a
Yeah, for
POI,
replay stuff,
a few
cut is good.
things happen really quickly. It'll set the POI using the video input timecode, but it'll also switch the viewer back to playback, and it'll cue the viewer to the POI. It's all automatic. And this all happens when we press one button. So let's do it. Now, there is a set POI button on the keyboard, but there's also one on the UI, which is down here. There it is there. But we can use the space bar as a shortcut, and it's much faster because it's easy to get to. So all we have to do is press the space bar. Okay, there it is. So that's great. So a whole bunch of things here. If you saw the viewer, you can see a whole bunch of stuff happen. We switched from the input back to the playback, and we've also marked there's a POI has been set, captured from the timecode coming from the input, and we've also queued the playback to that point. I think we have a little indicator there, show us how far away from the POI we are. So now all I have to do is scroll back a little to get a little bit of space before, so we can see the lead up until the event that happened. And then we're pretty ready to go. We'll select a camera. I think camera 2 looks pretty good. That looks nice. And so we're pretty much ready to go. Now, all we need to do is press run to start, and then DaVinci knows that it's in a replay. Now, we have a run button up at the top in the UI here, but there's also a run button on the replay keyboard, and there's a run button over on the front panel of the ATEM Mini Extreme. So that's pretty cool. So anyway, let's do it. So we'll push run. Now, if you see the program out, you can see we've run our stinger. Now we're doing our replay, and we can even slow down once we get towards the action. We can
it's all
slow it
really
down
cool, but
on the
we want
keyboard. There
DaVinci.
it is there. So it's pretty cool. That white flash in the multi-view is actually the POI. We can run it back up again. That looks pretty good. Now we're past the POI, so let's pre-roll by pushing camera 1, and now we're pre-rolling to camera 1, and we can see a different view. And now we can go to camera 3, which is a gold camera. So that'll also pre-roll that, and we can also run that down in speed. So there you go there. It's pretty cool. And also you can see that the new feature in DaVinci 20 is it marks the cameras we've used in blue. Let's go to camera 4, which is a terrible camera to use because it's all the way down the other end of the Oki match. But we can also get the crowd shot, camera 5. So there's the crowd reaction. So there we are. So that's all there really is to it. And then when we're finished, we can push the dump key. It'll rerun our stinger, and we come out. So there it is. That's a replay all happening from that single Thunderbolt port. Now we've done the replay, but DaVinci remembers it. So if we push this button here, add to timeline, it'll now add the replay into the timeline, and there it is there. You can actually see the POI points. So that's pretty cool. You can slide a
It
clip.
sounded like you didn't know that was a feature.
And you can also see we've remembered our speed changes, but you can clear the speed changes on the keyboard pretty nicely. Cool. So it's pretty cool. And there's our edit timeline. And that's just the whole replay dumped into the timeline. Oh, and the other thing too, you can actually go and add transitions if you want. You can do them in the replay, of course. So it's all pretty nice. You can trim. So it's great. Now, if you wanted to then post that on social media, you can just do a quick export, and there you go. So that's all there is to doing replays, and it's all built into the ATEM Mini Extreme G2. So I think this Thunderbolt connection will make a lot of new ideas possible. You know, it's a switcher that lets DaVinci Resolve become like the world's best media player. But it uses the DeckLink API.
Yeah,
so any software to do this, there's a lot of software out there that already works with DeckLink. So I think this new model of ATEM Mini Extreme does everything people needed. It has better buttons. It's got a better audio mixer. It's got the preview bus with the transition fader. It's got XLR audio connections and a headphone socket. And it's localized for a whole bunch of languages. So it's pretty cool. There's a very powerful switcher. But it's also easy to use, but it's got broadcast features. So the new ATEM Mini Extreme ISO G2 will be priced at $1,995. Now, it's a little bit more than the model it replaces, but it's massively more powerful. And that's what people really asked us to do. They wanted a really much more high-end solution with the larger ATEM Mini. Okay, so I might just move these monitors together, and I might actually put the audio thing back up on the thing and create some space here. So we expect it to ship in June or July. It's going to be an incredible upgrade for current ATEM Mini customers. It easily fits into their high-end studios and adds a whole lot of new capacity. So I think it's going to be really good. Okay, so now let's talk about streaming. So we've been working really hard on streaming, and we're going to make some changes to our streaming products. Currently, our main streaming coders are called, there's 2 Blackmagic Web Presenter models. Now, they're great, but they've got kind of a funny name, and it's causing a bit of confusion. Originally, when we made these, they were just SDI to webcam converters, and they used software on the computer to do the live streaming. But then we replaced it with a new model that did the streaming directly. They have hardware H.264 and H.265 encoders in them. Plus, they have a nice down converter built in, which means you can pick your standard streaming standard independent of the switcher standard. So even the HD model has a 12G SDI input and a standards converter. So it means you could be running an Ultra HD and streaming in HD, and it's fine. So they're great products, but they have a funny name. So what we're going to do is we're going to change the name. So now Blackmagic web presenters will be called Blackmagic streaming encoders. So we'll have a Blackmagic streaming encoder HD and a Blackmagic streaming encoder 4K, and then make them a lot easier to understand. And they'll be the same price. And we'll have a single Blackmagic streaming software utility that'll run both. And then we have a single streaming utility for all the streaming products. But when it comes to decoding, we have a different problem. Our current hardware decoder is called ATEM Streaming Bridge. Now, it was designed to allow a direct streaming link from an encoder or a camera to SDI. So it would decode the stream to SDI. And then you could connect the SDI into a switcher like our ATEM switches. It also has a reference input that's SDI, so you can connect it to the switcher output, and then the switcher output would send tally and talkback and camera control back up the stream to the camera. So that's very cool. And our remote streaming cameras can get a tally when they're on air. I mean, you imagine how nice that is. Even though the stream's on air, when the camera is actually on air, on the receive side in the switcher, it sends that tally back to the camera no matter where it is in the world. It's pretty cool. So then also with the control, the camera operator can color match the remote streaming camera. So it's really cool. I mean, the guys in the control room can even do iris and focus. So it's pretty cool. But one of the things
We don't know
couldn't do
anything
is,
about the updates
with the
for
streaming
Resolve,
bridge is
so I
that,
hope
well, there's a bunch of
gonna be
things we
some
can't
nice
do with the
changes
streaming
to
bridge that I'm
Fusion,
about to show
but
you.
we
So we
don't
need
know
a
yet.
new hardware decoder, and we built that, and it's called Blackmagic Streaming Decoder 4K. It's also nice because it's a rack mount design. It's 1/3 rack width, and it can decode both H.264 and H.265. The old one could only do H.264. And it also now works in HD or Ultra HD. So let me show you. I'll bring it out. Here it is here. In fact, I'll move this over here. It looks kind of cool there. Now, it's similar to the Blackmagic streaming encoder. So let's check out the back. See it there? It obviously decodes. Now, it's got AC power, plus it's got a broadcast 12-volt DC power input for redundancy. And it's got both HDMI and SDI video outputs, and even the HDMI can do Ultra HD. Then we have a SDI reference input, and that's SDI because we want to get the program output of the switcher, because that then means this encoder can get the talkback, tally, and camera control, and it can send it back up the stream. Then it's embedded into the SDI monitoring
I'm not
output
sure about the
on the streaming
H.265
encoder
there,
side,
Tyler.
or you can connect multiple cameras at the other end, at the encoder end, because it sends control to all the cameras. Like, basically what it means is you can take that SDI output of the encoder side and send it to a whole bunch of cameras over there, and it'll
I'm
distribute it
gonna
because all
update
the
day
camera
one.
numbers
We're gonna dive into the
are actually
program today.
transmitted up. So
Look
you
at the
select
new
the camera
features.
number on the
I don't
cameras.
recommend updating
But
if
a lot
you're
of
in the middle of
Blackmagic cameras
projects
also
or
have streaming
use it
built in
professionally.
and a color corrector. So if you're streaming directly from a camera to here, that'll also work. But in this case, you don't need the encoder because it's actually built into the camera. So let's bring it around and show the front. So I won't demo it because it works exactly the same as the ATEM streaming bridge. You can even create an XML file
Yep,
from here and
Resolve
send it up
20
to
is
the
coming in
encoder
the
with all the
stream.
settings
We
on
did
the
get a
camera.
tiny
And
preview
that
of it
can
when
be
he was
loaded
talking
in the
about the
encoder or the
replay
camera
features.
to automatically configure
So it's coming.
the settings to send the stream here. So it all works exactly the same as the ATEM streaming bridge, but this model is Ultra HD and rack mount. So I think it'll really help when setting up studios and control rooms, particularly centralized control rooms.
Yeah, it does.
So the Blackmagic streaming decoder
They think of
4K
the
we priced
utility
at
that they need to do, and then they come up
$675.
with the names after.
It's almost complete, and it should be shipping in about, in a month or two. But the good thing is it's got the power to do some of the new things we want to do, and one of those things is global streaming. So let me head down the other end where the computer is, and I can show you that. So one of the problems we have with the streaming decoder, doing it directly, is your internet connection. You have to have a fixed IP address for each decoder.
He's getting his steps in, walking
you have to have
back and
special
forth
internet
on the
setups,
desk.
and it's not really easy for most people. So to fix this problem, what we've done is we've added streaming into Blackmagic Cloud. Now, Blackmagic Cloud lets you manage all your streams in a single place, and all the streaming products just log into Blackmagic Cloud, which is super easy. So it's very easy to set up. It basically works the same as our video hub routers, so it's really easy to use. We actually started working on this before COVID, but then we got distracted with all that. So let me show you how it works. So if I go over to the Blackmagic Cloud screen over here, actually let me quit out of DaVinci first. I'll put the replay panel away. We'll quit out of DaVinci. And I'll bring up Blackmagic Cloud. So you can see it there. Now we can see there's a new app called Stream Routing. This is where we can connect and route live video streams. So there it is there. And it's showing us a new router. So to do anything, I need to create a virtual router. So let's do that. So I'll call it demo. And let's make a small 4x4 router. 4 inputs, 4 outputs. Let's create that.
This is kind of cool.
Cool, there we are. Now we have a blank router. Now, it's basically the same as a video hub router. You select destinations along the bottom, and then you select the source along the top that you want to route into that destination. Now, a video hub router already has its connections because it's a physical device with real SDI connections on it. But with Blackmagic Cloud, you have to define that. You have to set the ins and outs up. So let's do
My
that.
guess is this whole thing
So the
is
first thing,
done
let's set up a
live,
source as a camera.
but it's all
Now, lots of
pre-recorded
Blackmagic Design
and then
cameras
uploaded.
have streaming built in, and we'll be updating them
'Cause
so they
he's
can
probably
stream
in
directly to
Vegas
Blackmagic
for
Cloud.
NAB right
But
now.
let's edit a source button first. So we'll click on one there, and we'll give it a name. We'll call it camera 1. And we can also assign it an icon. So let's
Take
we'll
a
make it
source
a
from
Pixus.
DaVinci. That's interesting.
There it is. And we can also assign it to
Pixus
somebody, but
6K.
let's leave that for the moment. There we are.
They don't have
Now we've got
another
it, there it
Pixus in
is.
there yet.
So
I guess it's
that's
probably
all
just
there really
what's
is
plugged
to
in.
it.
I don't
Now
know.
we need to have a camera that we can log into Blackmagic Cloud as a source. So let's do that. And I've got a Pixus here. So if I can bring that up here,
Where did that come from?
there you go there. Now to save time, I've already logged into Blackmagic Cloud and I've got a wide Ethernet cable on this one. So I just need to go into the streaming menu and set the source. So let's do that. So I go into the streaming menu. I don't know if you can get a close up of that. There it is there. So I can click on that and I can select camera 1, which has come up from Blackmagic Cloud, and I can go connect.
He pulled the Pixus from his
Exit,
inventory.
and I turn on the streaming.
He's got a lot in his inventory.
Whoops, just turned it off. There it goes. Now, any sources you created are assigned to yourself will be in this menu because I've logged in under this under myself. But some sources can be assigned to you from other people, and they'll also be in that menu. It means I can invite other people into this stream routing. They just log into their own personal ID on Blackmagic Cloud, and they'll see any sources I assign to them. And you can see that the source, if you look over here, you can see little icons appeared on the top of the source. And that means it's detecting a stream, and that's coming in now. So that's pretty cool. There it is there. So that means we've got one source with a stream coming in. But we need to obviously set up a destination, or we can't route the stream anyway. So we can use a Blackmagic streaming decoder for this as a destination. And this will convert the stream coming out, going out back to SDI. And that's why I didn't demo the streaming decoder before. Now we've already got one connected. So I'll bring it out. There's the streaming decoder that's actually wired up. And I'll just put it down here so you can see it. There it is there. Now, it's already logged into Blackmagic Cloud, so let's set up a destination for this decoder. So we'll click on destination, and we'll call this is going into the ATEM, so we'll call it ATEM 1. And what icon can we use? We'll use some kind of switcher icon. That'll do, whatever that is.
Yeah, it doesn't have a Pixus 12K
and,
in that.
Be pretty good with that.
In the icon list, but who knows?
So now what we need to do is we've got the destination set up. We need to select it on the decoder, and I can do that from the front panel menu. It's in the setup menu. So let me just do that. I'll just grab it and go into the menu, go setup, scroll down.
Yeah, when it's beta, you want to be very careful about upgrading. We'll be checking my
Select the
templates and
source,
stuff right away.
ATEM 1, there it is.
I have
there.
an email
So you
typed
can-
up
if
and
you can
ready
get
to
a shot
send
of
in
that,
case they're
It's
broken.
listed in the menu as ATEM 1. It's kind of nice you can do this on the front panel because if it's rack mounted, you can just select different sources and repurpose the decoder. So I'll set that. I'll go out of the menu. I'll put it back down there. Cool. Oops. Okay. Now all we need to do is route our source to our destination. So I click the destination, which is there, and then I route our source. And you should see the pictures coming through.
Yeah, I'll give Graham
So
my
just
phone
like a
number.
router, you just basically
Let 'em
select
call me
sources and
up.
destinations.
That way they don't
pretty
break
easy.
all my tools.
Now there's also a take button up the top here, so you can use that if you want to use it. Some people like to use a take button. It doesn't switch obviously as cleanly as a router because it's a H.264 encoded stream, so there's a slight switch over time. So it's not like this is not a live production switcher, but it's really designed for routing your streams around. So you can use a take button because sometimes you can set the next source up and then you want to hit the take because you don't want it to immediately switch, but you can prime it ready to do it. So it's really
Yeah,
cool.
12K must
Now we've
happen.
done the route and the decoder has the stream and it just waits basically for the stream to come in and it
Yeah, I saw
converts to the
something
video.
about the
So
red
what we can do
camera
is we
going
can
down to
switch on the
3000.
ATEM
It's pretty crazy.
and see the video, which we actually already have coming out. So we can see the video on the monitor and this camera is coming into Blackmagic Cloud. It's coming back out through the decoder, back into the ATEM over here. So it's pretty cool. Now, let's set up a second camera. Now we have one that's a remote user, and it's up on the roof actually. So let's click on source 2,
Up on the
and we'll
roof.
call it remote camera. 2. And we'll call it's also a Pixus actually. So we'll select another Pixus. But in this case, we want to assign it to someone else. This is not our camera, so we have to assign it. So we assign it to the remote user's
I do
Blackmagic
not
Cloud
have a
account.
cam.
Then it'll appear in
I
their
have
menu. So
this
we'll
one.
assign it to demo 2, because demo 1 is what we are. And we'll set that. There it is. Okay, now we need to contact them and we'll wait for them. They can actually see they've been waiting for this. So they'll obviously see the stream appear. They'll
Maybe
see their
next year.
source appear in their list.
I'll just throw
and
up
then
a
they'll be able to
picture
set
of the
the stream
sky
up.
and be
So let's
like,
just wait for them to do
there's
that.
the roof cam.
There it is. So now we have 2 sources and we can switch between them. And you can see the icons there that's showing us an external user, and you can see who that is, which is pretty cool. So when you assign a source to someone else, you don't see it on our camera. It's not in your camera list. It moves over to them because you've assigned it to them. So let's switch to camera 2 from monitor 1 over there. So we'll just switch across, and then we'll see the pictures switch over, and we'll see the remote camera, which is actually up on our roof. There it is there. It's looking out across the city. So you can see I can just switch between different streams into the decoder, and the decoder will just input that out, what comes out through into the ATEM switcher. So this is a remote camera, which I can manage through Blackmagic Cloud. I think it's coming through 5G or something like that. Yep. So that's really cool. Now we also support tally and camera control back through the stream in Blackmagic Cloud. So we can send a tally and camera control back up to the stream, even when it's routed using Blackmagic Cloud. So I'll show you how this works. Now all ATEM switches output camera control and tally from their video outputs. It's embedded into the SDI video output. We just connect the ATEM SDI output to the stream decoder's reference input to get that to go back up the stream. So I'll do that. If I've got a cable here somewhere, I put my control panel on top of it. So all I need to do is plug the reference input to the stream decoder into one of the outputs of the ATEM switcher, which is here. There it is. And now,
that film Gen 5 though.
And now
those look nice.
We can switch the stream to camera 1 back again, which is our camera here, so we can see. And I think you've got a shot over there. Now the camera here is already set to camera 1, and I have camera 1 selected on my switcher, so you can see the tally lights on over there because now that's come on. I don't know if you can get a shot of that. There, if you can get a close up of that tally light.
Live directing.
There, and I think the tally's on the other side. Let me close the menu. There you can see the tally there. And you can also see the stream status coming up there as well. Now, if I switch on the switcher, if I bring up the switcher control, so I can just switch. There you see. It's pretty cool. So you can see that remote camera all through Blackmagic Cloud. It's all automatic. We can also do camera control. So if I go to the camera menu, I can adjust it. There it is there. It's pretty cool. I can also do color. Do pretty nuts colors. I'll reset it.
Grant needs to work on his
nice.
color grading ability there.
The tally and the camera control are all output from the switcher. They're connected to the stream decoder. The control and everything's passed up through Blackmagic Cloud, back down through, back up to the source, which is the camera here. So the Pixus camera here gets its tally and control information via this link. It's pretty cool. Now we've been using Blackmagic Stream decoder here, but if you need to get a stream to a broadcaster quickly, you won't really have time to get them to a hardware decoder. So we actually have a software solution as well. We have an app called DaVinci Remote Monitor. Now normally it allows clients to watch a DaVinci color correction like a remote grade.
We have this app called DaVinci Resolve.
Something actually we developed during COVID so that clients could watch the grade independently of the colorist. Now we've added Blackmagic Cloud support to it so it can receive a live stream from Blackmagic Cloud. So let's set that up. I'll minimize this. Now we don't really need to do much. I mean, obviously if it's logged in as us, we can see all these destinations, but let's set one anyway. So we go in here, we'll set a monitor looking icon and we'll call it DaVinci Monitor. And that looks pretty good. So we'll set that. There it is. And now we can go into the DaVinci Remote Monitor app and we can log in. Well, actually, it's already logged in, so we can just select the destination. So let's select it here. Let it start up. It's logging into Blackmagic Cloud. And there we are. And there's our demos. That's the one we just created. So we'll select that and join. Now we actually need to route a source into it. So let's route camera 1 into that. So then we can see that camera 1 coming through in the DaVinci remote monitor, which is this camera here. If a broadcaster needs to get really running really fast, they can download this app, and there it is there. They can download this app, they can run it on a Mac or a PC, and then they can go to full screen mode to get a good quality video output that they can convert to SDI. It's really simple and allows them to get up and running really quickly. It doesn't obviously have tally and camera control support because it's just a software.
Yeah, I mean, this is already a
broadcaster can get,
2-hour
they can install dedicated hardware
hour and a half
for streaming later. So it's cool. Now, what happens if you need to add cameras quickly? So we also have an app called Blackmagic Camera that works on iPhone and Android, and it gives you a digital film controls on a phone. It's basically our software, our camera software on a phone. So it's pretty cool. It runs, even the biggest cameras run the same software now on a phone. It's been very popular. Now we've added Blackmagic Cloud streaming support. So you can now send a live stream from an iPhone or an Android phone into Blackmagic Cloud. So let me show you how that works. So let's set up another source. I'll need to get someone to bring over an iPhone for me. I'll set up a third source here. And we've probably got some phone-looking icon here. We'll just use that. I'll call it iPhone.
Yeah, the Blackmagic camera app's awesome. How's
There we are.
What's the other one?
So now we need to select the Blackmagic Cloud source on the iPhone for the streaming feature.
How's that app doing?
So I'll bring it over. There it is.
So that still exists? Filmic Pro, that's what it is.
Right. Now I can set up the stream here on this panel. And I can select on here, if you can see that.
I guess maybe on cameras that don't have Blackmagic yet.
It's the one I just set up. I go back, and then I just turn on the stream, which is the menu there. Now we're live streaming around the studio. And of course, it works this way. Oh, I don't think it does it when you've got the stream on.
Oh, it has 2.5 stars.
Stream off.
And it costs money.
Or this way. Turn the stream back on.
It is going to be Resolve 20. So we did get that confirmed.
I'll put that over there so we can see. And I can see I've got my stream up. If we go back to the screen, you can see the icons come up because the stream's there now. And let's switch that through to the decoder. There it is. So now it's coming through the ATEM. You can see it. There it is there. It's pretty cool. That's just a phone. That's really nice. Now we're decoding the live stream from the phone.
I like when people say you can't tell the difference between iPhones and
it's streaming out through mobile data. It's coming back around, which means you can bring people into Blackmagic Cloud instantly because they can just do this from their Blackmagic camera app. They don't have to pay anything. They just have to download the app. You can assign them a source in your routing, and then they can just log into Blackmagic Cloud with their own personal Blackmagic Cloud ID. They'll see that source you've assigned them, and they can start the stream. And they'll even get a tally when the source is used on air, which is really cool. Because if you can see that there, there's actually a tally indicator there, which is pretty cool. So you can see that at the top of the screen. So you can they can even tell when they're on air. It's also easy. So let's route back to the Pixus. That's pretty cool. So I think this stream routing in Blackmagic Cloud will be really amazing. You don't have to really worry about complicated internet connections. You don't have to worry about weird streaming settings. You just log into Blackmagic Cloud and you start the streaming, and you can send all your streams through the Blackmagic Cloud routing in here. It's really easy, and it lets the camera operator stream to multiple broadcasters because you can distribute the stream from one source to multiple destinations. And you can build a central control room with multiple stream decoders coming in from different locations, and the remote cameras at different sites can come into that single studio, so you don't need to send broadcast trucks out on site. So it's much cheaper. I think it's a really nice solution. Imagine doing live production from your own office with remote cameras in various locations. It'd be so relaxing. It'd be quite nice. So we're about to start testing this publicly. So it's not quite available yet, but it should be available very soon. We really need to do a lot of public testing on this to make sure everything's working. It has to be really reliable. I mean, it's a broadcast solution. So we currently have all this running in HD. We'll think we're going to do Ultra HD later. As far as cost, we expect it'll be about probably $2 a destination per month, roughly. We'll probably know a bit more soon. But the good thing is you can have as many sources as you like, which means you could have a lot of cameras in different venues, each with their own source defined in here. It won't cost any extra. You just have to pay for the destinations, which are your streaming bridges into your routers or whatever you need to do. So we'll have a better idea of the exact price later.
Yeah, for the amount of money that would save in a broadcast
I think it's a very
environment,
low-cost way of doing it when you think about it, because you save a lot of money. I really can't wait to roll this out publicly. I think it'll be really cool. It's a lot of fun to use, that's for sure. And I think it's going to be so useful for live production. So the DaVinci Resolve monitoring app will also be available to download soon. If you need to receive a stream quickly, then you can just download it. It'll accept streams from Blackmagic Cloud and H.264 and H.265.
Yeah, satellite
And it
truck
has
for
also the
$2
full
a
screen
month.
mode, which I can show you quickly here.
But it's the subscription.
So that'll fade away, and then you'll be able to run the full screen. There it is. So you could just convert that out to video, and then basically now you've got yourself a hardware, a software decoder that you can go to air with, and a broadcast can get up and running instantly. So I think it's cool. Now we'll release the Blackmagic Cloud streaming. We'll release this update when the Blackmagic Cloud streaming is available. So as far as the Blackmagic camera app, that'll also be updated when Blackmagic Cloud ships. It'll stream to it's the same UI as other cameras. We also have some other nice features in there, plus we're adding some more localization, like we're adding Ukrainian, Turkish, and Polish, other supported languages in there, so it'll be nice. We do posts on Facebook and X, so when all these things actually go out, we'll post on that, so just keep tracking us on that, and you'll know when things go out. But that's not all we've done. This is pretty cool, but that's not the only thing we've done. We've also been working on doing live production in the cloud. So we have a new ATEM Constellation switcher in the cloud. It's called ATEM Cloud Constellation HD4. It's actually a switcher that's completely in the cloud, so you can rent it when you need a virtual live production studio. It has most of the ATEM Constellation features. So I'll run through the specs of it before I show you. It's basically one ME Cloud Constellation
so many
HD4.
When are they going
to
get the
four
DaVinci?
Streaming inputs. They can be H.265 or H.264. Each input has a standards converter on it. We've got a lot of the features of proper constellations. So the good thing about the standards converter, you don't have to worry about what video standard's coming in. It just accepts it. It's also got 3 streaming outputs. So it's got 3 encoding stages in it. Now, they look like standard ATEM outputs from the point of view of how you use it, but they're encoded streams. Now, you really need 3 outputs. I think 1 or 2 outputs isn't enough. You need an output for your program
I'm excited
video,
for the
obviously,
cameras.
but you need another output for your multi-view.
I don't need another
But a
camera.
third output's great for camera monitoring. When you're adjusting the color and iris on cameras, you need to kind of have a dedicated output for that. That's why you need 3 outputs.
Pixus.
And you can see that your camera, you can see the camera you're adjusting independent of the program view. Now, the ATEM Cloud Constellation also supports toweling and camera control. It has a DVE in it, and the multi-view actually can show up to 16 views. It's got 4 upstream advanced chroma keyers and 2 downstream keyers. It's got a lot. It's actually got too many keyers for the number of inputs, really, but it's got a lot of features. Now, ATEM software control will be updated to support it. So later we should be able to have
Did they release a 17K
ATEM Cloud
camera?
Constellations.
I believe they did.
Like larger ones. We think the design we've developed will scale across multiple processors, and then we'll be able to add other parts of the ecosystem, like the ATEM Advanced panels. We'd like those to be able to log into Blackmagic Cloud, so you could use an advanced panel. But the ATEM software control works with the micro panels.
Camera, maybe not
so you could actually use the micro panels with the ATEM software control, and the ATEM software control drives the switcher. So I think it'll be pretty cool. So anyway, let's set up a switcher. Now, first we need to make some space here. I've got to clear a few of these things away.
Make some
Actually, I'll leave
space.
that there. But
he's talking about on the computer this
I'll
time.
leave that there. So, okay. So what we need to do is now I need to show you how this works. So I need to go into the ATEM Cloud Constellation app. So if I go
for 30,000 on their
Cloud,
website.
You can see this is where you define a switcher. So if I go into Blackmagic Cloud, as this is still pre-release, I need the guys to buy a switcher for me. So if the guys can organize that for me. There it is. So it's quite simple. There's not really much to do in here, but it does appear in the stream routing. So let's go back to the stream routing.
What's the low light issues that they're having, Tyler?
There it is. It's
You
appeared.
just want better performance?
I'll shorten my window a little bit to let it line wrap all nice and good. So you can see it's added 4 destinations near the switcher inputs over here. And it's also added 3 sources, and they're actually the switcher outputs. And you can see them there. So you can route these. So let's route the switcher outputs to our monitoring. And then the decoder can get the program out. So we'll get the...
We could have filled out an entire bingo card. With
Decoder,
make some space was the only option on there.
which is there. And we'll take our program out, which has got nothing on it for the moment. And then we'll also take the multi-view to the DaVinci Monitor app here. So let's do that. So we can go to the DaVinci Monitor app, which is there. And we take our multi-view. And we'll see that appear.
Yeah, they're certainly not as good as
we haven't got any
the
sources in
Sony
yet, but,
low light performance.
there
I've
it is
gotten
there.
good results out of them, though. I like that it's the dual
Okay,
ISO.
now let's connect
Can
some
bump that
cameras.
up.
So what we'll do is we'll go to input
Could
1,
always be better, though.
and we'll switch camera 1. We'll go to input 2, switch camera 2, input 3, and switch camera 3. We could even actually take input 4, switch that to the same camera. So that's pretty cool. There you go. So I've got all my cameras. Everything's there. There's the iPhone. And then there's the camera on the roof. And there's our camera, our Pixus just here. And then we've got a lower third. You can see we've got all this and we've got all our sources. Now we just need control. Now we use the ATEM software control for that. So I'll bring up ATEM software control. There it is down there. And that's actually, yeah, that's logged into the cloud constellation. So there it is. Now this is a real switcher. If you've used any ATEM switcher, then this is very similar. It's not exactly the same, but it's close. We have palettes for all the different features down the side here, transitions and wipes, you know, the DVE, it's all there. And I can switch around the program bus. So I can switch. In fact, if I bring up my monitoring app here, I could obviously use two decoders, but this will work. So as I switch my
so out of place
different
without color
sources,
correction.
you can see my cameras there. So that's pretty cool. And I can also go and do a cut because I've got a preview bus. I can do a transition there. So it's pretty cool. And there's I've got manual transitions on the T-bar. And also you'll notice on the, pick up the camera there.
12K and 17K sensors are a little bit different than your
tally coming back from
cameras.
the switcher. So that works as well. The cloud constellation sending tally back to all the sources. So I also have a hardware ATEM micro panel, which I'll bring out. There it is there.
Resolve 20 is probably coming soon here.
Now that's talking to the ATEM software control. So I got a really nice hardware control panel. So let's do some transitions.
An hour if the radius going.
So there's the...
I don't think it'll be that long though.
And there's the auto.
We're getting close.
You can see it if you look at the program out. So we can cut to the program out and you can see, actually we've got a multi-view on it as well. That's cool. You see it there. Actually, I'll bring this to the foreground and do it. So you got a full multi-view. And I can also use the fader. So it's so cool. It works just
the
like
hardware stuff's cool too.
Now we have a lower third in the media pool. So let's turn on the
really
downstream
here for
key.
DaVinci.
I'll auto that. There it is there. You can even fade that on and off using the auto control. That's so cool. Now all the other features are available, such as media. I can bring this to the foreground and show you. So this is where I can load my media in here. So I've got the two media players. And I've also got a full Fairlight audio mixer in here. So you can see that's there. There's the audio coming in. I actually don't have any audio turned on.
Yeah, Tyler, it could just be
I've also got all the
white balance in the cameras is wrong. Like especially
stuff
camera
as well.
4.
That's all in there. So it's pretty cool. You get the effects on all the inputs. So it's pretty nice. And also it does camera control. So I can go across here to the camera control.
Yeah, that's true. DaVinci Resolve is a loss leader for them. They need people to buy their cameras and switchers to be able to afford it. Or to still provide it for free.
I'll cut to camera 1 so you can see it there. And there's my camera. So I'm doing the camera control, which is nice. I can do the colors, which is terrible colorist. And of course, if you have the camera control, the micro camera panel, then you can use that as well, because that'll work with ATEM software control. It's all there. So we'll be working on this and rolling it out after a whole lot of testing. We're not exactly sure when it'll ship. It depends how the testing goes, really, but it's got to be reliable. And we'll learn a lot as we start testing.
I do like this, that they're like, we don't know when it's going to ship.
At that point, but it should be pretty affordable.
It'll be coming soon.
But I think it's a very interesting technology. It's really quite a nice solution.
Imagine
doing an entire live production in a hotel room. You know, you can connect the computer HDMI to a hotel room TV and then run the remote monitor here, full screen on the TV, while you use the ATEM software control on your normal laptop screen. It's like a live production in a laptop. I think it'll be really cool.
Yep.
Okay, so next up, I wanted to talk about DaVinci Resolve 20.
It's nice.
It's a really big update this year. We have more than like 10 new and improved AI tools. And a lot of those tools really help with tasks that are mundane or tasks that take a long time to do manually. So there's a lot of new features and
not AI stuff
in the edit and cut pages. You know, we got a bit distracted over the last few years because we were rewriting a lot of code. We had to rewrite all the image processing because there was new types of CPUs with Apple Silicon and ARM coming along, plus new types of GPU processing such as Metal. So we had to rewrite everything. But we've done all that now, which means we're free to now build new features on top of that. Yeah, rewriting code takes longer, but it gives you a better base to build on. Anyway, I'm not going to demo really anything about DaVinci Resolve because I don't have the time. But I do have a video that's been prepared.
Okay.
And so I'll play the video and then you'll be able to see what's new in DaVinci Resolve. So let's play the video.
Here we go.
DaVinci Resolve 20 contains more than 100 new features, including
that
an
word-by-word
incredible collection
subtitles?
of never-before-seen AI tools designed to speed up every stage of your post-production workflow so you can focus
Depth
more
map,
on the
that's
creative
nice.
aspects
A
of
set
filmmaking.
extender?
Let's get started.
I guess that is
There are
generative.
extensive updates to both the cut and edit pages in this release. Among the most
Interesting.
powerful are the new AI tools. AI IntelliScript automatically generates a timeline based on the original project script. First, transcribe the
that's
audio
cool.
of all the clips you wish to use in your edit.
Upload your script and it edits the
select
video
the
for you.
clips, right-click and choose Create New Timeline using IntelliScript. A dialog window will prompt you for the script text file. IntelliScript matches the
that's pretty
transcribed
cool.
clips against the script and generates a timeline of selected best takes. Alternative takes are placed on additional tracks and disabled to allow you to review and compare them afterwards. IntelliScript doesn't require the dialogue to be the same in every take. Even similar wording will be
Keyframes
matched.
panel is on the edit page.
And even if you don't have a script, you can create one by exporting the transcription of the scene's master take and then using that as the basis for the IntelliScript timeline.
They're really leaning into editing with
The audio
transcription, so I
transcription
think they
engine in
fixed those
DaVinci Resolve
issues.
now supports over 60 languages, including Hindi, Cantonese, and even Maori. And the subtitle track now supports Fusion templates that animate speech as it is spoken.
Yeah.
After
Fusion
generating
templates.
captions on the subtitle track, open the effects panel
They've
and
done
scroll
something
to the
different with
animated
the
Fusion
follower
titles.
to do this.
Drag an effect onto the subtitle track header and watch the captions pop, slide in, and highlight to grab
They've
your
got some
viewer's
nice
attention
Fusion
as
stuff
you
coming.
speak. When adding music to a timeline, it can sometimes be difficult to cut the length of a music track to the duration of a scene. The AI music editor will extend or shorten a music track to a specific length based on the intuitive loops and edit points commonly found in music.
Look at that.
First, select the clip and go
this
to the
is
Inspector's
awesome.
Audio tab. Under AI Music Editor, enter your target
Let's
track
go.
length and click Adjust. Or select Live Trim and drag the audio clip to the desired location.
This is like 45
the
seconds
editor
in,
will
and I'm already
intelligently find
happy.
natural edit points in the track based on the music composition and change its duration without using time compression, expansion, or altering the pitch. The result will
That's
immediately
awesome.
be visible on the timeline with indicators showing where the track has been edited. Use the version buttons to check out alternative solutions to the audio edit.
Just like awesome feature. All right,
You
next,
can even decompose your
next.
edit and use the sections of music separately if you wish.
Oh, that's awesome. That it lets you still edit it.
When editing to the beat, you can now right-click and select Show Music Beats to analyze audio clips containing beat-driven music and automatically place markers to indicate beats.
That's
Use
really
these
good.
as visual indicators for cut points,
And they're snapping
or
to
drag
it.
the snap clips to the beat markers at the nearest frame.
Wow.
The AI Audio Assistant will analyze the audio tracks in your timeline to create a pro-level audio mix.
That's
When
cool.
working on a timeline with audio elements that are not mixed or balanced,
A lot of our bread and butter over the years has been these National Geographic expeditions.
go to the
Wow.
timeline menu and navigate to AI Tools Audio Assistant. A dialog will prompt you for a delivery standard and then take you through the mixing process as the audio assistant organizes your tracks, evens out dialogue levels, adjusts sound effects and music to the dialogue track, and automatically creates a mastered final mix.
A lot of our bread and butter over the years has been these National
nice.
Geographic expeditions. And
This is 20.
time,
This is the perfect tool for editors who wish to simplify their audio workflow and feel more confident in their final mix.
Man.
Use the revolutionary AI Voice Convert tool to apply a pre-generated voice model to an existing voice recording, retaining its inflections, pitch variation, and emotion. Right-click a dialogue clip and
Wait, you
choose
can
Voice
change the
Convert
voice?
to
What
get
was that?
started. DaVinci Resolve comes with 4 pre-built voice models, but you can always generate your own using sample recordings. For privacy and security, this voice generation and conversion is performed entirely on your local device,
What?
ensuring no unauthorized uploading and web access, even in cloud-based workflows.
This afternoon, we've rigged up the Pixus on the gimbal.
After rendering, the track will play with a selected model voice.
This afternoon, we've rigged up the Pixus on the gimbal.
Yeah, it's great. This is the most beautiful place I've ever been.
No way.
Yeah, it's great. This is the most beautiful place I've ever been.
from sailing the chundering
And this is all
massive
local.
waves of the Drake Passage.
From sailing the chundering massive waves of the Drake Passage.
This tool
It
can
sounds a
be used
little
to
off.
improve your own voice if recorded in a
But I
noisy
like that it
environment,
keeps the same
or for
inflection
creating
and stuff.
perfect ADR using the original actor's own voice, among many other applications.
Yeah.
AI Dialogue Matcher matches one piece of
Wow.
dialogue to another, matching tone, level, and room ambience. First, select the primary reference clip,
Look at this bad boy.
more of an ambient sound.
This is a master.
Our target clip is way drier and more intimate.
Getting feedback from trusted partners.
In the clip menu, choose AI Tools, Dialog Matcher, Capture Dialog
Oh,
Profile.
this is nice.
Click the target clips you wish to match and choose Apply
Matching
Dialog
microphones is
Profile.
gonna be so
Getting
easy.
feedback from trusted partners.
This is a master cloud story.
Use this tool to match dialogue recorded in different environments, on different devices, or on shoots spanning several days.
That's a small but huge feature
The edit
right
and cut
there.
pages now feature a dedicated keyframes palette for easier navigation and editing
Beautiful.
of keyframed parameters.
Oh man.
Switch between the keyframe
Look at
curves
that.
and parameters mode to control keyframe placement, animation
It's
speed,
gorgeous.
and easing style. Additionally, you can expose the keyframe tray at the bottom of the edit page to view all the keyframes
Even
of the
better.
currently selected clip on the timeline. When working with vertical timelines, the layouts of the cut, edit, and color pages will automatically be optimized for working with a vertical screen.
They're
This
going
ensures there is
crazy.
no wasted space in the viewer panel and reduces the need for zooming when working vertically. And if you use an ultra-wide monitor, dual screen operation is now supported to give you faster access to more controls. The AI Smooth Cut transition is vastly improved and can now handle longer discontinuities for seamless transitions between jump cuts.
That was crazy.
The new
Couldn't even
multi-text
tell it was
tool
on there.
allows you to add and individually format several text layers within a single interface.
Ah.
Create a new text layer by pressing one of the layout icons: point, text box, or circle. Point behaves like a regular text asset.
So is
with
this
no
the line stuff
boundaries.
for you then?
Text box allows you to warp or clip large sections of text to the confines of a text box.
Look at that.
And circle will write the text in a circular fashion.
Hey, we could do
Use
that.
the tabs at the top to navigate the many formatting parameters.
And this is a
design
text
and
plus
animate your
node.
text
So you
exactly
probably
as you
have this
wish.
in Fusion.
Finally, you can use the text list to rearrange, lock, or remove text layers as needed. The Text Plus tool has also been updated to include the layouts point, text box, circle, or path styles, meaning you can control the layout of your text graphics with greater flexibility than
Now
ever
I have
before.
to redo editor titles here.
When working with PSD files on a timeline, you can now right-click and choose to split the PSD layers in place in order to access and work with the individual layers. In the media pool, you can now import Blackmagic Cloud folders that have been shared with you across multiple Resolve projects and without the need for a Resolve project library.
I'm guessing that this will
These
be
will
out
appear
today.
as virtual folders and clips until they are used in the project, after which they will be added to the media pool. Unused media will remain virtual. This allows collaborators to share a large repository of media they might use, including reference clips, titles, or sound libraries.
Yeah,
And
this is
allows
why they
you
were
to
only
access
fixing
and
small
review
bugs.
all your available media while keeping your project media pool focused and organized. Also in the media pool, you can
Yeah,
now
let's keep
drag
the
clip
language in the
thumbnails
chat
to
family
sort them in
friendly,
any
please.
order you like.
Thank you guys.
First, select the sort order icon in the media pool and choose Custom. At the bottom of the list, you can opt to have the thumbnails snap to grid for tidier media management. Then, drag and drop video clips and images around the media pool as needed. You can even select the clips and create a
don't know how I feel
timeline
about
based
that.
on this custom order. In the cut page, new features help you edit faster and with greater precision. You can now drag in the viewer to live overwrite a camera angle directly onto the timeline. With either the sync bin active or when
A
working
lot of
with
this is
source
going to be
tape in
studio only
multi-source mode,
that we've
drag
talked about,
horizontally to live paint
which
at
is
the
totally
playhead
fine.
position, or drag down to turn the angle into a draggable clip. The speed editor also supports live overwriting with edit keys and the search
I'm
dial.
glad that they're pushing the
The cut
distance
page now
between
features
free
a
and
safe
studio
trimming
more.
mode that will prevent you from accidentally overwriting media at trim points. Available in the timeline options, when Trim with Safe Edit is enabled, you can drag the trim points of clips to fill gaps in the timeline without fear that you will affect neighboring clips. When you do reach a cut point, your action will be briefly paused by a timer. Keep dragging to override the timer and trim the adjacent clip with purpose. A new voiceover palette lets you quickly record a voiceover track during timeline playback.
This is nice, having
Activate
that on
in the
the
toolbar
edit and cut
and
page.
use the cue, record, and stop controls to record to a new dedicated voiceover track at the bottom of the timeline or any target audio track. Additional
The new
controls let you
keyframe
choose your
UI looks
recording setup,
awesome.
load and work with a prompter script, and perform cleanup with the voice isolation, dialogue leveler, and stereo fixer tools. The new audio mixer panel allows you to easily balance and adjust your audio tracks. Each channel strip includes a left to right pan slider, fader, solo, and mute buttons. Click Expand to see the full range of audio tracks and check your loudness levels. A new metadata palette allows you to quickly review the camera angle, scene, shot, and take of a clip, as well as its frame rate and resolution.
Oh, I can't wait till we get to Fusion.
Activate by clicking the metadata icon next to the search field while the viewer is in source clip or source tape mode. There's also a new dynamic trim mode that you can select in the track ruler header. When the playhead appears yellow, you can
this
flip
video's
or
dense.
slide using the JKL keys on a keyboard or using the edit action and the in and out keys on the speed or replay editors. In the edit page, AI Multicam Smart Switch can automatically switch multicam angles based on the active speaker in a scene.
Wow.
After you have created your multicam clip, which
There's
now
a
supports the
podcast
selection
editor
of a
built
single
into
reference audio
Resolve
track,
now.
place it on the timeline and enable multicam mode in the source viewer. Click the AI Multicam Smart Switch button and configure your edit preferences. There are two modes. One for when you have a mic on each person, and the second, unique to DaVinci Resolve, for when you have only a mixed audio source that is common for all speakers. This tool not only analyzes audio for individual speakers, but can also utilize the video for lip
cool.
movement to switch angles
So if
based
you
on
have
who is currently
one
talking.
audio recording, it can automatically edit
In the
like
edit
4
page source
camera
viewer,
videos.
the new source tape mode allows you to navigate a string out
That's
of all the
nice.
media in the active bin. This allows for much faster review of dailies and quicker
I
rough
like
cut
the
assembly.
unique to DaVinci Resolve.
Another new mode
mentioned there.
allows you to turn the source viewer into a second timeline viewer. This means you can have two timelines open at the same time for comparison and simultaneous editing. The Timeline tab will highlight the active timeline viewer labels, blue for the source viewer and red for the timeline viewer, allowing you to jump between edits and retain focus on the correct viewer. This feature is even more powerful when working with stacked timelines. With both timelines open at once, you can quickly compare alternative edits and drag and drop media between the timeline panels.
Look at that.
Conversely, we can also open source clips as a timeline, allowing you to view the entire clip length in order to set in and out points or markers, which can be helpful when working with long sources. Audio adjustment or cross-patching can also be handled in the Inspector's File tab Audio Configuration area. The edit page also has a new voiceover feature. Click Record Voiceover in the toolbar and indicate the
that's
file
so
name,
easy.
audio input, and destination track
Always
in the
annoying
dialog.
to set it up in
You can
Fairlight
also
if I
use
just
the
want to do a
options
quick
menu to
voiceover.
specify additional parameters, like input monitoring and adding a countdown in the viewer. When ready, click the microphone icon to start recording.
Yeah,
The
that's
Fusion
awesome.
page introduces several major updates,
Here we go.
with the first one being the introduction of a compositing toolset for deep images. A deep
That's-
image is an EXR file that contains multiple color, opacity, and depth samples per pixel. This allows for extremely accurate and flexible depth-based compositing.
Wow.
You can view deep images in the Fusion viewer as normal, or you can view them in Fusion's 3D environment by using the Deep to Points node.
That's awesome.
Deep images can be manipulated with a range of new nodes, allowing you to merge,
Image to deep? I
transform,
wonder if that's AI
resize,
thing.
crop, recolor, and generate holdouts. However, unlike a 2D node, these nodes accurately account for the depth contained in each deep image. For example, the demerge tool combines pixels based on their depth samples, so there's no need to arrange sources in layer order. Or, where you'd
Wow.
normally have to composite one image over another, you can now composite one image inside of the other.
Look at that. That's
Deep image
gorgeous.
support in Fusion also allows you to render deep images directly from Fusion's 3D environment and even export deep EXRs with a Fusion Saver node.
That render looks really good.
Fusion has now implemented support for multi-layer images across all nodes. This means Fusion can read multi-layer EXRs or Photoshop files, preview the layers in the viewer, and access and manipulate any layer in any node. The main way to interact with layers is through the Layers subcategory on the Selected Node Settings tab.
That's really cool.
Here, you can use the Process Layers
Yeah, all
drop-down
layers
to
are-
choose which layers receive the
Yeah.
output of the active node.
Wow.
The Input Layer dropdown lets you choose which input layers to process. By default, this will match your process layers selection, but you can also choose a single input layer. This powerful
definitely
workflow
read
allows you
keyframes,
to access
too.
layers at any point in the composition to adjust your image or to combine layers to build a new layer or even a final composite. Fusion now natively supports EXRs that include cryptomats. Cryptomats define all aspects of a CG render, allowing you to efficiently isolate specific assets, objects, or materials and manipulate them independently. The new vector warping toolset brings a range of tools
Whoa.
that can be used for digital makeup, precise mapping of images onto complex dynamic
That's really
surfaces,
accurate.
motion vector-based noise reduction, and other creative vector warp-based effects. Fusion now has an enhanced dome light tool, allowing you to light your Fusion 3D scenes with 360 HDR eyes. The VR 360 tools have been
Yeah, we'll see
extended
what we
to
get
now
for motion
support
graphics
VR
here.
180. Not only can you adjust VR 180 images with tools like Spherical Stabilizer, Lat-Long Patcher, and Panomap, you can now also render 3D scenes to VR 180 using a spherical camera and Renderer 3D.
Wow.
In addition to these major updates, Fusion has received various quality of life updates, including user-selectable start frames for compositions, the ability to view a clip's active color grade through the Media Out node, and
Wow.
faster GPU acceleration for various tools.
That color grade one is good.
The color page has seen
Oh, we're done?
substantial upgrades in its existing tools.
Maybe
In
we
the
didn't
Color
get
Warper,
redesigned
the new
keyframes.
Chroma Warp lets you create natural looks
They said
using
they
an
did some
intuitive
GPU
warp interface.
optimizations.
Use the normal stroke mode to select a color in the viewer and drag to simultaneously adjust its
That
hue
color
and
grade thing
saturation.
is really
Use
nice
point-to-point
though.
mode for greater precision. Isolate specific color ranges and shift them as needed. Add pinpoints to isolate regions you do not want to affect.
All right, we gotta jump
And use
into
the
Fusion
parameters in the sidebar
as soon
to
as
further
this is
refine
done.
your
See
selection.
what else we have.
AI Magic Mask has been completely updated with an all-new process that produces far more accurate tracks
Wow.
and now operates within a single mode, allowing you to select people and objects faster and with greater results than ever before. Use points to make selections, and the paint tools to include or exclude regions of the image. Use the transport controls at the top to analyze and track the selections,
That's
and
awesome.
then use the mask finesse parameters
Doing
to
something
refine
like
the
that was a
resulting
little
matte.
difficult before.
If desired, the legacy object mask modes remain available in the palette options. Dramatic improvements to the AI depth map effect means you can now get much quicker scene analysis and more practical mattes.
Look
As
at that,
usual,
it's
after
getting the rope.
application, you have the ability to adjust the resulting matte and isolate specific depths for grading. The legacy depth map tool is still available by setting the quality parameter to faster. When using the Resolve Warper effect, the new Curves Warp mode allows you to create a custom polygon with spline points for even more intuitive image warping. When working in high dynamic range formats, you now have the ability to generate HDR light level PDF reports. Multiple improvements have been made to the remote monitoring feature. You can now opt to display power windows and other overlays while remote streaming. This option has been designed for colorists or their clients who might be working on a system in a remote location and need to see overlays on their local monitor. Additionally, you are now able to remotely stream H.265 422, and remote monitoring is now available on DaVinci Resolve for Mac. DaVinci Resolve 20 supports ACES 2.0, an improvement over previous versions which offers more neutral and accurate output transforms, enhanced dynamic
they've got
mapping,
so many
and
good
better
features.
HDR support, and addresses earlier issues like hue skews and workflow complexity. And the Samsung Log color space has been added to the list of color management operations to give you greater control over the extended dynamic range recorded on the new S25.
Did
The
they already
Fairlight
add
page
that?
has many great new additions and feature upgrades. Automation improvements now allow either global behavior or per-channel automation mode switching, giving you greater flexibility and speed during a mix. You can now set some channels to be in snap or latch mode and others in trim or the new trim read mode, all in the same pass. Trim read lets you trim levels up or down without writing automation in order to try different levels before committing your changes. Right-click the track automation button on a channel to choose a different mode, or use the default global option to follow the designated settings in the automation toolbar.
This is all out of my league here. I don't
The new
understand
AI
this.
IntelliCut provides powerful clip-based audio processing to handle tedious audio tasks in seconds. The Remove Silence feature analyzes your audio clips for low-level or silent areas and automatically removes these sections for a cleaner audio track. Define a range in the timeline, right-click an audio clip, and choose Remove Silence to instantly see the detected silent sections in the clip.
I like that it shows it
In
to
the
you,
dialog
and you
window,
can customize
adjust
it
the
live.
decibel threshold
look at
and
that.
other handles as needed. Use the checkbox at the bottom to add automatic fades to each
In the
edit.
filmmaking process, the more fun you can make it, the better your story will be.
Checkerboard
That's
to new
awesome.
tracks splits a dialogue source
Yeah,
clip
they're
to
doing
separate
AI
tracks
right.
for each speaker, allowing individual mix and processing control. It's an essential step
Crypto
for
Matt just made your
post-dialogue
whole week.
editing and mixing. Just right-click on a selection of clips, choose AI Tools, then Checkerboard to new tracks. The clips are analyzed and then split into individual tracks ready for mixing, leaving the original clips muted. If your scene needs dialogue replacement, IntelliCut can create an ADR list from the dialogue. Select your clips in the timeline, right-click on AI Tools, then choose Create ADR Cues. You can opt to run speaker identification when working with an audio clip that features multiple speakers. Then open the ADR panel to see your new cue list and update the character names in the ADR
Yeah,
setup
all of
panel.
these AI things are actually
Fairlight
useful.
now includes 2 new clip processing
And it
options,
looks like they're just going to
EQ
work.
Matcher and Level Matcher, both found in the main clip menu or the timeline's Clip Operations context menu. These clip operations let you adjust a target clip's audio to match a reference clip's level or tonal spectrum. create an EQ or level profile from a clip, and apply it to another clip as a real-time process. You can even EQ match dynamically, so it is automated across your clip to maintain a tonal match. And the results of the level matcher help you seamlessly intercut clip sections.
So now it was time
You can now
to
create
travel
custom
for
effects
weeks on
chains
end,
with your
land in
favorite
a
plugins and operations with the new Chain Effects plugin. Add up to 6 effects in a chain, customize settings, and save the preset. You can even combine chain effects plugins for longer chains in the chain effect slots.
Yeah, a bit of the Apple approach.
Over in the
Well,
inspector,
the
you'll
old
find
Apple
the improved
approach.
Clip EQ with 6
Nowadays, they're
bands
not
on
doing
the
so
Cut,
good with
Edit,
that.
and Fairlight pages. This allows for more tonal control at the clip level and matches the track EQ in the mixer.
It doesn't cost
So now you
900.
can easily
Yeah,
copy and paste settings between the clip, track, and EQ plugin for more consistent, flexible, and precise control.
that's nice.
These final updates affect general DaVinci Resolve operation. When a new project is created in the Project Manager, you will now be prompted to assign a location for your internally generated project media. This means that files created in DaVinci Resolve, like voiceovers and voice conversions, will automatically be stored in the same project media folder.
Media storage. That makes
The
sense.
Resolve Extras Download Manager
I like
allows
that.
you to selectively download gigabytes of various AI models and other feature add-ons. Currently, this includes the voice trainer and an extended language support model. More options will be added for downloading in the future.
That's nice. You don't have
You
to
can now
download it
assign
all.
custom presets to the Quick Export dialog. In the Deliver page, go to the Render Settings options, find a custom preset, and choose Add to Quick Export. This preset will now appear in the Quick Export dialog of the Cut, Edit,
I
and
love
Color
that.
pages, allowing you to perform quick renders without the need of a render queue. As usual,
That's a
DaVinci
really
Resolve
nice
supports
feature.
an ever-growing list of codecs and deliverable workflows. This includes support for spatial video encoding, decoding Blackmagic RAW using the latest SDK 4.5, and the new Ursa Cine immersive clips. Additionally, you are now able to remotely stream H.265/422 from macOS systems and those using NVIDIA Blackwell GPUs. Many of DaVinci Resolve's beloved tools have been
Blackwell support.
significantly enhanced in this version. Superscale now features 3 times and 4 times enhanced upscaling, ensuring the highest visual quality of all the media in a project, regardless of source resolution. In the Preferences, the new Cache Management section allows you to automate the handling of old cached files and to configure
nice.
audio and source clips as multi-mono upon import. Finally, we also want to mention 2 new
Yeah,
features
deleting
coming
cache
very
after
soon.
a certain
With the
time.
recent release of the Blackmagic Ursa Cine immersive camera, new tools and parameters have been developed throughout DaVinci Resolve to support Apple immersive workflows, including support for spatial audio. This means you'll be able to ingest, edit,
Yeah, we talked about
grade,
doing
mix,
some of
and
this.
professionally deliver media for the Apple Vision Pro. The AI Set Extender generates new visual content in
go.
a scene based on a simple text prompt. This generative
I did not
process will
expect them to have
automatically
this.
fill in missing regions of a frame, creating a finished environment in shots
It
with
says from
blanking,
server.
cropping, and limited angles. You can also indicate a custom region to create a new background behind a selected foreground
This could
object.
use Wi-Fi.
The AI Set Extender will be a Blackmagic cloud service with
Yep.
details to be made available later this year.
So it's not out
We
yet.
hope you enjoy using these new features in DaVinci Resolve 20. Thank you for watching.
It's nice, but I could go either way on that.
As you can see, this is a really big release, and there's even more features than this. So DaVinci Resolve 20 is free to download. The paid version of DaVinci Resolve Studio is also free. We'll probably eventually charge some kind of upgrade for this, but for the
I'm
moment, we're still
refreshing,
doing
waiting for it to come
the
out.
DaVinci Resolve Studio upgrade free. Now we have a public beta that you can download now, and then you can try out all those new features. So it's pretty cool. Plus, one thing
They
we'll be
did
doing at
mention
NAB is
Blackwell.
showing
Yep.
the Vision Pro workflow as well. We've been putting that into DaVinci. We'll have some Vision Pros on the booth, plus an Ursa Cine immersive, and then we can show the immersive camera workflow.
No,
with
paid version
Resolve
is not
20.
free.
It's all new, and we're adding features as we go. It's all very exciting. It's like a whole new viewing experience. It's awesome, and it's all integrated into DaVinci Resolve 20. There's so many different ways immersive can be used, so it's going to be fantastic just to have conversations with everybody about it. Okay, so now let's talk about Blackmagic Cloud. Now, Blackmagic Cloud ties all these workflows together from a production point of view. So we've also been working on some new features in Blackmagic
We're not
Cloud.
going to drop it until
for
after the
post-production.
stream, I'm sure.
There's a lot of improvements we can add, and one of the areas we've worked on is storage.
Wow.
So currently, Blackmagic Cloud Storage is linked to a DaVinci Resolve project, but that's quite limiting. So now you can create a cloud folder without a library. It's just shared storage, and you can then create it and share it. You can access it in DaVinci Resolve, even in a local project.
We're going to
So
go
let me
back and
show
watch
you.
that
So
again.
I'll just let me just declutter a few. For the moment, we're still doing the DaVinci Resolve Studio upgrade free. Now we have a public beta you can
at
download
the moment,
now,
they could
and then you
change
can
that in
try
the
out all those
future.
new features. So it's pretty cool. Plus, one thing we'll be doing at NAB is showing the Vision Pro workflow as well. We've been putting that into DaVinci here, and I'll go to cloud storage.
So they might not continue doing
Yeah.
free upgrades in the future.
So this is where we set up the cloud folder. So let's create one.
That
Well,
is
actually, we just
alarming.
the guys have already created one for me. I mean, it doesn't look like much without any clips in it, but let's drag some files in. So we'll go to this is actually the HyperDeck Shuttle Pro over there. So what we'll do is we'll
If
just
they do it, it better
drag
be
the
like a
proxy folder in
$50
to save
upgrade or
ourselves some
something.
time. So we didn't have a lot of time. So you can see it's now uploading the clips here, and there's an upload status. Oh, it's done. And so you can see it uploading, and the clips will then be listed when they're
But for clarification, this one is
when
free.
it loads. You can see the clips have
You can
arrived,
upgrade to 20
and
for
then
free.
the thumbnails will come through as they're processed in the servers. So you can see the clips arriving there, and I can mouse over them to see them. Cool. So now I can change to a thumbnail view. Oh, sorry, I have a list view and a thumbnail view, so you can see them there.
I
Now,
think if
once
they
they're
start doing
uploaded to the
paid
server,
upgrades, they
the
should
server
let
creates
us
the
know a
thumbnail. It takes
version
a
in
few seconds
advance.
to do that.
You know,
And you can obviously
like,
see
hey,
the
this is the
thumbnails
last
there.
free upgrade next
But you
time.
can roll the
you'll have
mouse
to pay X
over,
amount.
and you can also get the clip metadata. And so we have a metadata window on the side here. And then you can get the metadata and clip information. This helps you manage your media in Blackmagic Cloud itself. Because, if you're doing the storage in Blackmagic Cloud, you're often managing all that storage before it gets to the editors. So let's open it. We've got the info palette open here. And then if I clip on one of the clips here, you'll see all the metadata appear. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah,
And you can
I
also mouse over the
hope they
palette
focus
here as
more on
well.
pushing free
And that's
people
been created
upgrade to
on the
Studio
servers.
rather than charging
So it's
Studio
pretty cool.
people more money.
But we want to share this folder
the
with
people
our
that have
editors, so we
supported
can
them.
do that. Let's do that. So I can open up the sharing menu. So I go in here and I can type in demo 1. I can add them. So I've got multiple people. And now my folder shared with multiple people. And you can add or remove people at any time. Now let's see what this looks like in DaVinci Resolve. Now we don't need a shared project in DaVinci. We can just load this folder in any project. The same way you'd import a local folder in DaVinci, it's just a cloud folder. So let's do that. So I'll go into DaVinci. I've still got my replay thing going on here. So let's, I'll just bring the folder in, I guess. There it is there.
All right, while he talks
folder
about this,
now.
I'm running to the
Add.
bathroom. Don't let me miss anything.
And then there it is there. There's my folder. Now the media is not actually really in the project unless it's loaded into the timeline and used. It'll load the proxies first, and so you can scroll the media in the folder immediately in the source tape. So you can see all your media. And there it is there. That's already come through in DaVinci when I added it. So you can go into the source tape, scroll through the media. And then when I see a shot that I like, I can edit that into the timeline. And then it'll, as you edit in the timeline, it'll download the original camera media original file once you've done that. So it stays with so the cloud, so the media that you've used in your timeline will stay with the project, or if you select to download it, or if you move it outside of the cloud folder, it'll then stay with the project. So even if the cloud folder disappears because someone unshares it with you, you won't lose the shots that are in your edit. And you won't have any offline clips in your edit. So you can just, you can obviously drag shots out of the cloud folder into the normal bin if you want to keep them. Also, shots in the bin will be recreated if someone updates them. So if you don't want that to happen, you can drag a file out of there. So it's pretty cool. So it's really good for keeping the latest shots updated. If someone's doing like master titles, they can be recreating them and you'll have the latest versions. But if you don't want that, you can just drag it out of the folder before you use it. Now you can also add files into this folder and it'll upload them. And anyone who has access to this folder will also then be able to share those media as well. And those cloud folders will appear in the cameras, they appear everywhere. So you can shoot into the cloud folder, into the storage, and Blackmagic Cloud will then sync the files into the editors, even if they've just got a local project. And this is what makes the cloud folder so powerful. They're synced to DaVinci Resolve, but they're also supported in our cameras, in our cloud stores, in HyperDeck Shuttle Pro 4K, plus the Blackmagic camera app for the phone, for the iPhone and Android, will all be updated to support Blackmagic Cloud folders. So customers can buy the storage without needing a DaVinci Resolve library, and the media can be uploaded and managed in Blackmagic Cloud. Also, the permissions are set in Blackmagic Cloud as well, so you can share a folder. Also, you can share a folder with the organization, so you can use the organization features as well. Now, Blackmagic Cloud folders will be available as a public beta with DaVinci Resolve 20, We'll be releasing updates for cameras and cloud stores over the coming weeks. And I think it's already supported in the Blackmagic camera app. And we've been using it in-house, and it's really good. So next I'd like to talk about network storage. We have a new software update we'll be releasing. It adds SMB3 multi-channel support. This lets users transfer more data using multiple 10G Ethernet ports. And it's great if your computer support it. It's great with the Blackmagic Media Dock because you can do camera offloads really fast. Plus, we'll be adding SMB signing,
We'll be able to see the
which is needed
release
for
notes
Windows
when they
support.
actually
And that
put
Blackmagic
out the
Cloud
update,
Store
which
update
will probably
1.6
be
is
at the end of
available
the
now. It's a
stream,
free
if I
update,
had to guess.
and it works with all Blackmagic Cloud Store models. Okay, so we also have another Cloud Store update coming soon, and we'll be adding NFS support. Some people have asked for NFS support, so we've been working hard on implementing that. Now we're testing it now, so keep an eye out for that if you need NFS support in Blackmagic Cloud Stores. Okay, now let's talk about cameras. First, I want to talk
Here we
about a
go.
software update. This is adding autofocus and pre-record.
You say
Autofocus lets
autofocus?
the camera live track the focus of objects. So if something moves, it'll stay in
No
focus.
way.
And that's more important on large format sensors because they've got a really nice shallow depth of field, but the
They
objects
added
can move out of focus
autofocus.
really easily. So now the camera will just track the object and stay focused. So let me show you how that works. Now I've got a Blackmagic Cinema Camera 6K here.
And so it
bring
works on
out.
the older cameras too.
And I'll plug in a monitor cable so you can actually, we can cut to that and you can see the result. So we'll get some video up there.
No way. I didn't
Now
expect
there's a
this.
focus mode. I'll have to try and swing it around here to get the camera. We'll see if you can get that. So I'll bring that in. So there's the focus controls there.
That's such a nice way to do it.
And I can now object track. Get a better hot. So you can see I'm now tracking the focus. And if you can see that there. Now that's basically tracking whatever's in that position. That's called continuous autofocus.
It needs to
So if I move around here
move around a little bit.
and I change the tracking, it'll stay focused. So you can see if I move, probably see that on the
That one did not work at all.
out. And I move to the connectors, you can see the BNC connectors
Oh,
are now
I
out
see
of
what's
focus.
doing. Okay.
But as I move back, it'll change the focus.
He doesn't
and of
have
course, if I
tracking in
move
right now.
in and out, it'll stay focused on that section. And if I don't know if you can pick this up, if you get too close for the lens and the lens won't focus, it goes red. See that? Gives you a red indicator that
That's
the
cool.
lens
I
is
like
at the end
that.
of its travel, which is, I think, really nice. Then there's an object tracking. So you can select that. And what object tracking will do, I don't know if you can see the back of that there, as you move the shot around, it'll track the object and stay in focus. So as you move out,
Man,
you move in.
I love that you can do this to any of the old
it'll keep
cameras
the
too.
focus.
That's what's awesome. You don't have to
So now you can
necessarily buy a
reposition
new
the
one.
framing, and those connectors will stay in shot.
Hopefully
in
I can put
focus.
this on my Pocket
So that's
4K.
pretty cool. That's awesome. And of course,
Wow.
I think it'll still show you when it gets too close.
That is awesome.
So he's having a problem. But I think that's nice. You can see the move around and stays in focus. Now, one of the other ones, I would need a couple of models from our marketing area. So there's also face recognition. So what I can do is if I bring the camera over here, and if you can get a shot of that,
Like the first
see
time
how
you
it's
have
now
more people.
recognized the faces? So I can now move in on the face and move around, it'll stay in focus, but I can also select another face and it'll rack the focus across the other person. And now I can focus and move around and it'll recognize
It's doing
everybody.
a pretty good job.
So that'd be pretty cool. So that's awesome. So yeah, we've actually added a neural net into the camera and it's an AI process that's doing all this stuff. So it's really exciting.
Could
Our
be
plan will be
limited.
to public
Yeah.
beta the new autofocus feature, and then
Yeah.
initially we'll support this Blackmagic Cinema Camera 6K. This camera has an L-mount lens, which we need for autofocus. We've been testing with a lot of lenses. We hope to release the autofocus on other cameras with large format sensors as well pretty soon.
So, it
So
might
we'll
not
keep
come with
working on
4K.
that. Now this update will be called Blackmagic Cameras 9.5, and it will actually post it today as a public beta on our website, so you can just download that and give it a try. Now I want to talk about pre-record. Now a lot of broadcasters
Yeah,
need
that's
this because
fine.
they
I
need
have a
to be constantly
6K Pro.
recording
I don't know if it'll
without
go to
filling
that
the
though
media.
either.
And pre-record lets you basically record before your main recording, and you can set how much pre-cache you want. Now let me show you how
Pre-record's
that
nice.
works. I'm going to do it on Blackmagic Pixus 6K up here. So I'll sort myself out here. Let me make some space.
Make
I'll
some
grab
space.
the Pixus here. So if you can see that, if I can get a shot
Might have to buy a Pixus. We'll
of
see.
that. Over here, get out of focus. So I've got a Pixus monitor on top here, and if you can get in on there. So to do a pre-record, you can just hold down the record button for 2 seconds and it'll start pre-recording. The pre-record duration is displayed above the record button. So let's hold our finger down there to start the pre-record. There you go, so you can see it. So now what it's doing is it's got a certain amount of cache that you've set in the menu that'll be stored and continually flushed through, so that when you start recording, it'll add that to the start of the file. So let me start recording. There I am recording. And now what it'll have done is it's putting it's currently recording into the file, but it's put the additional pre-record in front of that. Now after the recording stopped, it'll come out of pre-record. So
They don't have link to 20 yet.
There.
It'll be
Now,
posted after
so
this
holding
video, I
your
think.
finger on the button is like a temporary pre-record, but you can also turn this on in the menu, and it'll always do pre-record for the recordings. So to do that, we go into the menus, which we can do up here, and we can turn on the pre-record. You can see we can get a shot from it here. And now when you go back, the pre-record is always on, and you can see there's a menu to turn it on. And you can also change the pre-record duration in that menu as well. So there it is, it's all on. And it'll always be on, and it'll always be used when you record. So if I start recording, I'll use the side button. See there?
The pre-record is nice for
when I
like if you're
finish
doing like an
recording,
event and waiting for something
The
to happen.
pre-record's still there. It's still
You know,
now
you don't have
keeping
to
a
waste
cache. So everything the
45
camera
seconds
sees,
of
it'll
record
record.
space.
So I can set the camera up to watch something, and then when some kind of event happens, I won't miss the start of it.
Yeah.
So that'll be really cool. Now, the new pre-record feature will be released on the Pixus 6K and the Ursa Broadcast G2 initially, but before before we run it out on other camera models, because we want to make sure these new features are working well, and a bit of public beta testing is always good. Now, this update will be called Blackmagic Cameras 9.6, and it should be released in a few weeks. So if you have one of these cameras, then you can download it and give it a try. Okay, so one other update I've got before we move on to new cameras is we have an update for the Blackmagic Micro Studio Camera 4K G2, and it'll now support the Pixus monitor. This is great because the Micro Studio camera has a USB port, and that supports the monitor. Plus, it also supports the heads-up display, so it looks like a
You might
regular
get
camera with an
pre-record
LCD
on
built in.
pocket cameras.
And you can also tap on the heads-up display controls because it's USB, so you actually have a touch screen. And you can even set the menus. So let me bring it out and show you. I'll just move the Pixus aside. So I can grab this. Here it is here. So there's a Micro Studio camera with a monitor
That looks
plugged
hilarious.
in.
Oh, man.
So Micro Studio cameras are generally rigged. So you could have the Pixus monitor on a long USB cable. Then you could use the camera remotely. Like if the camera was at the end of a boom, you could have a long USB cable or up in a lighting rig. So I can show you the, if you can get a shot of that there, you can see you've got the heads-up display, so you can adjust settings. It's got a little sunshade on it. You can go to the menus. So it's pretty cool. You can swipe to remove the
If
controls.
I wanted to buy a new
it's all
webcam
really cool.
for my setup
and you
here,
can
I'd
even
buy
bring
this
on digital
camera.
slate, and you can enter metadata.
Replace my Pocket 4K.
So I think the digital slate's there. If you can get a shot of that through there.
It'd be so easy to
So
mount.
it's pretty cool. You can access the menus. So if you want to change like record settings, so you could go into the record setting, which is actually already up there. There it is there.
Yeah, the monitor is twice the size of
You
it.
can even load 3D LUTs. If you go into 3D LUT, you can load a 3D LUT. So there it is. It's really nice. So, so the software update for this will be called Blackmagic Cameras 9.7. It'll be a free update and available in a few weeks. We're actually just need a bit more time testing it. And then you can use your Pixus monitor with your Blackmagic Micro Cinema Camera 4K G2, which I think is going to be a wonderful combination. It's going to be really nice. Okay, so now I want to talk about Ursa Cine. So I'll bring out a Ursa Cine 17K, so you can have a look. A bit of a size difference with those two. So we recently introduced a body-only version of the Ursa Cine 12K. I'm actually not sure why we didn't do that originally. Yeah, we only had it in kit form with all the accessories, but we designed the camera to work with the industry accessories. So it was a bit strange to only ship it with accessories, and we didn't have a body-only model. So that's why we introduced a body-only model that includes an EF lens mount and a CF Express media module. But pretty much that's it. That's all you get. It's just the body, and you can put all the accessories on that you already have. So now that the Ursa Cine 17K is shipping, we want to do the same thing for it. So we're introducing the Blackmagic Ursa Cine 17K 65 body. So I can bring one of those in. So you can see here it is here. So obviously that's the bit that really matters. It's the body-only version. There it is there. Now this body is the same as the rigged one here. They're both Ursa Cine 17K 65mm cameras, but the body-only model means you can rig it with the gear you already own. And this rig has, you know, stuff from a lot of different companies.
All right, it's
But
not
there is some
spam
differences
messages
between
here.
the body-only packages for the 12K and 17K cameras. The 12K camera includes an EF lens mount, but on the 17K camera will include a PL lens mount, as you can see on the front there. Plus, also we're going to include a 8TB media module. So even though you can shoot an 8K on this camera at 65mm, I think anyone who buys it's probably going to want to see, you know, try out 17K. So we felt like it'd probably be worth including the full 8TB media module, which you can see here. So that'll come with it, and it'll handle that, you know, really high resolution shooting if you want to do that really well. Well, otherwise, it's the same amazing camera that we've got here. It's got the built-in screens on the side and the assist station over here. So it's really nice. And of course, it records in Blackmagic RAW. So you don't need external
Camera looks
recorders.
so nice.
There's high-speed 10G Ethernet network storage built in. Well, the 8TB module is network storage, but you access it over the 10G Ethernet. It even has the built-in high-speed Wi-Fi. Plus, it syncs with Blackmagic Cloud for real-time, and it does real-time HD proxies. Even when recording in 17K, you still get the proxies. So DaVinci systems get the media while the camera's recording. So it means you can do post-production while you're shooting. And if the editors need anything, they can call you and let you know because you're still doing the shoot while they're editing. So it's really nice. You can even live stream straight from this camera. So producers and post-production teams can, you know, watch the shoot. And if we send it into Blackmagic Cloud, and you can bring it into multi-view, you might be able to have multiple cameras on set streaming into a multi-view, then that coming out into a decoder on a television in the production office. So I think it'll be really nice. So it's such a nice camera. Everyone's worked really hard on it. And so the price of the Blackmagic Ursa Cine 17K 65 body only model will be priced at $21,995. And it's available for order now because we're building them now.
That's quite a bit cheaper.
Okay, so now let's talk about Pixus, Blackmagic Pixus. Now it's been received really well, and people are using it to do some amazing work. However, we thought it'd be really nice to kind of create a news camera for broadcast with it. We've always pushed digital film quality in broadcast, so why should feature films look like films? I think any kind of work could look like film. So we thought it'd be really nice to rig a Pixus for television production. So we've got two new products to help that. First, let me show you the camera.
We have an 8K and a 12K?
Here it is here. There we go there. Now, this is a Blackmagic Pixus 6K with an L-mount lens, and you can see it's rigged very differently. It's on top is a television production handle, and then the side is a side grip as well. So you can see it's a really nice, it's essentially an extended viewfinder built into a handle with a microphone. On the front, you can see it's got a stereo mic. I don't know if you can get a close-up of that there. And there's also a lead indicator for when it's recording and tally. There's mounting points on the sides there. And also there's a viewfinder on the back here that tilts up. That's really nice.
Yeah, the EF on that handle.
It's got the same glass lenses as the Cinema Camera Pro EVF, so it's really good quality. And it really has a really nice fine focus adjustment. Plus you can even set up a focus chart so you can focus it. So it's an OLED display that's really sharp. And again, the same display in the Cinema Camera Pro EVF. So it's a very premium accessory for Pixus. That's because, you know, Pixus is not a cheap video camera. It's a full high-end format digital film camera. So in the installer, you just bolt it on top of the camera and you plug the USB connections in. And we also include a custom USB cable with it, and that locks down onto the camera with locking screws. Now, we've also got some controls on the top, which I'll see if I can get a shot of those. See there? So you can adjust it. There's a couple of function buttons, and you can adjust the zoom and the record.
I like that.
And there's
it's really nicely integrated.
So if you've got a zoom lens, you can actually zoom from the handle, which is nice if you're using the camera down low because you can get down low with it. So it's really good because you can do it with your thumb. So you can also record on the top with a record button. So we've also got a side handle.
It really is like the best
this is really a
documentary
video style grip
now.
that lets you hold the camera. It's got it bolts onto the side. Actually, it bolts onto the side of the camera where the Pixus mount is. So it also plugs into the USB port, and there's a USB-C loop on there, top handle for that. It's got a hand strap, so you can put your hand through it. And it also includes a zoom control on the
Now it's just a normal camcorder.
There, which is quite nice. So you can zoom by holding it. It also has a record button on the back. Let me bring that around, see if you can see that. So you can get a shot of that. So you can hold it and then record with the record button. And so I think these work really well together. I think it's really cool. Now, with these accessories, I think Pixus makes a really great television production camera. And of course, it syncs to Blackmagic Cloud. So imagine using it for news. And as you shoot, the media is arriving back at the station in real time. You can even live stream from it, which we were doing before. Plus, with the new pre-record, I think it makes it perfect for broadcast. and it'll also get the autofocus stuff
Here
soon
comes
as
that
well.
12K thing.
So I think it's going to really help raise the
Autofocus,
quality of
yeah.
broadcast production and news, because this goes way beyond what a traditional broadcast camera can do. And I think it's time broadcasters had better quality, digital film quality. So the Blackmagic Pixus Pro handle will be priced at $895, and the Blackmagic
That seems
Pixus Pro
pricey.
side
I
handle
guess
will
it
be
has
priced
EDF.
at $119.
Oh, never mind.
I think they should be available in June or July. I can't wait to chat with broadcasters at the show about it. You know, we've got a lot of broadcasters switching to DaVinci Resolve, and they've been super happy with it, but they're not happy with their old camera gear. So I think this will be really like a dream camera for them. Okay, now we've got next we've got a new camera. We have a new Blackmagic Pixus camera today. So what we've done is we've taken the Blackmagic Pixus design and upgraded it, and we've added our 12K sensor from Ursa Cine and added it into the
Insane.
Pixus design.
Oh,
So we have
man.
all new electronics and processing to handle it, and it's amazing. Plus, we've upgraded the network connection to 10G Ethernet, and it also has a rear USB-C connection that's faster now, so it can record quicker to disks and things. So let me bring it out.
That's crazy.
Here it is here.
It's such a tiny
You can see how
camera.
small it is. But it's a full frame 12K sensor. Let me take the lens cap off. There it is there.
Man.
So we can get a shot of that sensor.
The 6K one is around
Yeah.
3,000. This
So
will
is an
probably
amazing
be
sensor.
$6,000
top
to
frame
buy?
rates aren't as high as Ursa Cine, obviously, because that camera is insane. But it does do, you know.
Or is that what you're
I
saying?
mean, that
6,000
Ursa
for
Cine
the
does
price?
hundreds
Yeah.
of frames a second. But this 12K sensor performs very well on this camera. Now you can shoot in 4K, 8K, and 12K in large format. I think people think you have to shoot in 12K, but you don't have to do that. The sensors have got multi-scaling built in, so it lets the photo sites get combined. So you can shoot at lower resolutions, but still get the large format sensor frame. So you don't need to window
I
the
don't
sensor
think
to get
there's
the higher
internal
frame
in
rates.
these.
You can window the sensor if you want, but you can shoot 4K in the whole sensor
It's
open gate,
that's
all in
unfortunate.
Blackmagic RAW. So it's awesome. Now you can shoot large format open gate in 4K 3x2
That's like the one
up
thing
to
that
72
camera's
frames a
missing.
second, or 4K 2.4:1 up to 112 frames a second. It's the same with 8K. You get large format open gate at 8K 3x2 up to 72 frames a second.
So does
And the
anyone know,
12K
are the
frame rate is
frame
lower
rates
because
on
there's
this
more
one
data,
lower than
but you can shoot large format
the big
open
one?
gate 12K 3x2 up to 40 frames a second.
I missed
And
that
it
if
also
you
does
said it.
12K 70x9 up to 50 frames a second, and 12K 2.4:1 up to 60 frames a second. So it's an amazing camera. I'll put the lens cap back on so I don't fill it full of dust. Now all the accessories from Pixus work. I can bring out one that's fully rigged here. There it is there. So you can see it's a wonderful digital cinema camera. The images look amazing. The front has the USB-C port for the viewfinders and monitors, plus the mini XLR socket on the front with the phantom power for the microphones. So you can check out the back. On the back, it's got the faster USB-C port for external SSDs. And it has the 12G SDI out for monitoring, and there's a BNC connector for timecoder reference in. And now it's 10G
That
Ethernet,
sensor
lets
was
it
way
connect to
too
your network,
close
so
to
it acts
the
like network storage.
lens.
So editors can mount the CF Express cards and actually edit while you're working. And so just by essentially opening the camera up to the network, there's a 12-volt DC power connection plus a 3.5mm audio input for microphones and a 3.5mm audio output for headphones. It's also got the two CF Express cards, so you can do non-stop recording because you keep swapping the cards and when a card fills. So on the side, it's got the built-in
Yeah, I think
4-inch
there's a
LCD.
lot of
You
fusion
can see
features
there.
that they did not talk
You get a shot of
about.
that with the touch controls. Plus, it's got dedicated buttons for iris focus and record and more. There's even a HFR button, which is really helpful, gives you high frame rate access instantly. And it's got some dedicated function buttons. Now it records in Blackmagic RAW. It's got support for 3D light on the monitoring output, and you can adjust all the menus on the side screen. So you can get if you can get a shot of the side screen, I can show you the record menu. Let me bring that up. So menu, record, and you can see if I bring that around there, I think you probably get a shot of it. There you can see all the different record options there, and also records a HD proxy. And then, of course, you can share your media with Blackmagic Cloud, and the proxies will upload first. It also live streams, even though when you're doing 12K, it'll do that. And so it has all the DaVinci
it'll be
Resolve
right
and
at
Blackmagic
6K.
Cloud workflows. So I think it's really nice.
For the price.
So the Blackmagic Pixus 12K will be available
Oh,
in
wow.
L mount, EF, and PL mount models.
5,000.
All three of these models will be priced at $4,995. I think it's such a nice camera. It's so portable. You can take it anywhere. It's really nice.
And
it works great with Ursa Cine 12K
for a
or 17K
12K
on
camera.
multi-camera shoots.
I spent $4,000 on the
latest
Sony
Generation 5
FX3.
color science. I mean, this is the camera I want to take on holiday. It's just beautiful. I can't wait to get one myself. So it'll be available in July. As usual, we'll be doing
Someone
a bunch
runs
of
into
testing.
Grant on
There's so many
vacation.
features on these cameras
Just
nowadays that
walking
it
around
takes
with
a
the
bit longer to
Pixus, that'd
test
be
than it used
awesome.
to. Now, one more thing before we finish up. We have a new Cintel scanner today. It's based on the current model, but it's designed for 8mm small format film. It has different optics, a different optics path. So it's higher resolution in 8mm film, and it's also higher resolution in 16mm film than the standard model, which is really good if you're doing a lot of 8 and 16mm film. It also features a new
Yeah,
16mm
one of the
gate
bigger
design.
DJI
What we've done is we're
gimbals
using
can
rollers
absolutely
instead of a
fit
skid
that.
plate. So there's basically no wear, and the film's mechanically more stable. So because it's rolling across rollers, not scraping across a skid plate. Now the new scanner is called the Cintel Scanner 8/16. It'll be priced at the same price as the current standard model. So it'll retail for $32,045.
Who's buying a film
So
scanner?
that's all for this update. We've got quite a lot of products and updates we've been working on.
All right.
It's really nice to be able to explain everything and
See if DaVinci's
sort of some
coming
of
on
our
here
thoughts
now.
about sort of why we designed them or how we designed them. Also, I want to thank everyone at Blackmagic Design. Everyone has worked so hard on all these products. So it's pretty cool being able to work with such a smart team. So thanks for watching. Please travel safely if you're heading to the show. And so take care and bye for now. See ya.
Awesome. Well, that's the end of that stream. So what do we think? Look at him and his big smile at the end there. Wow. All right, now I just gotta wait for them to actually push the update out so that way we can download it. Hopefully this happens here pretty quick. Let's go to full camera. There we go. Man. So need a 12K and a 5090 to edit the footage. Yeah. What's my opinion? I think this is a great update. I can't wait to start playing around with these features. Yeah, I want to dive into Fusion and see what we have. Because I mean, they've done stuff with the text node. We saw that on the edit page. So there's more that we haven't talked about. And they had like the word by word, like they had that red box come up behind the subtitles as it was spoken. So how do they do that? There's something crazy with that. Yeah, I can't wait to see the 2D Fusion stuff. If you guys see that update come through, let me know as soon as it does. I'm trying to keep an eye on it. Yeah, this update slapped. Yeah. William, lot of really cool features. Oh, it's gonna be good. Here, we can get the music playing again. I had to change the volume for the stream, so let me know if that's too loud now. Yeah, check if they make motion blur more optimized. Absolutely. Yeah, more in-depth walkthroughs. Has anyone posted a video? Like, did Casey or Alex get access to the version? Because last year, like, Alex and I think Darren and Casey, they all released a video at, like, when the update dropped. But I don't see anything from any of them. Yeah, they just came out of nowhere with this. Update is up. I don't see it. Are you guys seeing it on the support page? I just see 19.4. I see the tweet talking about it. Let's follow that link. Yeah, I don't see it yet. You guys seeing it on the support page? And check the actual. Yeah, that's the website I'm on, Tyler. Man, all right, we're gonna cookies inside data. Gonna delete all that. Come on. Resolve 20. It says it there. They've updated the website. I think I went past it. Right, incognito. There we go. All right. Let's get this downloaded. How big's the file? 7.5 gigabytes. That's the biggest one yet. I don't know why it wasn't showing up here. Yeah, it doesn't show up in my main Chrome, but when I went incognito it did. That's strange. In the presentation, he said that this will be a free update, so if you own Studio 19, you'll get Studio 20. But then, in the future, that might not always be the case. He implied it. He never said for sure. Now I need my internet to go quick here. Imagine their servers trying to handle this. That's a lot of data coming at them. Florida is closer to Australia. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna close DaVinci. Download's halfway done. Need faster internet. Yeah, autofocus over an update is amazing. That's gonna be great. All right, diving in here soon. What do we check out first? What do we want to look at right away? I think I'm gonna test one or two of my templates just to make sure there's not a big issue. But then what are we gonna take a look at? Obviously Fusion, I think. Where do we want to go? Yes, Fusion. Should have specified that right away. Keyframes? Oh yeah, that's good. Alright, I'm extracting the file. I hope it doesn't have to do like a crazy long wait as it optimizes all the neural engines and stuff. I did oh, back up your projects, people. Back it up. I've backed up my project and I have an empty database that we're gonna work with. So hopefully I don't have to optimize everything. And I'm gonna skip it if I can. Probably not the best idea, but it's kind of boring just sitting on stream watching a little slider go across the screen. It's on the support page, but it hasn't shown up for me yet. So try going incognito, and then you can find it. Release notes don't have too much more in Fusion. That's a little unfortunate. I should have pulled that up and looked at that. Take a look. While we let this install, read more. Okay. Yeah, we got that keyframe. That's huge. Let's see, Fusion. Oh, we can search tools based on effects category. That's kind of cool. Color grade. Yeah, they basically just have the stuff that they talked about in the video here. Alright, let's get this installing. I like to go down and check the Fusion notes, because sometimes this adds more. Yeah. Vector warping toolset for image. Okay. Multi-text tool. Text Plus has the line wrapping stuff. The Filmlet creator is now in Fusion. That's about it. We might not have gotten a new keyframes panel. Patrick already got a video out? Him and Chadwick, they both... Wow. I don't think any of them, or either of them had early access. Alright, what do we got? Oh yeah, the forum one has a lot more. Yeah, I'll check that out. We don't know if they've improved keyframes yet. We're checking that. Sometimes the forum post doesn't come out right away. Yeah, we don't have one for 20 yet. It takes them a little while. Like on the last one, the 19.1.3 or whatever, it took them like a day to get that out. They didn't change the public beta color. It was blue, then it was red. I was wondering if they'd change it. Yeah, so I'll check out the macro creator. Let me know of all the things I need to check out because I won't be able to remember all of them. There's people talking about the no more free updates. Darren Mawson has a video out. He definitely had early access. Oh, Chadwick might have either. He has a 20. Yeah, Chadwick somehow got it. Oh, Patrick did too. Man, how do they all get the public betas? That's crazy. Or the private ones. Next time. Thanks for stopping by, Tyler. Alright, I've almost got it installed. Alright, installation complete. DaVinci Resolve. Do we have some new like loading screens? Alright, here we go. Keyframe editors new, voiceover, cloud folders, deep image compositing. I think that's the big Fusion thing. Magic Mask 2, audio stuff. Cool. Studio 20. Incognito mode helped. Yeah, if anyone can't download the update, go in incognito mode. OpenCL. Oh, shoot. I need to update my NVIDIA driver. Oh. Hopefully that doesn't break my stream. Tempted to download the beta once it's available. Yeah, I'd wait, give it a day or two. I can manually select OpenCL. Yeah, let's do that. See if this works. Oh, DaVinci check for updates. That's a good idea. You can change the keyframe to stick to Diamond and Fusion already. Yeah, you can. There's still some... I think it should be by default, and there's other improvements that they can do to the spline editor and stuff. See if it works or if I have to install this driver. And remember, you can't bring projects back to version 19 if you run into issues. I think my file server has to turn on here. Alright, we're gonna switch to this. Midway through project, you should not update. Do not update. Who knows how many bugs and stuff we're gonna have. Yeah, you have 8 videos currently in editing. Yeah. Let other people break their computers. Alright, so I might not have good playback just because of the whole GPU thing. Alright, but we're in. This is just surreal to see. That's cool. Okay. Alright, add in a fusion comp. Yep, that's all the same. Spline is the same, I think. Let's try out some stuff. Find out what's different. So we have the text box first off. So, yeah, look at that. This is... Oh yeah, I guess it would only work one way, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's only gonna clip the width. That makes sense. But oh man, that is so nice. Look at that. And then you could clip the text. So that way it cuts off the height. Like anything that goes outside of it. That's beautiful. So quick. Something similar to the puppet tool. Well, that'd just be the warper tool, I believe. The new back. Oh yeah, that's the tracking one. Like they looked at this a little bit, but if you take some footage, maybe use this one. You can use the warper and add in points, and then set it to warp. And then you can use this to, maybe. It's freezing. Oh, wow. This could very well be because I have my GPU set up wrong. But yeah, you can use this to warp images and you can add in a bunch of points. But they also changed this. It says main up here now because we can look at these different things. It says main. That's different. All right, what else we got? So the text, I wanted to check out the... Let's add in some keyframes just to make sure nothing's different. Yeah, that all looks the same. I don't see any changes here. That could be faster. Motion blur? I don't know, that felt quick. Nah, it's still slowed down. Maybe it's a little optimized. Maybe they didn't update the follower. I don't know how they would have done that in the demo then. I'll have to look at that a bit more. Camera Tim, just getting yours installed now. Yeah, let me know if you find anything. I want to check templates here real quick. Go generators and add something in. Why does it keep freezing? Patrick, did you get early access to it? There's a lot to look into. Yeah, I think whatever that GPU issue was, it's causing some glitches. It's just even scrubbing is pretty rough. All right, templates work though, it looks like. Yeah, all that works. Motion blur. Yeah, the motion blur does not feel faster. Checking macros and edit controls. Yeah, Patrick, Camera Tim, you guys want to hop on? I can give you a call on Discord. What was I going to look at? Macros. That is the same. And then edit controls, also all the same. That's a little unfortunate. No updates there. Alright, we'll give Camera Tim a call, talk through some of these features. And Patrick, if you're down, we can get you on here too.
Yo.
How's it going?
It's going good. I don't think I hear you through Discord.
Okay, let me how's that?
Oh, there we go. That's perfect.
Cool. All right, if you guys can hear Camera Tim okay or need more volume, you just let me know. Again, I can't hear what you're hearing.
I always need more volume. All right, let's see here.
I think I need to turn you up a bit too. Super interesting new option in edit controls, Patrick says. What is that?
I'm getting to it. My computer took forever. Oh,
that is new.
On change.
Patrick, what's this do? Have you figured it out yet? Is it when you change the control, it's going to update something? That's really powerful, if that's the case. Like if you can run a script, let's try it. Let's just add in a transform node. I'm gonna select the size control, keep it on the controls page, and we're gonna tell it to print. Okay. No way. That's awesome.
Oh.
When I move it, it prints. Like I could probably print the value of it. So you could link controls together that way.
Oh my goodness. I wonder. Wait a minute.
Like here, I could take the size, and instead of print, I could say transform 1.aspect equals size. Is it that simple? No, I probably have to do a get value. Let's try this again. I'm probably moving a little bit faster for people. We can go back and explain. Value size. Oh no. I typed something wrong. I made a transform node generator.
Ooh, transform.
When I move the slider, it creates transforms, or it was.
Oh, wait a minute.
I don't know what happened.
That could be that could be interesting though, because then you could have a slider, like on change, you could have it see how many transforms are in it. Like, let's say you wanted to create a tool, and I'm saying this because I'm doing it right now. Let's say you create a tool that has multiple nodes attached to it, but
there we go.
Only one, you could set 100 different options.
Yeah, look at this. You can set, so I have the transform size set that it'll always link the aspect. So that'll link, but I can move the aspect separately if I wanted to override it, but then it'll link again. Wow. This opens up so much in the world of templates.
Huh.
Yeah, that's really awesome.
Yeah. I gotta play with this a lot more for sure.
New features guide is out. Is that just on the forum? Where'd you find that at, Patrick? Yeah, Proto V3 could benefit from that.
Computer's freaking out.
Middle column of support page, okay. Is yours giving you a GPU issue? Like it's not on the right version? I like that new, did you see the color grade feature? That you can see the color grade in Fusion?
Oh yeah, that was huge.
Yeah.
Because yeah, that was an annoying back and forth that you always had to do every time.
Mm-hmm. The magic mask will be cool too. I should try that, see how that works. Grab this. This should be a difficult clip for it to do. Yeah, dome light is pretty cool.
Good page, so it's good that I made that transfer.
Oh, is it not in Fusion?
Yeah.
Only colored page right now for Magic Mask.
Oh, the AI Magic Mask?
Yeah. That was something they did originally when it was released. It did not make it to Fusion right away. I think I really should update those drivers before I keep trying these AI tools. Just froze again. Why is it not showing me the mask? I'm gonna have it update these drivers. The stream might freak out here for a second. We'll see. What is your favorite new feature that you saw in the broadcast?
Ooh, it's hard to say.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of cool stuff.
All right. Can you hear me better this way?
Yeah, I could hear you the other way too. That was fine.
Okay. So anyways, my favorite new feature, it's kind of hard to say because it depends on the page. But I am really curious to see how much better that the transcription stuff works.
Yes.
Because that auto editing stuff, it's funny. Casey and I were talking. We're like, well, goodbye beat edit.
Yeah.
So and it's kind of sad to see the snap captions might become irrelevant. Unfortunately, with the new subtitles can now take into effect, which is a huge feature. It's great.
Yes.
So.
But yeah, I thought that immediately too. And same thing. Did you see the podcast editing one for SnapPod?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's another one. And
I don't know how Orson's day is going right now, but I'm sure
Yeah.
he'll find some ways to add features that aren't in Resolve and make
Yeah.
something out of it. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I hope so. Because I don't know how you would add something like that, the video part of it, where it's able to detect who's speaking based on lip movements and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think you can do that with a script,
No.
at least unless you're like an absolute mastermind or something. But
yeah,
that would be rough.
Yeah, the features they added are like actually just the best out there. Like not even Premiere has
Yes.
anything like that. None of the like podcast editing programs has what this has.
Right. And I mean, I was actually I think the one that most surprised me was the scene fill, the generative scene fill.
I did not expect that.
Yeah, I didn't think Blackmagic was going to go in that direction at all, but I don't know. It's kind of cool to see because it shows that they're not afraid to go into that route, while still making very practical tools as well.
Right. Yeah, all the other like the extending the audio, that was awesome.
Yep. Yeah, it's basically the remix tool, but the thing I was most happy with that is even after you've created the remix, you can all
right, should be back. Can everybody hear me? I don't think YouTube ended the stream, which is surprising. Yeah, that was strange. Like normally the driver updates just, like it'll flicker black and then come back, but that didn't happen. It just stayed black. All right, sounds like it's working. Cool. Give Camera Tim a call again here. All right.
Oh.
There we go. We're back.
All right. Hey. That was the longest black screen known to man.
I restarted my PC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Fair enough.
That is the last time I'm going to try and update drivers while live streaming. It installed them though, so we're good.
Oh, well, there you go. I'm still optimizing all the neural engine stuff, so I haven't even opened it yet.
Mine didn't have me do that, but I wonder if that's because I changed what my GPU was doing.
I don't know. There's someone else I know has to optimize it almost every time he opens it. I was like, that shouldn't happen.
Yeah, no, that's not right.
Okay, so anyways, you asked something about the color feature, I think.
Oh, I have absolutely no idea what I was talking about.
Oh.
Yeah, I forgot.
Well, I mean, there wasn't a whole lot in terms of color. The chroma warper looks interesting. I probably will never use it. I think just because of the amount of DCTLs I use, most likely are going to work better. But I'll explore it.
Yeah, I mean,
just to see if it maintain. Right. Yeah, and if it does a better job at maintaining image integrity, then sure, I'll use it. But I would be surprised if it did.
I just got the optimized
but the new.
thing.
Oh, there you go.
We'll try it.
But yeah, the new AI Magic Mask and AI Depth Map sound really cool.
Yeah.
Or look really cool. So enhanced Magic Mask is always good.
So there's 81 neural engines now.
So many.
Why are there so many?
Yes.
Oh man.
Team 2 already has a demo on the new autofocus.
That's I just saw that they posted a video.
Oh my. Man, it pays to be on the inside, huh?
Yeah. All right, we'll add Patrick here. I think we might have to do
Looks like a new group call or something.
yeah, I don't know how to do this. Let's see. Create a DM. Patrick. Cool. All right, I'm gonna call here.
There we go.
Yo, yo.
How's it going? Maybe.
Silence.
I
can hear you a bit. If you have some more volume, that'd be great.
I can only hear you on stream, not in Discord right now.
Oh, did it break again?
Yeah. It sounds fine to me.
Yeah, probably going into the wrong output.
Adjust your. Yeah, that was.
I'm muting stream so I don't get confused.
The cobbler, I'm using a Blackmagic Pocket 4K for the live stream here. That's what I use for all my videos.
It's amazing.
Yeah, a little overkill. My file sizes are massive, but
oh, I'm sure. But hey, you got a great webcam.
I got it. 1 second.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I can't really judge you much. I use a Fujifilm X-T3 for my webcam, so
I got it. I was sending my Discord output to my monitor speakers, which is not.
That would do it.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, insane entire presentation.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That like all the streaming stuff is like legit revolutionary.
Yeah.
Like you could run like a global news organization from anywhere with people using their free apps on iPhones. Like
right. What was the name of that feature? The cloud one.
Well, they renamed and changed a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Streaming. It was like streaming encoder or something.
No.
Yeah.
Like
let me log
one,
in.
Like on Blackmagic Cloud.
Yeah, I'm curious whether that's already on.
I don't think so.
I think they said that that's coming soon.
Yeah. I know the ATEM one's still very much in the works, but yeah, I mean it's not on my cloud right now, so.
Oh, okay.
Tim, you might know this. Jonathan asked if they updated anything with the rolling shutter in the new Pixus. I would assume no.
I did not hear anything about it.
Yeah.
So I mean the only, and this is just a hypothetical guess, but the only conclusion I can come to with that is if it's using the same exact sensor as the Ursa Cine 12K with like slightly less processing power, I would basically rely on whatever the rolling shutter performance is on the Ursa Cine 12K and then say it's like it's probably not going to be any better than that.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I was so hoping. I mean, it's been on my wish list for ages, but especially after they said that the Pixus monitor is working with the micro studio cam.
Oh my goodness!
I want a new micro cinema cam so bad.
Yeah,
just swap the things. Just make pretty much the old one with the Ursa monitor. That's so cool.
Dude, I was cracking up when I saw that because I was just like, this is like a little baby cam that fits in the palm of my hand. I could let's just go around shooting B-roll with this little palm of my hand thing with a Pixus monitor where the monitor's bigger than the camera.
Yes, that was the best part. It's like, we'll pull this thing out. This is a huge monitor.
I was like, yes, this is so good. And what's mind blowing about that though is actually really really cool. And I think everybody kind of assumed this that saw the initial Pixus monitor announcement, but the fact that the monitor is powered by the camera and also controls the camera.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you
so
don't need.
especially with something like the micro that just have like no options, it's like the perfect perfect
Yeah,
controller.
it's amazing.
Oh my gosh! And I adore the new accessories for the Pixus that make it look like an old like ENG cam. Like they're so.
Oh my
perfect.
goodness!
Like,
Yes.
they look so perfect.
Yeah.
It looked like a camcorder.
I mean, yeah. So the first camera I ever shot on was a Canon GL2, like the mini DV cams, like a super stereotypical, like that sort of camcorder style with the big like bulbous mic out front and stuff. And like that makes me want to Pixus more than anything. It
really does.
Yeah.
I shot on the Canon XLH1 with the mini DV tapes and everything.
The comment Grant made about how he wants to take that camera on vacation. I can just imagine him walking around with it in the camcorder format.
Yeah.
This huge cinema camera.
Yup. Yeah, I was like, when he's like, why can't everything look like film? I was like, you know what, Grant, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just seriously yeah.
Escape the release notes so far, or just on the downloads page? You can just hit the read more. Or the new features guide.
Either. I think I just want to find the random things I missed before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, even small things like adding custom export options to that quick export dialog.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah, that's super nice. That is actually a reason, like, one, I wish, I will never get it, but I wish there was a way we could get confirmation that Resolve on iPad is pretty much dead. Because I mean, in terms of what they are prioritizing,
yeah,
I feel like it's not getting a whole lot of back-end support.
That's something I never use. I don't have an iPad or anything, but
I bought one when Resolve came out.
For a while.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I remember how excited you were initially about it, Sterling.
Yeah, it is super cool. It feels great. Like you hop in a cloud project, and like especially if you like small stuff on the cut page with a speed editor, having a speed editor and an iPad feels rad. It's so cool.
Yeah.
And I've done like small edits and stuff. It's still really nice for like pulling selects out of footage, like that source tape feature, which now that's on the edit page.
Best, yeah,
like that's awesome. But that was the limit on the iPad where they only had the quick export. So now you'll be able to use that hack to get all pages, go to deliver, make a new custom export that's your actual preferred all your settings, and then use that on the quick export deal.
Yeah. I mean, that'll be so nice. There's been a few times that I wanted to just use that feature, but it doesn't have like the right format I want, or I want to do it in a different resolution or something. So just setting up a few presets will be nice.
Yeah, that was huge.
I did a quick test and couldn't get something to work the way I wanted it. So I'm looking at their new features guide.
Okay.
All the way at the bottom, the codec support, because ProRes came in the last public version, that's insane.
Yep.
Yeah, that was huge.
But it also has it lists support for growing TS, MTS, and M2TS files as media streams. And I thought that was going to be closer to the thing I showed off a little while ago, where you can access growing files on media store or on network storage connected to an ATEM.
Oh, so like auto updates as it continues growing and stuff.
And
yeah, okay.
It didn't work that way for me in my initial test, because of course the dream is pulling in a local OBS recording as it is recording.
Yeah.
Right.
And having it like grow, and I that still has not happened for me.
Patrick, you gotta upload a video of you editing the video you're currently recording.
As I almost went with it that way, but like it breaks my brain.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if that worked with the cloud workflow, then because because I do stuff with Kevin Stratvert a lot, and
Oh,
so
awesome! I
he'll.
don't know if I knew that.
Oh yeah.
I don't know that either.
So yeah, I guess a little sneak peek. I have a color tutorial coming out on his channel pretty soon.
Awesome.
I already did a fusion one, which is like you guys would learn absolutely nothing from it, but you know that exists. But
that's fine.
the thing is, like, we do a lot of recordings where he sends me not just his stuff, but he has a couple other hosts on his channel, so they'll record stuff, and then you know
rad.
they like upload to OneDrive and stuff, and so I have to download it from OneDrive and then import it and stuff.
Oh,
So we
Sign
Yeah.
in your Microsoft
we-
account and do all that junk.
yeah. So we just transitioned over to Blackmagic Cloud to start that workflow process to make it a
Yeah.
lot easier. So I'm wondering, like, if I know when they're doing their recordings and stuff, and they can just record straight into Resolve and have it auto update as they're recording, you know, that would
That'd be-
that
yeah.
that workflow would be huge.
What was? Oh, I completely misunderstood the first time I saw things about that new cloud folder option.
Okay.
I
Oh,
thought
yeah.
I thought it was more just kind of like pretty much like a Dropbox folder for like non-media, for like your script or other documentation that was just linked to a cloud project. I didn't realize it was completely separate from all cloud projects.
Yeah, that
Which is-
works locally. Yeah.
Yeah, which is a really interesting way of doing things. Like that's a big perk even for people who exclusively work locally.
Yeah.
Right. Because like I could be in an airport or something when I can't, like, you know, I might
Yeah.
need to grab a couple things because funny enough, I'm flying out on Sunday, and I might need to grab some footage real quick, and then while I'm on the plane, I'm not going to be able to grab anything. So, you know, if I'm locally grabbing files from the cloud, then I don't need to like be on cloud as
Yeah.
I'm editing on a plane, so I can just edit locally. And that makes that whole process a lot easier because then that folder just auto syncs or
Yeah.
whatever it is, but I don't need to worry about the project itself syncing.
Yeah, that's cool. This update's just jam packed of all sorts of like little
It's-
things like that.
And
Well,
it
that are
is
actually
wild 'cause
huge, but
yeah, because they did talk about in some recent things like how they did legit get detoured by like the M2 chips and then the
Mhm.
Windows ARM support and some other things. If this is closer to like the pace they want to maintain,
oh man.
that's nuts.
Yeah. Every time you'd say
'Cause
that in the
now-
last few versions, I'm like, yeah, okay. And then they started the presentation today. It's like, whoa.
We got yeah. Although
Right.
like it was 2 years ago that they did the initial USD support in Fusion.
Yep.
And that is still like in the works.
And they didn't touch that at all, this update.
Yeah, this update they
Yeah.
didn't. They've added steadily stuff to it, but like in the initial pitch, part of that was like, hey, eventually this will include third-party renderers that can do like ray tracing and stuff. And I'm just like, what is the deal?
Yeah. Yeah, because we
Mostly-
don't
mostly
have
because-
any of that.
Yeah, mostly because that is cool, but I want them to wrap that up so that they can go on and do other Fusion things.
Yes.
Right. Like fix the macro editor.
So, did you guys notice when they were showing off the like auto captions thing, they had that red box going on the words. How do you think they did that?
Yes. So if you have a timeline that you have run transcription on,
Okay.
and you have just like standard stock subtitles, right?
Yep.
All you have to do is you can take any Fusion title that's like in your effect browser, and you drag it to the subtitles window over like the name of the track in that little darker gray area to the side.
Okay.
And if you drop it there, it replaces every subtitle with an instance of that Fusion effect.
Okay. So by
And
instance, do you mean like you could customize one, it customizes all of them?
Yes.
Wow.
So that's nice. But then there's the extra bit of which you can demo in their extra. So they added new presets,
Yep.
titles, subtitles, and then they have subtitles, an animated folder. And that the ones in that animated folder, if you drop on to replace subtitles, have that extra word-by-word styling.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
And
curious how they built that on the back end.
it's all living in a dot setting file. There is like no Fusion UI.
Oh boy.
Like you can't open it in Fusion? Is that what you mean?
You can open it in Fusion, but like the specific function to tell it like what to do for like it's not super open how it is actually working.
Okay. So there's probably a few things going on behind the scenes.
Yeah. When I think it is the point, I haven't done any like legit reverse engineering, but like I think it is possible, especially for people more comfortable with some of the general ways those setting files are dialed in. But like if you wanted to customize an original one, it's not like the normal system we're used to of like, oh, you just make it in Fusion and then save it out.
Right.
It's like you need to make it purely by modifying the text file.
Yeah. I wonder if we can figure out like reverse engineer how it works, like if it does some like manual programming, so we can just make sure stuff's named correctly and then like it can apply to our templates.
Well, we can.
I gotta try. I'm waiting for these neural engines. They're taking forever.
I know. Hey, at least yours are going faster than mine.
Oh, what are you at?
49.
Oh, okay.
I'm at 49. Yeah. Where's the? By the way, I just realized where's the update notes?
So if you just go to like the support center, the update page, you can just do read more under the downloads, and that's all we have right now. And then in the middle, there's like a new features guide.
Read more. I don't even see Resolve 20 on that on my end. Oh, maybe I just have to delete cache or something.
Go incognito. I could not get it.
That's happened to me before in the past too.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but
it's.
William says for subtitles they use keyframes to change the text. That's a keyframe for each new word on the text field. So is that like
just auto keyframes?
Yeah, is that using a follower modifier or is that
no?
Okay. Because I know you can do the like manual like word, you can do word by word inside of a follower with specific timings using keyframes.
Is this a group we're in? I can share my screen.
Manipulate each keyframe.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
We'll see how it goes. Screen. This guy.
Also, the keyframe viewer in the
don't pay for Nitro, so we'll see how much.
Forget that.
Let's see. We're gonna throw Patrick's screen on the stream if that's okay.
Yeah.
We'll throw his compressed Discord feed on the
stream. I know. Good luck.
All right.
I'll try to keep things big.
What is Discord doing? Okay.
Discord's being Discord.
Okay.
Did you see what it did on my stream? It made it like super tiny.
Yeah, it was like small. Yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I've got these plain subtitles here, and if I grab even like titles made by anyone, if I grab some of my old titles, I made like these word art titles, right?
Yep.
If I dropped it over this window, boom.
Wow.
It replaces all of those with this Fusion, and like even non-animated ones. But so like these controls are also synced. So now these are just down there. And theirs, so their animated ones, something like statement goes, and word by word that follows along.
And it actually
Which is cool.
like hesitates like it. Oh, is that not even built with a Fusion tool?
It
oh,
is.
That is.
So like this is a Fusion. You can open it in the Fusion with this little dot over here.
Okay.
But it's just
set up?
That single node. It has these extra controls, but this, which is just like the controls you see on the edit page.
Yeah.
But this is all it shows you in Fusion.
So how is it animating?
This is linked somehow to this template subtitle option, but it's not living on modifiers. It's not like this is all you can see. But if we copy that
Yeah, and look at it.
Oops.
It's got to be a follower.
It's not.
No?
It is entirely living here as highlight style.
What?
And it's this entirely long field. So it's built on the shading tab,
Yeah.
but on like a virtual shading tab. And so this
It's like its
time,
own environment.
yeah. So this time is, I believe, going on a scale of a time from 0 to 1 for each individual word it recognizes. So you have to kind of like type in keyframes, being
Yeah.
at the beginning of every word, set all these elements to this value. And then if we go forward, I believe we'll find another time. No? And then, oh yeah, at a time of 3/4 of the way through, go here. And then at a time of 1, at the end of that word, change these select elements to something else.
So I think William's still watching. He might be able to automate this using his Spark Effects tools. But I don't know if this is something that we could do, just normally. Like to create our own, like, word-by-word subtitle things.
I mean, you would just have to type it in here.
Yeah. But not in, like, an easy way to, like, package it as a template or
absolutely.
something.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
And so
like,
that whole thing is just iterating through each word, and then it just uses its own little time scale for each word.
It pulls timing from whatever it's doing on the edit page, and just uses that timing to run this 0 to 1 scale.
Huh.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Or maybe this is like between the subtitles, so it does add a keyframe for each. Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, these are even these keyframes here aren't for each word. They're for each of those, like 0 and then 3/3 that were added. But even still, it's setting these keyframes based on the edit page information.
In the code,
that's definitely based on. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, in the code, if you scroll down, there's a ton of keyframes down there. Do you know what those are linked for? Like towards the bottom. Like, what are those on? I can't read it.
These?
Yeah. Like what? Because that means the control's animated.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just the text.
But also, like, those keyframes were on this.
Yeah.
They're on the styled text field, but they're not changing these specific words. That's just like where it's holding the information. It's really funky.
What happens if you do write on words there?
That does this cool thing where it only the word only stays.
It reveals it on each one.
Yeah. Yeah. Interestingly, there isn't a straight like don't highlight option. So you can't have it just right on the text.
Even if could you change the color to transparent? Does that work?
I don't have I don't have an alpha here.
You'd have to.
Can you add 2 zeros to it to like,
use the color
alpha?
picker on the transparent pixels?
Like this?
Use the fusion one though, like in the inspector. That'll sample Oh no, it's not. It's not letting you.
Yeah.
Nope. Interesting.
Normally that works. All right, I got 11 neural engines left.
Yeah, so like real interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if something like this, even if it doesn't become like accessible, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe this gets subtly added to like this like developer documentation. That has some of this helpful information for this kind of stuff, like DRFX and all that usual stuff.
I honestly did not know that existed.
Oh, it's awesome.
It's fantastic.
This README is the cheat sheet for all things like basic Fusion presets.
Yep, that's what I uploaded to ChatGPT.
Oh yeah, this is where I double check every time I don't remember the preferenced. Is it this?
I gotta look through those.
Oh, the recommended size of the images for the thumbnails of
Oh yeah.
Fusion effects.
Oh yeah.
I don't. It doesn't really matter. They'll scale it, but I always like to do that.
And this hasn't been updated since like 17 or something, right? It hasn't really
I mean,
changed much.
yeah, 17.2, maybe 17.5. Once they added DRFX with like included
Yeah.
assets and stuff. Template paths to get some of that other stuff, maybe. Yeah. So hopefully it feels like the kind of thing we could brute force, but man, I would love if we didn't have to brute force as much.
Yeah.
So that highlight style or whatever it's called, that's not a new modifier, is it?
No.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Now I've broken this. Oh yeah. So I was even, if I want to like go ham, let's see if this breaks things.
Yeah, like one of your animated ones. Oh man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa.
Let's see if this works.
So, do you know, is that going to update all of them then?
That's a good question.
And will that like
I'm-
crash Fusion as it's trying to
I'm
render
still
it?
updating this. Yeah, if it's one of these controls, it will.
Yeah, because that is track level.
Let
Yeah.
me. I'm gonna redo these and just do less words.
I wonder how it like differentiates the controls, like because it's not going to update when you change the text box, right?
Well,
So like, can you set it so certain ones won't link and certain ones will? That'd be interesting.
to share. It's working. Let me get a little render cache. Oh, you want to see something I bet you don't know yet?
Based on the way you
Always.
said that, yes.
DaVinci Resolve, preferences, user, cache management, delete cache files older than 30
yeah.
I did see that, but
That
yes,
was-
that is amazing.
I did.
Oh,
That was
wait,
that was
was
so
it in
nice.
that? Oh, they talked about the Fusion thing.
That was in the
Yeah, they
yeah.
showed that they showed it very briefly, but yes,
Yes.
they did show it on
Yeah,
screen.
this. And then, yeah, you guys are probably some of the few that will appreciate it's in project settings. The other thing they showed off very briefly, this default start frame.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I let out an audible cheer when I saw that.
Yeah, it's like so small but so nice. When like you cut a random giant part of a video and you're starting at frame like 12,000 or something. Ugh.
Oh my word.
I mean, that was bad.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Nice the way it is now.
Yeah.
Wow, they've
You
got
still
so
might
many
need
good
to
changes.
you still might need to like throw in some fail safes with like, using the comp render start for any presets that you make just in case. But
yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in all my templates, I'm still gonna have that because someone's gonna drag the beginning of a template, extend it that way. But
yeah,
it's nice to have just like working on visual effects or motion graphics or something. Just always start at 0.
Right.
But wow, that's so cool. So Patrick, if you go into one of those and change the text, will it like break it and update for all of them? Wait, what's? Oh, I see.
Oh,
how
that's
that works.
interesting.
Oh.
Well, see, what's interesting is that this is even working with my preset. Somehow it's still recognizing the correct text field to pull in, right?
Yeah. Well, it's
But
probably named
one of
style
mine-
text, right?
Yes, but I tried it with my cursor effect, just this generic, little like,
Yeah.
and this doesn't work.
Okay. So if you
It-
look at that template, is it named? Oh, now it worked. Maybe.
Oh no, but it's the text.
Text
from
here,
the-
it doesn't update the captions. It just throws the preset, yeah.
Is that box named style text? Did you check that in Fusion? Or is it named something else?
Oh, this one doesn't work either. Good question. Oh, this one.
Oh, it's a 3D
this one is
one. It's gonna be different, isn't it?
Oh, or maybe because it's using
That's
a
why.
follower.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
So you'd need to publish the follower version of it.
I mean,
or maybe you did publish the follower, and that's why the name's
yeah,
different.
I did publish a follower.
So if
So it
you
looks
if you go into the code and change the name of that input to styled text, I bet it'd work.
Whoa.
Like not even in there, like just in the dot setting
Just at
file
root level?
where it says like input 01, like you could probably change it there. Maybe not. That could be wrong. Like where it says input 1, like could you just change that or set its name?
Oops, what am I doing?
What you might need to do actually, because that probably won't work.
Yeah, it
Under
would be
source
like
OP
this.
source, add one that says name equals and then styled text. I don't know if that's a capital N or not. I can't tell. The quality is
Yeah.
the quality's rough. And don't put a space because I don't think the original one has a space.
For style text, yeah.
Yeah, and make sure double quotes and comma at the end. I can't tell if you have it or not.
Yeah.
I had the quotes, but no comma.
Oh, you remind.
No comment.
Neural engines are done.
Leonette, if you do download the public, you don't need to uninstall anything. But what I would do is back up your project library.
Yes.
That's like a no-brainer. So if you open up before you install 20, of course, when your project manager, you just go to your where it says your local database or whatever databases you have, if you have more than one, and just make sure you hit the eye icon, and then there's a backup button. Just make sure you hit that and save it somewhere where you know where it is. Most likely the power bins.
I think you can export those to save them, but they should be fine.
Yeah, they should transfer. Again, backups should retain it, but
yeah,
you know.
All right, we got to look at this. See, I need a project that has captions.
I just pulled in an old video.
Yeah. That's a good idea. Let's do that. We'll pull in the April Fool's video. Also, Patrick reading the manual. Oh my gosh, that was amazing.
That was legendary. Oh my goodness.
I had an early idea this year. I mean, I'm happy I didn't do it because it would have been insane. But for a little while, I was considering. It was a few months out. It was like almost at the beginning of the year, and I did the math, and I was like, okay, I think if I record myself for an hour every night for the next 3 months, I can legit release an audiobook of the manual.
Oh man.
But
I'm gonna pause you 1 second here. Creator Reality. I don't know the way that you can have 2 versions of Resolve installed at once, but I know you can do it. So I'd look
unless
on
you're
YouTube.
on a Mac. Hey.
Oh, can you not
it's
do it
easy
on a Mac?
No, it's easier on a Mac.
Oh, okay. Look up a video. I don't know how to do that, but there is a way to do it.
I've never figured it out on PC. Outside of maybe like different users have people mess with that. I'm not sure.
I know there's a way, I just don't know how to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, go back to your story.
I forget.
You were talking about your plan recording so long every night.
Oh yeah, that would have actually driven me insane.
Yeah.
Probably, so I just went with just like starting it up, not knowing, just that initial moment of like, is this real? This is insane.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
It was funny, like how many people stayed watching you for an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
For many months, I watched as people launch.
So according to the release notes, is AI animated subtitles highlights or animates spoken words. So somehow it's detecting. I mean, what's that based on?
Yeah, there's got to be something we can do. Okay. Where do you find those titles? Subtitles. There we go. Word highlight.
Yeah, subtitles. Animated. Yes, those ones.
What is it doing?
And animated is the Fusion built, or sorry, not the Fusion, the Resolve built-in effects, right?
Was your text yellow originally?
Yeah, that's the word highlight one. I looked at a statement, had the background.
Gotcha.
Oh, if you do want to,
I don't know why my cursor is across here.
just
There we
for
go.
fun, there is really one thing I would actually point you to my video to check out.
What's that?
The voice convert thing.
Oh, did you try that?
I did, and it maintains accents. And I stole Mr. Alex Tech's accent.
That's awesome. All right, I'm gonna play your
Oh
video
my
on
goodness.
stream if you're good with that.
Yeah, for
Where
sure.
about here? The voiceover UI?
I can find a specific time code.
That is awesome. Does Alex know about this yet? Have you heard from him?
I sent him a message, but he was traveling to NAB when I sent it. Something like 12 minutes, like 15, 16 seconds is when I started. Or a little bit after that.
Voice convert, yeah, I see it.
And really interestingly, accents. So, for fun, I pulled in this vlog from friend of the show, Mr. Alex Tech. This is him talking about his life.
So the next big thing, anyway, is I'm getting an office. So we are finally moving out.
This is a dangerous feature to add.
But hey, what would it look like? There
There
will
will
absolutely be like
or what
discourse,
would it sound like?
which I
Oh,
think
yeah.
will be needed. But like,
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
if I grew up down the street from Mr. Alex Tech, so the next big thing, anyway, is I'm getting an office. So we're finally moving out of the little spare room in my house, which is where I've been making all my YouTube videos for
That's
the past
crazy.
however many years, long time now. Of course, this can be fun, but like I said,
That's great.
it's wild. Yeah,
Oh man, how
it
easy
does
was that
feel
to
like
do?
it's very easy.
Yeah.
So I fed it like a 10-minute chunk of one of my videos, and I actually feel like I might get slightly better performance if I go back and do less post-processing on my voice,
Oh,
because
sure.
I have normal. Yeah, and like that might be like recommended and stuff.
The one
but
feature
for-
that I saw, like going on that note, is the matching the tone of microphones between cameras, or
Mm,
Yes.
that looks
dialogue
awesome.
matching.
The
Yeah,
auto auto EQing basically. That was nuts.
that's such
Yeah,
useful.
there's just like
Yeah.
so many individual features. That multicam autocut deal works awesome. That checkerboard to different layers to cut different speaking people out
Oh
of a
my
single
goodness.
clip. It's
That was
like, it just-
ridiculous.
works, and it's like it's interesting because like they're the big flashy updates, but also like they're things that people will use all the time.
Right.
Yep. Like if this actually replaces like a recut or something and to help with tutorials just to cut out silences.
Mm,
Oh my goodness. Imagine how much time you save, especially over like a half an hour long video.
Yeah.
yeah.
Got a question
I think
asking
I'm
if
reading the same comment.
yeah, 1440p or 4K footage and use a 1080p timeline for performance going into Fusion still has it in the original media, so doesn't that still cause lag? As long as you're not on the Fusion page, no, because it's going to be scaling it down. But if you convert it to a Fusion clip, it's still going to do all that same timeline processing that it was beforehand, but now when you go into Fusion, it'll be at the project settings. So I don't think there's any way to... I don't think it really affects the playback. And if it does, there's no way to fix it short of rendering it out at the smaller resolution. I wonder if they made any changes to that. That's what I was hoping for. That like Fusion effects can pull in the full resolution.
Yeah, I think it's all I mean, their answer to that will be reference compositions.
Yeah, but those, yeah, it doesn't do it. Unfortunately,
No.
those are limited.
Limited in a very like pros and cons way.
Yes. We need a reference comp that you can, like, we need the feature of reference comps pulling in the full resolution without it being linked in all instances, or being able to de-instance one or two controls. That'd be a nice way to do it.
Yeah.
That way you could, like, if you have text, you could keep all the colors the same and the font the same, and you update it in one, but the animations could be different in each one. Yeah, so if you create a Fusion clip in a 1080p timeline, any resolution above that 1080p, so like 4K, you're gonna lose it. So if you don't want to lose the quality, you have to like do the zooms inside of Fusion or inside of the inspector on the edit page. I don't think that'll lose quality, right? Like if you're in a 1080p timeline working with a 4K clip, you can zoom in 2 times without losing quality.
Correct. It depends on your scaling presets.
Yes, that's true.
So, I mean, another way around that is like if you're in a Fusion comp and you just import it from the media pool. I know it's not ideal, but if you import it from the media pool, it'll take its source resolution, not the timeline's resolution. So you could work with it that way. The reason it becomes weird when you bring it into Fusion initially is because when you have your scaling set to like fit to screen or something, which I think is the default for a lot of people. Fusion brings that in like as a new image essentially, because it's like, let's just say that the edit effects have already taken place on it. And then it brings that in as a new image. It's not the actual source clip.
Yeah. It's basically like it took your clip with all the color correction, rendered it out, and then imported it again. Like that's
right.
But it does it all in real time. I need to try out these new edit page keyframes though. Let's try this.
Oh yeah. I gotta watch this.
That goes up. So they got to like a spline view somehow. That's this. I don't like that you can't move around in here.
You can't middle click?
No, I can't even pan with this.
Huh.
I can't. Oh, okay. You have to hold down Alt. But I can't zoom back in. I can only zoom out. Like when I scroll. Yeah, I can only zoom out. So that's bugged.
That's weird. Yeah.
Ah.
First beta.
It's a pop-out editor. Anyways,
oh, that's nice.
It doesn't look like there's any keyboard shortcuts, which is annoying. I wish they could carry those over from Fusion. This is pretty nice. Okay, how do I get this back?
I wonder if they are available in the keyboard shortcuts menu.
I would imagine they are. You can hold down Shift to keep it like linked. That's nice. Oh, that's way too much. What the heck? Nope. That doesn't seem right. Yeah. That easing does not match the curve does not match the easing I'm getting.
That's pretty abrupt.
Okay, yeah, now it's good. What does this do? That shows all the handles. I can add new points. Detail zoom? Is that? That doesn't fix it. Anyways.
So we just need something that does what T does in the spline editor.
So yeah, I don't know if they'll have
how much easing it's.
Yeah, I guess that'd be nice when you're working with multiple keyframes, because when it's one, it's fine.
Sure.
But yeah, then we just need to be able to zoom and move around in here.
Yeah, I'm really hoping this is an area that like they'll keep pushing steady updates, and not one of those that like this is just like cool and like but it'll
We
stay here for
added
a while.
it.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if that new edit controls feature is really getting me thinking, like as to what we can do
Yeah.
with that. Like, can we make it so you have, you know how like on a transform node, when you move the center X and Y, the pivot moves on the screen with it?
Yes.
Can we set something up like that? That like
Well,
we have
I
control A
think
and control B. Control B will stay in the same spot, but when we move control A, it'll offset control B the same amount without snapping it right to its position. If that makes sense. That's what I want to try.
I mean, is that... Yeah. That feels like something you could just like do with modifiers and expressions.
Well, not in the same way if I want to be able to have both controls customizable.
That's true.
I'm trying to think. There was a template I wanted to do this on, but I couldn't. Now I can't think of it because I was just like, okay, you can't do that.
Yeah. I
That's the
am going to
worst.
explore and see if I can... Okay, so I ran into a roadblock working on Proto V3
Uh-huh.
because I really want to use a feature that I used in my Easy Ease preset because I had masks and multiple masks in that one. So I use the control on the generic mask nodes in Fusion to toggle on and off their overlays, which is like super helpful for keeping your overlay clean when you have multiple included masks, right?
Yep.
You can toggle between them, but the shape nodes don't have that option to toggle the overlay.
You just reminded me of
And
something.
I really want to move to being entirely in the shape system. So I'm curious whether if I have a label node, every time I open the label node, it can go in and change that parameter on to I don't even know which control it would be on. Maybe that both height and width, but like go in and change the edit controls parameter to like disable the viewer control.
Yeah. I haven't found
Because
a script to do that yet.
Yeah. You can't even like just disable the node, which would be easier because even on disabled nodes, the the overlay still shows.
Yes.
It just doesn't process.
Yeah. I've tried that before using buttons to do the same thing. Like you press a button and then it'll turn off the view controls, and I haven't found what that is. So if you do find that, let me know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to set up a demo here to test this.
75 of 81 or 76 of 81 now.
Yeah, yours just take. What
so
kind of
slow.
GPU do you have?
I have a 3080 Ti.
I have a 2080 Ti.
I don't know what my deal is. I don't think it's the GPU that's the problem. I've had issues with this computer lately.
Oh. I'm trying to think of some features I want to make a video on too. There's so many just like little small things.
Yeah. I know I need to get a decent collection of the small things for a small things video.
Yeah.
Even though that's normally Chadwick's deal. He has a few of those that are always really good.
Right.
He's already got a few videos out already too.
Yeah.
Chadwick's great. I met him for the first time 2 years ago at NAB.
Oh, did you?
Oh yeah.
I have his shirt on right now. His nodes are greater than layers.
I need to get that shirt. I love that shirt
good.
so much.
It's not that expensive either. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, I'm just glad about like on the color page. It's nothing new that was added is going to change the color tutorial, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Yes, that's always nice.
Yes. Wait, node layer controls in the advanced panel. Huh.
What's that for?
Like I think it's for the big color panel. I guess you can. I don't know fully what it's referring to, but I'm assuming like if you have multiple node layer pages, so it's like you have your like page 1, page 2, page 3 for different node trees in the color page, you can probably just adjust them all or have access to all of them individually on the advanced panel. I'm not fully sure what that's referring to. They didn't talk about it in the stream. I'm just reading the notes.
Okay. Do we know of any improvements to the shape system?
Nope.
I can't think of anything. I don't think we saw anything for that in this update. Everything.
No, it was mostly just the 3D stuff, the OpenEXRs, the 3D, like the Cryptomat and Dome Light.
Yeah.
The multi-text tool is kind of confusing to me.
I haven't tried that yet. Let me look at it.
I
Yeah,
think
like,
it would be
what's it
very
used for?
useful if it had a shared set of even transform controls. But it doesn't. Like you can't. It's just pretty much like a built-in multi-merge with a bunch of text coming into it.
What I was hoping.
Okay, so
is
it's like
that,
so it's basically a multi-merge, yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping that if you have two things of text and you resize one, it'll bump the other out of the way. Or something like that, but it doesn't appear to do
That'd
that.
be nice. Nothing reactive.
Yeah.
What's under paragraph and advanced controls? Is that just the normal stuff?
There is the
Oh, we got new alignment icons. That's kind of nice.
Yeah.
So I wonder though, is there some way to reference the height of this, like just this layer, right? So I could subtract from more text, I could add this so I can manually offset it. And that way it all happens in one node. But I have no idea how to even start trying to do that.
How are they labeled in the text list? Does it give them each layer of text in it a unique identifier? Or is it just text order?
Text 1, text 2.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So I wonder if you could grab the individual data per layer.
Yeah.
You could move the other ones based on that. I mean, that would still kind of limit your control a little bit. Unless you unless you published all of the centers, because then they would all react to each other, but I think I could be wrong.
Well, like I wonder how much we can do like referencing this text box, like for the width, instead of having to do the auto domain to reference stuff.
Do you see is that only a control you can modify in the viewer?
Which one? The width?
Yeah, yeah, the text box.
Yeah, it has a control.
Oh, okay. Then maybe you'd be able to pull it in somewhere. Or yeah. Text box. Oh yeah, height and width.
They did not do anything to the keyframe panel in Fusion, just the one on the edit page and cut page.
By the way, how's it going, Ito? I know who that is.
Got my first negative comment about voice convert.
Yeah.
Oh, about how you shouldn't be using that or something?
They gave everyone the opportunity to steal someone else's voice and identity.
Yeah. Which is fair. Like, I did
mean,
not expect that. Of all the
Yeah.
features,
I think
Yeah, that one was surprising.
knowing that I am looking through big Resolve fanboy glasses, I think there are already so many better ways to do it nefariously.
yes.
When this is like, if anyone downloads and pays for Resolve to use that to do skeevy stuff, I mean, that sucks, but kind of whatever. When I think the very clear purpose is to actually give professionals access to the tool to like use it for their specific needs.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
I mean, you'd have to be pretty dumb to buy Resolve just for that.
Yeah. When I've got to assume there are much cheaper ways to do it too.
All right, I'm opening up Resolve.
Finally. Yeah.
It's about time. All right. Let's see here.
Ooh, interesting. My thumbnail test did not go the way I thought it would.
Got the thumbnail you thought would lose is winning.
Yeah.
See, the thing I
Shows
don't
how
like
little
about
I
that
know.
is it doesn't show you the click-through rate. So like if you have two thumbnails that are like 51 and 49, like I would want to base it off the click-through rate at that point, not the watch time. And it doesn't show you that.
Oh, this is weird.
What's that?
So I have it on dual screen mode, right?
Okay.
So my view is a little bit different here. And one thing I just immediately noticed is if you have stacked timelines enabled, the keyframes window is grayed out.
I think they got some bugs on that they need to work through.
Pulls a single.
Yeah, that's probably just a but that's weird. But and also on dual screen, the default position of the keyframes window is below the timeline.
You also have that. You have two options.
Yeah, it did have both in the presentation.
Oh, okay. Maybe. Wait a minute.
Yeah, there's that one you toggle on with the button by the timeline button, but then up at the top menu next to sound library, you have that keyframes one.
Oh, so it's
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. Okay. I can dig it
I
though.
think, let me check this out. Yeah, so like if you set, because in the main keyframes window, you can toggle over to like the spline viewer, but you have to like choose between one and the other. But if you also keep that one under your timeline, under the timeline, it's exclusively nodes, and then the other one can be exclusively the spline.
Yeah. I love that you can do an undocked view though, because I can just place it on my third monitor.
Yeah.
Maybe that's warming them up to the idea.
Like we're gonna try it. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. That'll be the big update that they make you pay for an update for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
so
an
about
interesting
the
comment
paid
that he
update
made.
stuff. Yeah, so like I mean, I guess they have really been talking about that's a possibility for a while. And I'm assuming with all these new AI features and having to do all this AI model work.
That's the other thing. Did you so that AI set extension is not in this version.
Yep.
And they said when it's going to come out, it's going to be a cloud feature.
Yeah.
So whether that's a separate subscription or maybe they run like other people do, maybe they run like you buy tokens or however they do it. That will be a pay extra feature.
Yeah. As soon as I saw that feature and that pop-up came up, I saw like getting image from server. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah. Because I wonder how big that model is. Because like the voice training one's like 5 gigs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I don't super know how those
Where
work.
do you go to download those? I remember seeing that.
It's the
Oh,
DaVinci Resolve. Yeah, extras download manager.
Yeah,
I'm
this
holding
on
on.
change feature is pretty cool.
Yeah, I've been slow to check it out because I don't actually have like a great baseline scripting understanding. And there's no excuse for why I shouldn't, but it's intimidating.
It definitely can be.
Yeah. But not the other. Okay, this time it's because I typed it wrong. We're going to ignore that.
I'm over here just hoping that Alex and Casey stay busy for the next few hours.
Let your video do pretty good.
Just letting it sit there.
Well, Alex is at NAB, so he might not even have videos.
Maybe.
We'll see. And
we shall.
Who knows what Casey's up to?
Yeah.
All right, so I got that to link now. So I think we want to take its original size and then add it to the difference between the two. And hopefully this doesn't create some crazy loop. That is not working.
I can't believe they just dropped autofocus like that.
That was, yeah.
Awesome.
I was hoping it'd come to the Pocket 4K and like 6K Pro, but it doesn't seem
Yeah, I'm
like it
curious
will.
just how far they'll be able to push it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I also kind of thought it might be about time. I'm curious when they'll circle back to more like entry level or consumer stuff. Like when will they really take another look at the Pockets?
Yeah.
I mean, how old is the original? I mean, not original. How old is like the
Pocket
current
4K?
Pocket 4K? Yeah.
When did the...
It's got to be what, 6 or 7 years old?
It's more than that, I think. Oh, maybe
You
not.
think?
2018. Yeah, 7. Like, I was thinking a new one would come out because they dropped the price of it not that long ago.
Yeah, yeah. It just feels like they've been actively focusing on like the pro and high end stuff for a little bit, and I thought maybe it would like swing back the other way.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, this would have been the time to do it too, so we might not see it for another year yet.
Hold out hope for IBC.
Yeah.
I also found it kind of funny the way that Grant was talking about it, because he was just like, he was talking about it as like no one had ever heard autofocus before.
Yeah, he's like, it's this
Yeah.
cool
Oh,
feature that lets you.
I missed some of that. Yeah, that's funny.
He's funny. He'll make just like little quips every now and then. Yeah.
Oh shoot, what did he say? Oh no, when he was talking about they're making the body only version for the 17K. They're like, I don't know why we didn't do this at launch. That was kind of silly. Like, that's stupid.
Yeah.
It's your company.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can say what.
Yeah.
Oh man. There was also the time, I think it was when he had the
Whatever he wants.
Oh man. You're kind of cutting in and out here, camera Tim, unless it's me.
No,
yeah. No, it's me.
Okay. It's like a noise reduction or something, or a gate just cuts you off. I was gonna say though, he had the PTZ camera. And
yeah.
he just puts it to the side. He's like, oh, it looks really nice there. He's like, anyways. Yeah.
I like the sort of like mobile studio that like I just want one of these like giant multi-millionaire streamers to go ham.
Yeah.
Because they could have like their entire mod and editing team pretty much like live producing from anywhere, like rigged up and pulling in streams and stuff. And like
clips
you can
out
do
right
such
away and
cool stuff. Yeah. I know some people will take advantage of it. I just want to see the behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like you need someone to do it, and then also to show them doing it. Hey, Orson Lord's here. How you doing? Says Blackmagic has a focus on getting cloud services.
I really want to hear Orson's take on how everything went and what he's thinking.
Yeah, what do you think of the new captions and podcast features?
Oh.
That might be something that's hard to put into a YouTube comment. Honestly, devastated. Yeah. I think for the subtitle, like the captions one, I think you still might have a place here, like in making, like custom tools. Oh, he said he can jump on. Let's get a fourth person on the call.
Yeah, let's do it. We're making it a party.
Yep.
Yeah, I might head out. I am suddenly extremely hungry after.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to leave here too.
I haven't
live event.
I haven't eaten anything yet today because I've been just so ingrained in this.
Yeah.
It was like Christmas morning. You're like, I can't possibly eat.
Yeah.
Who would do that?
Don't have time
On a
for
day
this.
like that?
Yeah.
Yo.
Oh, man.
What up, Orson?
Once you get your mic
Fix
working.
Discord.
I know. We all had
Discord
issues.
every time. We'll always do that.
Yep.
Yo,
There you go.
hey, yo.
There we
Hey,
go.
Hello.
I appreciate the sympathies.
I dude,
All
you
of
were
us
the
thought of you as soon as
you
we
were
saw
the
that.
first thing. Yep. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh no, Orson's gonna have a heart attack.
Oh, it's so funny because. Oh. Hang on, I just got to mute the live stream.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Okay, now I can hear it properly. Yeah, honestly, like it was so funny because I even remember the first memory that came back to me was like 8 months ago. I'm like, okay, DaVinci Resolve, they might make a snap captions built-in feature. So I should diversify. I should build a podcast plugin.
Oh.
And as I said, I'm gonna be safe. You know, they're not gonna knock out both at once. And then
Aw.
they said, oh, we got a version 20 coming out. And I was like, I'm starting to sweat. And then
Yeah.
it's just like one by one, knocked them out of the park. And I mean, it's absolutely like it is incredible. And so yeah, but at the same time, I was like, I think I'm gonna have to change my my overall 2-year plan that I had in place.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Have you all heard of, I'm posting it in this chat, the lockdown plugin for After Effects? It was
I've seen this, yeah.
Yeah, it's like this incredible plugin, but I know vaguely through like online stuff. I know the guy who made it, and like the exact same thing happened to him, where like this was a successful After Effects plugin for years and years. He did a new version and did all this extra work to bring it to Resolve, and then that immediate next update, they added like this mesh tracking that pretty much just killed it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's brutal, yeah.
It is devastating. Like, but yeah, I guess it's just showing you like how fast technology is improving. And AI is so different because just with the little experience I have, the traditional software, it's all built on algorithm, maths, and custom coding. So getting more useful tools and building them, getting them to be more stable, it was like really sporadic improvements. Like you'd see nothing for 2 years and then huge jump and an upgrade. AI is built completely differently. It's not it's very easy to scale and grow. So with AI, all you have to do is put in more quality training data and it'll give more accurate results, which is kind of why these big businesses love them, because it means that you can very reliably ensure that it is going to keep improving as a tool. So even what we're seeing right now with the AI tools, like the progress probably isn't going to slow down. If they become popular, we'll probably see them get better quicker. So it's going to be really interesting to see how far they take this.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still think your snap captions has a place, at least in the meantime here, because we were trying to reverse engineer the word by word, and it's something that they're doing behind the scenes. But yeah,
interesting.
It's not a follower.
I think so too, as well. No. Oh, interesting. So they're not using follower modifiers of that.
No, it's some new thing.
That's interesting.
We don't know how it works yet.
Oh, interesting. It'll be interesting to see how that works because I think one of the big advantages was the follower is that you could create your animation once and then it applies automatically. But we'll just
Yeah.
have to see how they do it in the back
Yeah.
end.
Thinking about plugins, it also shows like a big difference, like Blackmagic to Adobe to Apple, because like both Adobe and Apple for a long time have been like they've been the places for like third-party developers of stuff, because like Premiere's not going to add these cool tools, so plugin developers can do it.
Nope.
Blackmagic will just like go for it.
Yeah, I think the big difference between them is like when After Effects, or sorry, well, not After Effects, when Adobe adds the AI features, like focusing on like, this is a big primary feature we're releasing, like with the generative fill thing, like this is a big, huge thing, or the object removal. When Blackmagic adds it, it's like, yeah, we put this in.
Yeah.
And then they go into all their other stuff and all the practical tools, like you're going to use this like every day. And so I think that's the big difference of like how they differentiate from each other is like when Resolve adds features, they just, they throw in the AI stuff for fun. It's not their primary focus.
Yeah, we made this comment watching the stream, like even with their other products, like they figure out what it needs to do, they do all that, then they handle like naming it after. Like they don't start with a name and then build a product. Like it's super utility focused. Which is really nice for us editors, but yeah.
Okay, I do gotta head out.
All right, we'll see you later, Patrick.
Bye, Patrick.
Okay.
Good seeing you, Sterling.
Yeah, I'll see ya. Bye.
Even adding on. I was gonna say, even adding on to that comment, like the other huge feeling I was having is like seeing all these new features and functions they're creating. They're all very additive to creating your own custom workflows. Like it's not just press this one magic button and get the results here. It's like, okay, here's a tool that's going to help put all your takes into one spot, and then the editor can still do their creative decision making. So it's very intelligently done, and I'm very excited for the future workflows that are going to come with all these tools. It's going to, like, Resolve is truly going to be able to suit any editing style from documentary, Hollywood, social media content. Like I really think they're gunning for being called the standard industry standard editor.
Oh yeah.
Like this is the blow.
Oh yeah.
This update is pushing them there. Like there's so much. I was blown away. Like I was so surprised when they did generative fill. Like on the stream before, I was like, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do anything that just creates out of nothing. It's all going to be like, I said, we'll probably see the music remixer, like something like that, but not generative fill. And then they did it. But
yeah, that blew my mind.
Yeah. So
because they've never indicated that they would do generative AIs, right? Before, like it's always been like reductive, like we'll get rid of excess noises and stuff. It wasn't create extra stuff on top.
All of their AI stuff is making some difficult task easier, right? Like rotoscoping or subtitles, extending music. And you can look at generative fill to be the same way, but none of those old things would create something out of nothing, right? Like I could see object removal too. Like that'd be totally fine. But when you like type in like, okay, add a palm tree, that's where it gets kind of crazy. But
do you wonder if Resolve decided to do that because, like, I don't know whether it feels like it's with or against their values, but do you feel like it would have been something they would have had to do because just it's what a lot of new editors coming in are expecting to have?
I don't know. That's a hard one because it's like I do see people that aren't Resolve users all the time say like, well, actually no, I see people that are Resolve users all the time saying like, oh, Resolve is going to fall behind if they don't add these specialized AI features. I'm like, well, not really, because like how many serious people in the industry need these features on a daily basis?
Yeah.
But at the same time, they're like, I guess it comes to a point where like how many people need a specific tool that can either save a shot or help them do something they weren't able to do before that dramatically increases their workflow speed. And it's just like, I guess it's hard to define where that line is. of like what is important enough in terms of AI to incorporate so that you meet the needs of your users, and then how much is too niche to where it's like, yeah, you spent too much time on this feature and ended up costing yourself because nobody's going to use it.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. I could definitely see the fill being a extremely useful tool. Like there's been several times when I was like doing like full-time production and creating commercials where like I had one shoot where we're doing this testimonial and I didn't see in the background, but this like delivery truck came in and dropped off a bunch of beers. And the clients were like, "Oh no, you absolutely cannot have that. We need to be like showing off us as a professional workplace." Anyway, the Photoshop generative fill just came out, so I took a still frame from that and got it to say like, "Hey, just turn this box of beers into a matching white wall."
Yeah.
And sure enough, I was able to get that cleaned up in seconds. So like it's situational when you would need it, but I think for a lot of professionals, like it comes up pretty often, at least in my experience, where there's just something that shouldn't have been in the shot and you got to get rid of it quick.
Yeah.
Because it.
And
I
I
just
guess...
had a beer truck incident on a shoot that I had a couple weeks ago. It's funny you mentioned that.
That's just a common thing that happens, I guess. But yeah,
people love beer trucks.
Just park them all over. Oh, these guys are filming. Let's park here.
Yeah.
Right here.
So often. Right. But not two in the middle that you'll notice, just in the corner.
Right. You'd be like, oh, that's fine. Yeah, it's not in the shot.
Yeah. The one thing I was kind of hoping would happen was, and this is probably a niche thing, and this is for the color page because I was just looking at the chroma warper because actually that is more useful than I thought. But the color slice tool, I was hoping they would be able to toggle the skin tone vector because it's not a true color vector. So it makes it easy to break images with that, because I love the fact that they added a density and subtractive saturation tool natively in the software. I still use DCTLs for this, but you know, for people that are just getting used to it, it's a great tool. But because skin tone is like in between red and yellow and not a true color vector in the traditional sense, it creates this weird fine line of like, okay, what's actually red, what's actually yellow, what's actually skin tone, especially if you don't necessarily want it to be like it's the original. If you have like a creative intent to like, oh, maybe I want my skin tones to be a little bit more pale or yellow or something like that, then, you know, of course you can adjust the center points and stuff, but again, then you're playing with artificial parameters to say that like, okay, here's what's actually red, what's actually yellow, instead of just like staying true to it.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with those color controls, but I just tried out this color warper or the chroma warp, and it's actually insane.
Yeah,
that's really
it's
cool.
Working a lot better than I expected.
Yeah.
Because I can tell what it's doing is like when you make the first point. If you clicked right on the tool, you can make the first point, which determines like this is what you're deviating from, and then you have that point that moves, and this is what you're shifting to, and then that circular range around it is basically like your softness.
Yep.
To determine like this is how big of a range, especially because the more you drag, the more you would want that, and then you can also toggle that off. And only have the range shifting that is in the immediate circle that you select. But it's interesting to have that option.
It's super intuitive.
But it seems
too,
like
how it works.
Yeah, it's actually not that crazy. Like you can still break your images with this, of course, but I mean it's a lot less breakage than you would get with the regular color warper.
Yeah, Patrick said a little while ago, not Patrick Sterling. After talking about the beers, Starbucks cups on TV shows, I get to see them everywhere.
Yeah,
it's pretty funny.
Yeah, getting a Starbucks thing removed.
Yeah,
so often.
Yeah, would it make sense to make the skin tone slicer use AI? I'll give that one to you guys. I don't know enough about that.
Yeah, that would be interesting actually, because I have actually. Can I pull up my screen here?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know how well you're gonna see this, because I don't have Nitro either. Yeah, because the best I can do, the best I can do is 15 FPS.
We'll make it work.
But like I have a shot like this, right? And so, and going back to the color slice thing, so we have like these two guys in the shot, and they're talking and stuff, and you have this wall behind them, that is also like right in line with the skin tone.
Yeah.
So, like, how do you differentiate? It's like, okay, I don't want to select this wall. I want to just select the faces. Like, yeah, sure, you could use a qualifier, but that's such a bad tool to use when you're trying to like make selective adjustments, because qualifiers will break your image very easily. So, I guess using a different skin tone selector is like, okay, this is what's actually skin tone. This is not.
Yeah.
And using AI tool to do that does sound like an interesting option. The alternative, of course, would be Magic Mask, which actually is my first experience using the new one.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
So, like,
when
I
I
can
tried it, it
definitely-
was before I updated my drivers, so it didn't work.
I think I was already updated. I need to double check that, but
I think you gotta toggle the overlay still. Yeah.
yeah, it's here. Yeah,
Look at that.
so,
That does a
sometimes
good
it takes
job.
a bit, but yeah, that's. I got it. Whoops, I forgot I had to. I have to track it first.
Yeah.
So, oh yeah, and then there's the paint. Oh yeah, the paint strokes. Okay, let me reset this real quick. I want to try. Oh, can I not do it with?
Yeah, I'm not sure how that was supposed to work. I do like that they
Yeah,
combined it so that there's not like a people and object one. Because like I would always use the object one for people. I found it gave me a better result.
Yeah, especially in Fusion.
Yeah. Well, Fusion didn't have a person one, I don't think. I was also
Oh, wait a
gonna-
minute. Okay, so this paint is just like an additional roto. It's not like additionally tracking. It's just like,
Yeah.
oh, I see.
Which is nice
And
if
of
it
course you can
misses on
change
like
the
one
brush
frame.
size. Yeah, or if it like you get stuff you shouldn't, then you can just do this instead of doing a stroke and retracking. Now that's only, is that per frame? Maybe I should track these next few frames. And it didn't do it.
Not working that well.
Nope, it didn't look like it was tracking it. I still got to figure it out.
Okay, this one is definitely slower than the first Magic Mask.
Yeah, that
like
would make
when
sense.
selecting. Like for me, like I still have a 2080 Ti. But like the first selection would take a little while, and after that it was instant, like every time.
Yeah, I think you're also in faster quality setting. But...
Oh, that could be. Yeah, the tracking's decently fast.
Oh, whoops. Nope, don't make multiple clicks.
Yeah, but that's nice. Like getting that helmet, that'd be hard to do in the
Oh.
normal version, or like just the visor. Like it just rotoscoped a clear visor.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's insane.
Yeah, and I didn't have to do any
That's pretty
corrections. Like
nuts.
I clicked a few times to make sure it wasn't just selecting the face, but
Yeah, that's really good. I remember reviewing After Effects rotoscoping tool versus Resolve's Magic Mask, and I remember getting a similar thing where I was like, I would pick a person and they also had a reflection in the mirror, and Resolve's AI tool was also getting the reflection. So
wow.
And in a good way. I was like, okay, that's actually impressive.
Yeah, this is actually kind of. I just did a basic track here. This is actually kind of nuts.
Is that getting his hair?
So
like behind his hair?
It's cutting out his hair.
Yeah,
Oh,
so he's
like on the side.
It's
of
only
his head?
getting this. It's only getting the skin tone.
Wow.
Wait, and on the side of his head, does that have a fade going
Yeah,
on?
can
So
you
like
zoom
it's
in
only
on-
half.
Yeah, it says
opacity
a
on there?
fade here.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
What?
Yeah. So like,
That's-
hold on. like
What
that's what
the
it looks
heck?
like.
Oh, dude, did they just take out the entire freelance rotoscoping industry?
They might have. Like that's crazy good.
I switched over to your tab and I'm
Yeah.
like,
You can
wait a
still
minute,
see
is
like
that compression or yeah?
yeah, like
Wow.
there's still a little bit of chatter there, but that's not much.
And you can clean that up pretty easy too. Like
Oh yeah, like you can denoise it a bit.
the
And
fact
you
that
have
it gets the
and like
hair.
AI models that and that's going to be so easy for them to scale and improve over time as well, being an AI model. So that's just going to get better quickly.
Oh yeah.
Think of how much better Magic Mask 1 got, like in the
I
6
know.
months after it came out.
Like
Man,
So, our tenants are very.
that looks perfect.
I know. So I mean, I guess to answer your question, Patrick, yes, they did it.
You can detect skin tones.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like-
Question answered. There you go.
It's like Resolve
Like-
went to their entire articles of like what are people requesting and did they get it? Just the answer is yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they
I
did.
can't think of a thing they
That's
missed.
bonkers. I mean, like even the chroma warp kind of does it, and I wonder if you can be selective with the luma range. Oh yeah, the tonal range.
Yeah.
So if like I shift this, but like let's remove some of those lower tonal ranges. Yeah, shift this. Maybe bring up.
Bring the
tonal-
chroma range down a little bit, maybe.
Oh, the chroma range. Yeah.
No,
well, the
it's
chroma
not
range is
quite.
like the range of it's the range that you select in here. So, but you can increase and decrease it. This part's a little weird to me. That you have like an exposure adjustment inside of inside of this tool. It's like, well, I guess that actually kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Because it's not necessarily like an individual mask selection, because like you can do that, but if you just wanted to do no, that actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. That's wild.
Patrick says he needs a faster GPU. Both of us are still on like
Don't we all?
older GPUs, and like this is working pretty good.
Yeah. What's your CPU?
I have a Threadripper. I got a
Oh.
It's a 16 core one. Like it's pretty underpowered now, all things considered.
Yeah.
I'm looking
I got here's one thing I thought was really cool. You could kind of use this for density adjustments. So if I shifted this like more blue or something, but then I could reduce the exposure on it.
That looks nice.
You can like really make it pop, and it there's still like maybe a little outline you would probably need to clean up, but
yeah,
overall that's not bad. Yeah, with the chroma range you could like increase that to like feather it out. That it would be nice to have a feathering option so that it kind of eases out the adjustment a little bit. But because as of right now I think it's just a harsh cutoff, but that's still like that's more than I would push it, but that's still
yeah. Wow,
that's kind of nuts.
Yeah, I'm looking to build a new PC here as soon as possible, depending on when I can get a 5090. But
same.
Yeah, can't buy them right now.
Yeah, I'm still running a 3700X.
Yeah, I'll be doing the new
my problem.
Ryzen 9950X, I think is what it is.
Yeah,
paired with a 5090, and it should chew through everything. It'll be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be keen to see how this goes with the. I'll be curious how this handles with the Apple M chips, which is what I'm mainly using. Hasn't been too bad in my experience, but yeah,
they optimize it for that quite a bit, because I mean that's what they did all the presentations on.
Yeah, they're very buddy with Apple.
Yeah. Considering they just got ProRes support.
Yeah. I was wondering if I was like, I wasn't sure if they were going to mention ProRes RAW, and they didn't, but
No.
So
that was
that's
an insane update in and of itself. Like,
it was.
no one thought that was
Dude,
coming.
Yeah.
I was about to. It's funny. Yeah, that came out of nowhere. I was about to go to bed. It was like 1:30 a.m. I saw the update notes. I was like, oh, I gotta get on this right now. And so I spent the next 2 hours. Like, I updated Resolve. I like scripted the video, recorded, edited, added the effects, all that, and I got it up in and did the thumbnail all in 2 hours.
Wow.
This is the fastest I had ever turned out a video.
How did it do? Did you get ProRes views?
I did. Actually.
Yeah.
It actually didn't do too bad. It's tapered off now, of course, but
right.
But like it was number one by far for a while. It's slowed down a bit, but yeah, it's currently sitting at like 1668. So yeah, I'll take it.
Nice.
For its channel as small as mine, that's pretty decent.
Yeah. Yeah, when you get on the updates, you can do pretty good. Does anyone of you use AI?
Usually that's one advantage I get.
Files? Oh, go ahead. I was just reading a question.
I was going to say that. Oh, good. I was saying the one advantage I have being in Australia is usually the updates come out around my 10, 11 a.m. So I'm like, it's a good day. I can get on this. But the one time it's the nab. The nabs when I'm up here until like the sun's rising right now. And I'm just like, oh, okay, here we are.
Yeah. That's
I think I know what Matt's talking about.
What they didn't add back? What is that?
Yeah, I think he's talking about the proxy resolutions in Fusion.
The proxy. Oh.
Yeah, there was a hidden feature that Matt actually accidentally discovered from I think it was originally from Fusion Studio. I'm assuming you saw it, right?
Yeah, you right click on the start frame.
Yeah.
And it said bingo, you got it.
Like 16. Yeah. I can deal with it, but tends to hallucinate a lot. I do use ChatGPT quite a bit to do different things, like especially if I'm building out like a bunch of different expressions. I need to like come up with the math behind them. So it does help a lot with that. It does freak out a little bit if I try to do anything in the edit controls window. It has no idea what it's doing in there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is a little bit of context.
I usually
the more you use it though, ChatGPT, go.
I was gonna say I use it to just optimize stuff. Like once I get my expression working or something, like if it's a long one, I'll feed it to it and just be like, hey, can I simplify this or anything?
Yeah.
But yeah, for creating stuff, it's not quite there yet.
Yeah.
I've had really good luck with it if I use it to turn, like if I know what I'm trying to do as a maths equation, I can like spell it out in English for it and say, can you write this maths equation in Lua for me? And that's worked really well. Like I had one where I needed to do this like tape peel reveal effect where like the tape peels off the paper. And so I had this like bender node and it bends, but then like it doesn't go out of shot. So I needed it like at the, like when the slider hits like the 0.75 to start moving right at that point. And I said, can you do that in Lua? And the first thing it wrote was the first thing that worked. And I was like, awesome.
Yeah, that's so nice when that happens.
If you can, yeah. So if you ask it vaguely what you want, not good. But if you can say this maths Lua, it's great.
Also, like if you try and ask it to do an
that.
expression, it'll like do a bunch of variables, but get all the syntax wrong. So you kind of have to train it and tell it what format you want stuff to be in.
That was something I struggled with early on because like if you want to write true Lua, there's like a prerequisite you need to make sure that the variables work, and ChatGPT never gets that right. But once I feed it something that is correct, it usually will correct most of itself.
Yeah. Usually it's able to learn, and then in that context, it'll work.
William Justice mentioned that he was able to get ChatGPT to make several macro and settings and generate them. That's pretty cool.
That is, yeah.
If anyone could do it, it would be William.
Of course.
He's the coding genius.
Yeah,
that's right.
All right, well, I do think I'm going to have to call this stream. I am getting extremely hungry. It's been almost 6 hours.
It's a big day.
Yeah, this is the longest stream
Yeah.
I've ever done. We're at 5 hours and 20 minutes, but yeah.
You need to stream more.
Yeah. Oh, man.
You never done a 24-hour stream? I haven't, but you know.
Nope. No, usually it's like 2 hours at most, you know, depending on.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah,
It was
I got
great catching up with you all.
Yeah, it was cool
Yeah,
you guys could
you
hop
too,
on
Orson.
the call. That was nice.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, yeah, it's off to
Yep.
exploring some more features and hopefully getting some videos put together now. But
Yep.
yeah.
Nice. All right. Catches.
What's that?
All right. It's an Australian thing. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay, okay.
Oh,
See,
it's a polite way of saying bye. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
down under here, we don't use many words.
I didn't quite hear it, and
Why use
my
more
brain's
word
slowing
when
down
less
now.
word do trick?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great reference. All right. Well, yeah, appreciate you guys stopping by. We'll call it on that.
Yeah.
At that. But
Yep, no problem.
all right. You guys have a good day.
All right, you as well.
See ya. All right, everyone on the stream, we'll see you guys later. Let me know if you guys have any questions about it or if you guys find anything cool. But yeah, thanks for hanging out with me.